Hello everyone. Mic test. Are we live? Are we going? I think we're going. So yeah, sorry for being late everyone. Had an unusual confluence of annoyances trying to get this up, and conveniently the internet today has decided to be slower than I've seen it in probably months. I'm not really sure what's up with that, but hopefully we'll actually be able to load the comments in time before the 8-hour stream window expires. You don't need a lot of bandwidth to view YouTube comments, but I don't know, that assumption is being tested right now. Didn't expect small Gaster to survive? I didn't either, actually. That's just OBS, the OBS layout just saved and automatically respawned him. Gaster Gift 2, the Giftening. Yeah, that's good. Yep, the lo-fi beats are here. I'll ask again at the start of the stream. It should be at the same volume as last time, and I've turned up the gain on my mic a little bit since last stream because I thought it was a little bit low. Are the audio levels good? Now's your chance to complain about audio levels. Was this the last comment? I remember it was by Game Jam. And yeah, this would have been the big long one that we read as the last comment last stream. Common basic conclusion. This was the last one, right? It must have been. I remember reading this one. I remember going ho 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 in response to this one. And I remember the next comment was by Game Jam. So I think this is our candidate here. It was, I believe the comment was like 9 or 10 days ago, a week ago. So yeah, it would be lumped into the 2 weeks ago category. Okay, people like the audio. That's good stuff. I wonder, we're up to 50 viewers. I don't know how much changing the stream time by 10 minutes would have affected that. Hopefully not too much. Sorry, just looking over all my metadata, my metrics and optics. Looks fine. Yeah, this is an 8-hour stream. You don't have to worry about waiting too long for people to trickle in. 10 minutes less means double the viewers. Really? I didn't know that was the new tactic. Salmonella. Okay. I'm getting dangerously close to being able to replace text boxes in the thumbnail with comments. Yes, we're... yeah, there's still not quite enough comments to surpass the number of text boxes I looked at. If we count the number of unique interactions, though, some like objects have multiple text boxes associated with them, and that was only 600, so we're going to pass that for sure. $995 comments. Alright. That's probably been enough faffing about. Everything was in place from last stream, so let's just get going here. Okay. So Game Jam comments, finally someone looked into this. I've been theorizing about text boxes since the release of Chapter 2, and how it forced the player to complete the chapter by using the sync, completely ignoring the usual text of interacting with other objects. Well, that's not so much a response as this person just being happy that I looked at it. Unfortunately, I don't think I looked at the sync quite as much as many people would have wanted me to. There's been some dissent on that front that I've noticed, where a lot of people really think the sync has to be a case for a diegetic narrator. It's because it's too weird, it's too unlike just Toby. They're saying like, oh, if Toby forces you to, you know, do other things, it's usually phrased in a different way. This one's too much of a... it's lampshading itself too much by being cheeky. Whereas, I don't know, I mean, I see the point there, but I don't think it's... like, ultimately, it's very hard to say, like, this couldn't have just been Toby fucking with you, no matter what. Although I agree that it is the most egregious example of, like, Toby's really lampshading his influence, if he is indeed just the narrator. But, I still feel it's right to lump it in with all the other instances, the same as Chris not reading the rest of, the news article about Asgore, or something like that. Oh, I have the Gaster gif up still, thank you. Alright, is that better? Yes. I think it's fine. I just finished reading this comment. It was very short. I read it word for word, so we haven't missed anything yet. Good catch, good catch, yep. Gaster hijacked Toby's Twitter and my livestream. Yeah. It would arguably improve the visual aspect of the stream if I just left the Gaster overlay up the whole time. There's not much to look at otherwise. Okay, the Clever Gamer says that some details to mention. Undertale checks are possibly given by the monsters themselves, not only with the fake stats that genocide bosses have. Yeah, Mediton Neo has 99 defense. And regular enemies. Yeah, Glide refuses to give his stats. And I forget what happens with Timmy. Honestly. But yeah, Glide's definitely an example. Okay, but also the check says that Neo has 7 defense, but internally has negative 40,000. Yeah, okay, everyone knows that the stats you get from checking the monsters in Undertale are complete bullshit and mean nothing. You could argue that's because the monsters themselves are giving their stats. Or you could say that it's just the couple instances of like Glide as a joke. I mean, Mediton having 99 defense, I think like he doesn't take damage no matter what regardless, so that's not much of a lie. Oh no, Mediton Neo, I see. But that was wrong anyway, so I'm not... okay, maybe let's forget that point. Yeah, like, that's fair enough. You can interpret a lot of the Narrator stuff, like the check narration, as coming from just asking the monsters about themselves. Which, that's a fair point. You don't have to attribute that to Kira. And in many cases, it actually makes it, like, more viable, because a lot of that check information, even the stuff that isn't specifically mind-reading, is a bit of a stretch as to how Kara would have just, like, absorbed this information, especially if they died, like, you know, decades or a century prior. How would they know all this specific stuff? So, that's a fair argument still. And it doesn't necessarily derail the argument for or against Narrator. Oh, I'm being called out. I still have not linked the Google Doc in the description of the video. How about I do that right now live on stream before I forget anymore? That sounds like a good idea, eh? Give me 1 sec. There we go, it is done. Congratulations, your badgering has worked. Wait, I've lost the chat window. There we go, okay, we're back. My face reveal is just photorealistic Gaster gif. If I could animate that the handsome Gaster emote from the server, I would. Have I read your comment yet? In general, I do not know, because there's hundreds of these and I don't note down every username that I come across. You can sort of guess by looking at how long ago you wrote the comment, but we're so far back, everything just says 2 weeks now, so oh well. Andrew, what do you think about the foreshadowing or the unused items? If you mean like the Holy Mantle or the Shadow Mantle or the Twisted Sword, I don't really know, I haven't looked into it all that much. To the extent where I'm not like 100% sure how in the game they even are. I know that you can, like the Twisted Sword and stuff I'm pretty sure isn't obtainable, but it's like a crafting recipe that you can still look at in the game files or something like that. But I don't really know what that means. It seems to hint at like a thing with the shadow crystals, perhaps like a route involving an aborted Snowgrave run, because that's like the only way you can seem to obtain it. But I'm not really the one to ask about that. Okay. Game Jam is lots of comments now. Okay, that's just another in praise of the Gaster line, thank you. 42069, top comment for sure. Yet another Game Jam comment. How daring. Here's what I think. The narrator by default is Chris. However, as seen with Spamton and Jevil, can be overridden by other speakers should one attempt to take over. After all, this is literally how the game starts. One speaker interrupts another during the Goner Maker, telling us we have no choices. Okay, well immediately, I don't think this is a fair comparison, because the two characters at the beginning of the game, the only reason you're conflating them with narrators is because there's no one visibly talking. But I don't see any particular reason beyond that to assume that that's a narrator. It's just two characters, or perhaps even just one character, talking at you. And a character interrupting another character does not, like, I don't think that's a strong enough parallel to, like, we now have two narrators just because they can talk to the player. I don't see how it even makes sense for either of these people to be the narrator, especially if it's Chris. The way I see it, the narrator depends strictly on what information is required or what part of the game you're in. Gaster narrates the Dark Worlds, Kara no, like multiple narrators. This was a huge point in the previous stream. I'm not even interested in entertaining the idea of multiple narrators because of like what a monumental effort it was to even try to justify one diegetic narrator in the first place. Like it took a shit ton of evidence to get me on board for like Narrator back in Undertale, and I think Narrator overall is still more consistent. The evidence behind that is more consistent than what we have in Deltarune, and now you're arguing for like Narrator squared. We'd have to have way more consistency. Like having multiple narrators isn't a way of weaseling out of needing consistency. I think you would need even more. And based on what I've seen so far, it's like, no. Because each of those narrators is going to have their own distinct voice and quirks and little flags that would tip the viewers off if Toby actually meant for us to be able to decode that. And no, I'm not seeing it. Chad asks, do I know Jaru Jaru? Yes. Yes, I do. My Discord server actually did an unofficial watch party for the Shadow Crystal video he just put out. That was just yesterday, actually, jeez. Yeah, and Jaru was like in the chat last stream for like 8 hours or something. What a mad lad. I was there. That was me. There's no t-shirts for being part of the Jaru watch party, I'm sorry. Jaru is the narrator? I think that the text would type a bit more slowly if Jaru was the narrator. Okay, next comment. Just my thoughts. Oh, you have a lot of thoughts. Alright. We're on the same page as the brackets. Axioms. Oh, this is axiom by axiom. You and Chris are usually interchangeable. I agree. The answer could be anything. Yeah. No argument for that. Well, axiom 2 is pretty straightforward. I hope no one's arguing against that. The narrator knows the thoughts and feelings of others, generally agreed, but there have been unreliable narrators, so why can't this one be unreliable? They've omitted, I mean, unreliable, but like, that's unreliable in a way that they're like pretending to know about the Darkners. That's pretty fucking weird use of an unreliable narrator. I'm not sure if that's a realistic, something we could realistically expect. Like, what are the thoughts and feelings of others? Like, if we include the stuff where in like the Snowgrave run we can see Noelle's thoughts in the dialogue box, that would mean like, I don't see any reason to believe that Noelle wouldn't be thinking or feeling those things. I don't think this is a good path to go down. Yeah. The narrator knows things Chris couldn't. Debatable. Regal, the game mechanics are part of the world building. Check. Could be seen as what Kara knew about the monsters. Well, yeah, I mentioned that. A level of violence, yeah. However, not necessarily the case for Deltarune. Characters gain a level... Okay, but where's this going? Noelle, yeah, I know that. Indicating that level probably isn't what it was before. Okay, same can be said for the check option. There are a number of other possibilities. The narrator simply tells us what Chris learns or thinks by using the check. I mean, you can make that same argument for Undertale, which is one of the first comments you read on the stream already. Chris is asking about the enemy. Barring a truly big plot twist, the same can't be said of Chris and the Darkners. But note the explanation of Kara being the narrator is not something one could reasonably infer from early Undertale. I mean, I see the sentiment behind this, but like, honestly, a lot of the, like the where are the knives, no chocolate, it's me, name of character, that all dropped in the ruins, so I don't know if that's like an actual counter argument where like we can expect that again. Like, it's a fair point, like this is too early to be calling it one way or another, I understand, but specifically, like, I think in this case it's actually wrong. There was actually a lot of hints that there was fuckery with the narrator as early as the ruins. But for the rest of it, they're basically saying that, okay, maybe we could explain all this check dialogue as Chris just like asking about the monster or squinting really hard. I'm tempted to go into just the document right now and check that. I wonder how quick that would be. If this takes up too much time, we can abandon this, but why not just give it a shot? So we're looking for all the red boxes are like battle flavor text essentially. The ambivalent diamond is the girl's best friend. Rudin thinks about elaborate stones. I mean, like, why would it be phrased this way? Like, you couldn't tell that by squinting at someone. And if Chris just asked, why would it be phrased as Rudin thinks about? That's not really something that you would... See, like, some of these ideas sound fine in general. It's like, oh yeah, Chris could just squint or ask the Darkners, but like, when you look at the examples, it's like, okay, how does that one work? Kayran felt stressed out and attacked. It doesn't seem like Kayran can even speak. So is Chris just like really intuiting that? Okay, that's a fourth wall break. Bloxer considers building a house out of his own body and is thinking about trains. This one's pretty blatant. I quoted this twice by accident. Oops. You can see why this wasn't meant to be a public document. Fantasizes about gems, like unless that's out loud. How does Chris know that these are legitimate? Yeah. It's like, I think it's easy to say that this in general, but like when you start looking at the actual examples, it just becomes more and more of a stretch as to like, no, this isn't really occurring just as Chris looking at the darkness. Viewership rising. Stonk, stonk, stonks. Chat, why does he read all the comments if he ends up discarding most of them anyway? What's the alternative? I don't read the comments at all, or I read the comments and somehow force myself to accept things that I don't agree with because I don't think they're right. I'm not sure what you really want from this. The point of reading them is just to interact and to acknowledge everyone's opinions. But I am not guaranteeing that I'm not going to sort of disagree with 99% of what we get here. It's par for the course. And, yeah. I lived more scientific. Oh no, the comment's still going. I'm trying to weasel it early. Okay. Point 5. The narrator is sometimes limited to Chris's perspective. There are some differences when you interact with the same thing in Chapter 1. Okay, this is going to be like Asriel's drawer, right? Yeah. So why is it different? Like the narrator and Chris saw the $5, but the narrator omitted this from us. I disagree. I don't see why this has anything to do with the narrator. I think that why there's different stuff in Asriel's drawer each time is one of the biggest mysteries in the game, but also that explaining it away as the narrator lying to us is not the way to the answer. Like, why would that be a thing? Because it only happens once in the whole game, and it's totally inconsequential what's in the drawer. Why would the narrator have a prerogative to lie to us about this? And how does that even contradict Chris's perspective? The narrator choosing to mimic Chris's uncertainty may be debatable rather than indicating that they sometimes are limited to Chris's level of knowledge. That's the same thing though. That's exactly what I meant. Is the narrator being limited to Chris's perspective could be that includes the narrator feigning being limited to Chris's perspective. That's basically what it has to be, I think, because we know the narrator knows more than Chris somehow. So if the narrator is doing things like it doesn't know what a jigsaw is until you meet one for the first time and then it suddenly knows what it is. Like, if we're treating the narrator as diegetic, it has to be, like, feigning ignorance. And so, even though I don't think that Asriel's drawer has anything to do with that, even if it is, like, Chris feigning ignorance or lying to us, I think that's still, it's what I meant by the point still. It's not different just because the narrator actually does know secretly. The narrator is finding something... Okay, the narrator is limited to the player's perspective. Debatable for the same reason as above. I mean, well then my response is the same as above too to that. I'd argue this is less about the narrator and more about the style of narration. They're being deliberately vague. That's exactly what I meant. And if that wasn't clear, I'm sorry. But that's exactly what I meant. The player knows the events of Undertale. Possibly this is hard to confirm or deny. It's possible Toby simply trying to make fun callbacks at the cost of the consistency. I mean... Yeah, like, if we take these Undertale references as Toby making callbacks, then that's an inconsistency with the narrator. That was the point of putting us up here in the first place, is that either we have a model of the narrator that knows Undertale and is therefore consistent, or the narrator does not know Undertale and therefore these are inconsistent and just have to be Toby. That was exactly the point I was trying to make. Kara's checks includes monsters you probably shouldn't know. I mean, I'm not saying that there aren't things that are hard to explain in Undertale's narration. That's Narrator's problem, but I don't think that... Yeah, that's fine, but it doesn't change this point here. Oh, chat's talking about the Shadow Crystal videos by Jaru. As expected, honestly. Maybe I could talk briefly about that at some point, but I'm not finished the comment yet. Hey, Narrator breaks the fourth wall. It's used for tutorials and jokes, so I'd say it's the same reason as above. Can't make every text box deliberately the narrator character's line without some compromises. Like, you're not contradicting me here. Like, I acknowledge this, but ultimately the reason I bring up these axioms is that for a fully consistent narrator, we have to assume that it would be able to meet all these points. And so the narrator not meeting a points is inconsistent, but you're saying that well, we can't expect this to be consistent. Exactly, it's not consistent. I think we could expect it to be consistent if Toby was actually trying to make a diegetic narrator. That's the whole point. Like, we shouldn't have to make compromises like this if that was like an overriding goal for his script writing. I think these aren't mandatory. He could have just avoided doing that. Narrator can be usurped by enemies. Debatable. It's possible these enemies are powerful enough to overpower the narrator. That's exactly what usurped means. That is literally the meaning of usurped, is overpowering by force. Or perhaps the narrator simply lets them. Despite how much I love this point, I must concede it's a weak point. You just agreed with it. Okay, that's just a misunderstanding of what I was saying. Narrator can veto or limit the player's actions. Possibly my brain is fried. Well, okay. Okay, so Chris as the narrator, possibly given how shaky the axioms are, Chris and the Red Soul aren't one and the same. We, the player, are implied to be the Red Soul. Like, I'm with you there. It's possible the odd knowledge Chris obtains are via the canon gameplay mechanics, but it won't be clear until we learn more about Chris. No, dude, like, there's too much here. There's way too much against Chris. Even if, like, you think that some of these points are a little tiny bit shaky, each one of these you want to write off requires its own level of sketchiness and contrivance, and you willing to look past the flaws of the game. So when you add up, like, 8 of these, I think, were the number that conflicted with Chris, that at least as I put in the diagram at the end, that's a huge amount of cope that you'd have to go through to, like, want Chris to be the narrator. Kara's the same as Chris. Gaster, too many possibilities. The guy's an enigma. I'm with you there. The player, perhaps we're playing a different character whose soul was put in Chris. The player, if we were the narrator, then I don't get these ideas that, like, the player is playing some role. It's like, well, how is that I am the player? How is the player doing something that I'm not aware of? Why did I spend 3 months analyzing my own narration? Like, this doesn't make sense. If you're considering the player as a diegetic entity, as in you, the player, are in the game, then saying that Toby just made you do these things is not even, it doesn't even make sense. There we go. Chad is still talking about Jaru. Cool. Oh, should I have it on top chat? I want live chat. I want the garbage as well. Jaru saying the crystals could be the thing causing insanity was so bad. Spamton went crazy after the phone call from Gaster. Yeah, so, like, I'll do a disclaimer quick, because chat surely got the it clearly has the Jaru fever at the moment. The main problems with the new Jaru video are the 2 additional assumptions that he tacks on, because, like, if you've seen it, like, or if you haven't seen it rather, basically the way he goes through is he takes 30, like, theories that his community came up with without any vetting, which is impressive. And well, the 4 main points of evidence are, like, the actual narration you get when you use the shadow crystals in the cyber world, the card kingdom, the light world in chapter 1 and chapter 2. But so the discussion for those is pretty decent. I think he handles that pretty well. But then he has these 2 other monolithic assumptions he makes, where the crystal's ability, whatever the crystals do, would have to give you an advantage in combat, and would have to have driven Spamton and Jevil insane. And there's been a lot of, I saw his comments, like, everyone was complaining about the combat effectiveness point. And I think that's for good reason, because that was only based on one line from Sham, which I'm not sure if I can quote it word for word, but an impressive feat to defeat one in possession of a shadow crystal. That was basically the quote. And so Sham is saying that it's impressive that you managed to defeat someone with a shadow crystal. Therefore, Jaru interpreted that as meaning the shadow crystals cause their bearers to be powerful. Whereas I think the much, more obvious interpretation is just that, or not more obvious, but the one that raises much fewer contradictions is like the shadow crystals manifest or come into the possession of or are generated by or whatever. The shadow crystals are caused by powerful beings rather than the other way around. And like most of the theories in that video, like a lot of otherwise decent ones were discarded because of this one very large and shaky assumption that he made, which was extremely dissonant because the 4 pieces of actual narration that you get from the shadow crystals, none of those visions would help you in combat at all. So it's like he was trying to look at these 4 pieces of evidence that clearly didn't give you an advantage in combat, and then also wanted the theories to spin the crystals in such a way that the visions give you an advantage in combat. So it's like necessarily almost it would have to be a contradiction. It was very strange. Anyway, that's enough talking about Jaru for now. That was basically just my main thoughts. The video's 2.5 hours long, so you'll have to watch it yourself if you want to get the full experience. Chant says, I don't like all the weird narrator power level stuff. You need some contrived plot reason why Spamton or whoever can usurp the narrator. What, does he have narrator tokens? I don't know what you're referring to there. Like, I'm not advocating for that at all. I don't think it really makes sense to consider like a character diegetically battling the narrator in the first place. I think I interpreted Spamton becoming the narrator, Jebel becoming the narrator briefly, as just evidence against the diegetic narrator, period. Because yeah, I don't want to have like narrator power level battles either. Okay, let me pour some tea real quick. That was about 5 minutes of the stream delay, was waiting for tea to boil, because it's necessary. Right. We're up to 150 viewers. Okay, not bad. Not bad at all. The stream is popping off. Okay, I'll get back to the comments. I've delayed long enough. I love that you used a scientific approach instead of cherry-picking data. You're my hero. I'm glad that I appealed to a demographic. What can I say? I make the theory videos that I want to see. I am somehow both shocked and entirely surprised to find that I am not the only person who has spent a distressing amount of time thinking about narrators of Toby's games. Yeah, there's got to be a few of us, right? If the Determinators did it, I'm sure other people have thought about this before. I'm a bit surprised that so many people were interested in the video in the first place, so there's clearly a market for this. Choice of music is stupendous. Good video, good editing, thank you. I do like making the playlists for this, actually. It's pretty fun going through all my my old favorites and ooh, this would be good here. I agree with the notion that Kara was the narrator in Undertale, but there was always some lines that contradicted this theory that bothered me, and honestly, I agree with you. Yep. I'm not sure if you've talked about this before. Chris already having their own save file. I forget if I ever mentioned that. I may have mentioned that in the first video, but maybe not. Yeah, Chris having their own save file in Chapter 1, the first time you go into the Dark World in Castletown, before you save for the first time, that save file is labeled with Chris's name, and it's you know, its time played is just like a bunch of dashes or something, which is cool. Some people, I think, interpret this as meaning that Chris has been to the Dark Worlds before, or has previously like been able to save and load the game. It sort of works as fuel for a time loop theory. My interpretation of that is mostly that it's mostly I need to stop saying mostly. It's like a more metaphorical thing to show that you are like overriding Chris's life, or like your save file is a very personal thing. At least it was an Undertale that was tied to your soul. So it's like if you, the player, have overwritten Chris's save file, that means you're like, you were very fundamentally overwriting them as a person, kind of, because if it was literally meant to be Chris, you know, going on adventures and saving the game prior, the time played would have been initialized. It would have had, like, you know, a number in it instead of just being all dashes, which sort of indicates that the save file was never used. It was just there initially. So random point, but okay. Onion-san's dialogue, or Chris having a negative experience around the bunker. Okay, this is just a bunch of other stuff that they want me to comment on. Onion-san's dialogue about hearing a song coming from the sea, which sounded like an old song, I think is the quote, something peculiar like that. I don't know what that means. It's spooky though. It's going to come back in future chapters. I think it relates to one bit of like river person dialogue from Undertale about like, can you hear the... I don't remember the quote exactly, but like maybe the river person referenced like a music coming from the water at some point. So yeah, I don't know, but that's mysterious, and I want to know what that becomes later. And Chris having a negative experience with the bunker, yeah. It's implied with Snowgrave calling Chris a wimp when Monster Kid brings... yeah, that's not just an... oh no, it's Snowdrake, sorry, I read that as Snowgrave. Yeah, when you meet, it's Snowdrake and Monster Kid outside the bunker in Chapter 2. They reference that, like Chris apparently was the source of the idea that it's scary inside. And also there's that story. What was that? Fuck me, I can't remember. Was that like when you're walking through the section with Noelle? That through, like, you know, it spells out December. Does she mention going to the bunker? I'm having like a brain fart for some reason. She mentions the woods behind the graveyard. Okay, so that's not necessarily the bunker. I may have gotten mixed up with some fan in there. Yeah, so maybe that's best left alone. We don't really know a lot about what happened to Chris at the bunker, but it's fuel for a lot of stuff, like, because the bunker makes the gaster noise. People can speculate about that's how Chris lost their soul, or how their soul was replaced with the player, or how they met like some entity like a gaster who could have replaced the soul, or the bunker's a dark world and Des got trapped in there. I mean, there's a million... I know all the theories about the bunker, but I just don't know how to weigh in on them one way or another, because they're all based on not a whole lot. If you've already answered these points, then I apologize. No, I haven't really discussed these, but the reason I haven't is just because I don't have a lot to say about them. There's not much evidence to dig into there. But they are definitely going to matter in the future, I think, is what we can be confident about. I will also ignore a brief section of your video that involves the words void and hornet. Yeah, continuing the trend of pissing off the Hollow Knight fan base with 3-word phrases. What's chat doing? Yeah, I think the woods behind the graveyard could refer to the bunker. Like, I think that makes sense somewhat, but doesn't have to be true. And I'm honestly scared of talking about that more, because like I'm remembering stuff that I think was like from a fan fiction or something, and I don't want to embarrass myself by confusing that for the lore. So we're not talking about that. It works better if Narrator is mind reading because they're only able to narrate in the first place because there's some sort of mental plane. You could make an argument that Kara can read minds because they're a ghost essence soul creature that's not defined in the canon, I guess. I'd rather not. Read the fanfiction on stream. I mean, I'm probably not going to do that, but it might be fun. I don't think streaming reading fanfiction is the thing unless it's, like, really bad. People make audio fics sometimes in, like, a recorded format. It'd be weird to live stream. Fanfic reading stream. I wonder how that would work, if there's any way to make a fanfic reading stream not a disaster. Other than reading, like, Sonic High School or something. Voice acted. Well, we'll have to sit on that one for a while. We'll have to sit on that idea, chat. I deeply believe the narrator is Chris themselves. Well, that's unfortunate, because I don't think that is true. The narrator is a plain, dark room with Toby, Kara, Chris, Gaster, Spamton standing around a microphone, taking turns on it like they could only afford one for their new podcast. Funny. What if there are multiple narrators? Question mark, exclamation mark. A crucial question. What if? I don't think there are. Like, if I'm gonna repeat myself a lot on this point, because it's gonna keep coming up, but like, do I want to keep repeating myself? Like, I've made my stance very clear on that. Is like, multiple narrators is nightmare mode for theory crafting and for Toby, and I don't see Toby putting enough consistency in currently for even one diegetic narrator, so. Me, it's Toby, yes. Many people, I think, did legitimately go into the video assuming it would just be like Toby or something and were validated, so that's good at least. Although again, I don't mean that the narrator is the annoying dog diegetically. I was just using that as a symbol for Toby, so hopefully I don't have to bust out the haunted castle meme again. Use the Epic of Gilgamesh voice? That's my normal voice. I think maybe pitched down like 10% for the first few words, but...
The Epic of Gilgamesh.
Right. I feel like the player is the narrator. Again, I don't remember writing any of these text boxes. I'm not sure what you quite realize what I'm referring to when I say the player here. Me watching him talk about the narrator breaks the fourth wall, knowing full well that Lancer did it too. I don't remember when Lancer breaks the fourth wall. I don't doubt that he did, though. Like, I don't think the fourth wall breaks are all meant to be taken seriously, because there are times when Toby just wants to do something really stupid and can't be bothered to make that consistent, and honestly, I can respect that. Like the annoying dog hitting you with a car. That didn't happen in canon, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, and unfortunately we don't have to think about this very hard if we don't have the narrator diegetic in the first place, but... someone with a similar train of thought. That's cool. What if, for one distinction between Chris, you, and the narrator... Wait. Between Chris and you and the narrator... Let me try again. Wait, if for one, maybe like for one, the distinction between the Chris, you, and the narrator is only made clearer the more Chris and us make choices one wouldn't make, such as the Snowgrave route. Otherwise, there's no... Okay, I know what this means. They're saying that, like, the difference between the narrator saying Chris and you will only become apparent if we have dissonant actions, such as the Snowgrave route. There's almost no telling when you or Chris are different because we embody Chris. Makes me question if it's possible the narrator couldn't be so fed up with either of us that it separates us. I mean, that's kind of beyond the point, but I mean, you could make this argument. You could say that we've only seen the tip of the iceberg as far as Chris being different than you, but I don't think increasing consistency of a pattern over time is a very good approach for that. What you'd want to do is have the narrator exclusively say you, and then maybe bring in its use of Chris only when you start doing this dissonant stuff, if that's what Toby was going for. Whereas currently we have most of the examples, like 4 out of the 5 examples, have nothing to do with the Snowgrave route, and the Snowgrave route just happens to be the one where it actually makes sense to differentiate them, which is not a good approach at all if Toby's just like going from inconsistency to consistency within a pattern, rather than only bringing in the pattern when necessary. Chat says, I like that idea, though it's almost completely impossible. A common sentiment. I think the player is the narrator theories don't literally mean we wrote the narration, which is obviously false, but the soul we control is a character that is also the narrator. Okay, in that case, I absolutely wouldn't call it the player as the narrator. It would be whatever that character is the narrator, because when you say the player in regards to Undertale and Deltarune, I think that it has a very specific meaning, because these games, they like to play with that notion. So that's perhaps a misunderstanding, but I don't think player is the narrator can refer to anything other than the person sitting at the computer playing the game. Kara was the diegetic player in Undertale. Well, that's that's very debatable. Kara discourse, it explodes pretty quickly once you start getting into stuff like that. Basically, you can either interpret Kara as a player metaphor stand-in or as a diegetic character, and they're written as one or the other depending on context, but you still, even if you gather all the evidence, you still end up with like 2 halves of the character that can't be combined and made consistent together. So it's not as simple as saying that Kara was just the player in Undertale, because they were also a character in the game before the game started, and appeared to act independently of you quite a lot of the time. The player is the narrator is true as long as Toby is playing Deltarune. That's very true. Okay. New comment. So at 10:30, I'm not sure what that's referring to, but we'll figure out through context. What if for one distinction between Chris... No, I read that already. Okay, never mind. Next comment. My own personal theory is that Chris was the narrator and you was referring to the soul of the player. Well, thankfully I addressed that in the video, and I don't need to respond to it again. I replied to this one. Interesting. Good video, but while I agree that currently it makes the most sense to go with the narrator being non-diegetic, I don't think we can dismiss Kara being the narrator to the degree that you seem to do. All the points I'm going to mention assume Kara is the narrator in Undertale, because we seem to agree on that, and that's the reason we even think about the possibility of a character being the narrator. I think I remember this one. Yes, okay, this one made a big, weird assumption. This is quite long. But essentially the flaw here is this. Literally assuming that, not even just believing in like Narrator as in like, okay, the evidence is decent, but like taking Narrator as an axiom and then using it to like leverage other points. And we'll get into that, I guess, as we read through it here. Reading minds. In neutral and pacifist run, one of Undyne's battle dialogue. Yeah, okay. It says Undyne is thinking of her friend. That's a piece of flavor text from Undyne's battle in Undertale, which is a single instant, but it still shows that Kara can potentially read minds. This is the same as I brought up. This is an example I didn't use, but I brought up a bunch of examples of mind reading in the Undertale narration. What I was bringing it up for was counter evidence against Narrator. What this person has done is take Narrator as the ground assumption and gone that, okay, since we know that Kara is the narrator, and we know that the narrator reads minds, then that just means that Kara can read minds. Ignoring the fact that this pokes a hole in the first place in the idea that Kara is the narrator. This is the problem with this assumption, is that this is, you need this piece of evidence to go into the argument in the first place to get here, but if you assume this, then you can use that to like retroactively prove that Kara can read minds, which is completely backwards logic. Weird knowledge. This one, okay, I don't think we're getting stats from checking the enemies comes from Kara's knowledge from the underground. Okay, this is, we've seen this before, so like you have to ask Glide for their stats, and they can just not reply. Knowing the stats is a form of meta ability similar to our saving and reloading, which some monsters can just say no. I mean, that's the opposite of a meta ability. If you have to literally ask the monsters for their stats, and that's purely diegetic and has nothing to do with like meta stuff. I think the alternative is that it would be like a meta ability if you can just know the character's stats, like in an RPG. I doubt Kara knew almost every monster we encounter. Like, so this is arguing essentially that Kara is the narrator in Deltarune, as I understand it. I don't see what point this is making, though. Like, they're saying that Kara just has the ability to determine stats. Like, I wasn't arguing against that, but like they're arguing against my piece of evidence and providing their own, which, I mean, fundamentally we're still agreeing on the point that Kara could diegetically know the stats of the monsters, except that we just mutually disagree on what piece of evidence should be used to show that. The player's POV, one point you agree with, it seems to go against Kara being the narrator. I tried to look for instances where Kara lacks knowledge and that Frisk would have, and while there are 2 or 3 moments where I could argue that, they would be a stretch. Yes, also the description of the bandage says that it has already been used several times, which is something only Frisk should know. That's true. Even if the bandage looks old, it should say something like, it looks like it has been used several times. Okay. I will add, however, that there are only very few moments in Undertale where Frisk would know something that Kara shouldn't, so while this may be an explanation, while this is explainable, it goes against Kara being in Deltarune as the narrator. I don't see how this is really relevant. I mean, Kara having access to Frisk's knowledge is understandable if we assume that they're sharing like a soul or something like that. I think it's usually sort of taken for granted in these Narrator ideas that like Kara and Frisk are like sharing a consciousness somehow. But this is essentially just saying that there's no precedent in Undertale for the narrator limiting itself to what the player should know rather than what Frisk or Kara would know, which is ultimately in agreement with what I said. The fourth wall, the narrator in Undertale doesn't give us any control tutorials or references to Undertale. Being a video game, Kara is the only one who definitively speaks directly to the player. Yeah, this was a contentious point in that diagram at the end when I gave final verdicts, quote-unquote, on all the characters' viability with the axioms. People say that, yes, Kara can break the fourth wall. There's the whole genocide monologue that's obviously through the fourth wall. And honestly, that's a pretty good point. Again, I have to mention that whole grid diagram that I made, where you had the characters on top and the axioms on the left, and I colored in the cells, that was essentially, I was making that after I decided that there was already no case I could make for any of the characters being the narrator, because it was way too inconsistent anyway, so I essentially made that diagram as a gag and went like way more specific than I was willing to like actually think about for very long. So the fact that some of those individual points were shaky, yeah, you've got a good point. I think you could argue that Kara can break the fourth wall. My problem is that I tend to like dissociate post-genocide monologue Kira from like everything else about Kira, which is my own problem more than anything. Becoming spammed when checking the Reaper bird, it gives you glitched text, so there's precedent for that. There's also the possibility that Kira is kind of memeing them. They similar to how they fanboy about Undyne and get excited about the god of hyperdeath. I don't see why you would be fanboying or fangirling for a weird man in an alley that you just saw crawl out of a dumpster and have never met before. So that doesn't make sense diegetically. But again, this is a case of using what could potentially be counter-evidence against Narrator, the fact that the narration text glitches out in some of the Amalgamate fights, and working backwards, assuming that Narrator is absolute truth, and saying that because of this, we know that Kara has the ability to be glitchy in some cases, which I think is, again, completely backwards. Overrules the player. I can't remember any instances of a text box being used to stop the player in the genocide run. Kara acts on their own plenty of times, and when they don't want you to destroy the world, Kara does it anyway. I would assume that this is a plus point for Kara. That was a debatable point for Kara, because you can actually argue about how much control Kara has at any given moment in Undertale. The only time, like, we see Frisk move sometimes in cutscenes without our input, but the only time we're ever, like, actually contradicted by Kara is, again, in that post-genocide monologue scene where they attack us. The rest of the time, they're still helpless to override you. So I think, like, for the most part, being able to overpower the player is not a trait you would associate with Kara. Especially not for, like, petty things, like reading some news bulletin on the wall. Sorry, I was coughing there. But I think I even flagged that point as, like, one of those yellow neutral face, because I couldn't decide whether it was good counter-evidence or not. Again, I agree that for now we should act like the narrator is a normal part of the game, i.e. not diegetic, but I'm going to keep Karanera, okay, in the back of my mind, because there's enough reason for it to be a realistic theory. I hope you read this, because I would love to have a conversation about Deltarune with someone who spends too much time thinking about the game like me. Well, there, I've read it. I replied earlier. I think I was quite harsh, because I got triggered by this, like, really, like, backwards assumption, like, the use of, like, Narrator as an axiom that justifies counter-evidence as just being a superpower that Kara has. Like, there was some good points in here, too, though. But ultimately, I still don't think there's a very good case for Kara being the narrator in Deltarune. Let's read the reply here, to be fair. I haven't seen this yet. As I said, it entirely depends on Kara being the narrator in Undertale. If Kara isn't the narrator in Undertale, there's no way they're the narrator in Deltarune. But if you do believe that Kara being the narrator in Undertale, then that must come with the concession that Kara can do stuff like mind reading. Unless you're saying Toby made mistakes. I am literally saying that. So, okay, for one, it's not a binary thing. They're saying that I seem to believe that Narrator is true. I believe that Narrator is an interpretation that fixes more problems in Undertale than it creates. But I never denied that it creates inconsistencies, and I absolutely don't think that the solution to these inconsistencies is to give Kara bizarre, nonsensical powers that don't make sense. I think it's, rather than sacrificing, like, the logic of, like, Kara can read minds for no reason, we sacrifice Toby's ability to be perfect, if anything. Or we concede that Toby maybe had the idea of Narrator as, like, a last-minute thought and didn't fully, like, do a full pass of the script to make it true again. I don't know. You can make various interpretations of how true Narrator is, but I do not believe in it axiomatically, for sure. I think if we try to use, I said previous stream, if it comes down to like, if something about like proving that Deltarune doesn't have a diegetic narrator ends up contradicting with Narrator, then Narrator has to take the L, because it's never been bulletproof. And if you do make that concession, then most points you list against Kara go away. Yeah, exactly. I think I've given my response, basically. I believe very strongly in Kara being the narrator in Undertale. Because of that, I think it's possible for Kara is the narrator in Deltarune. Yeah, like, I believe in Narrator in the extent that, like, it's better than most alternatives, but it's also, like, it's not just true. It'll never just be true. There will always be these inconsistencies, because I think fundamentally, I believe at this point, and I've believed for a very long time, that there is no way without, unless Toby like retcons it in Deltarune, there is no way to have a completely consistent interpretation of Kara and Undertale. I think they are just fundamentally not a completely bulletproof, sensical character. I think that they're just a little bit, the execution was just actually botched a little bit. Okay, that was a long one. Let's look at chat. Okay. I don't understand what chat is saying. People watched like one of those Undertale Easter egg callback compilations and assumed Undertale is perfect fiction and Toby can make no mistakes. That's an interesting trend, is that the more you look into Undertale, I mean, when you start looking into Undertale, and I guess Deltarune 2 by extension, but mostly Undertale, you start seeing all these crazy double entendres and long-term foreshadowing and callbacks that Toby's put into the game, and you get really, really impressed, and that is legitimate reaction. Like, Undertale is very impressive in how well it creates these, like all these pieces of dialogue have double meanings that you don't understand till later, and there's all this crazy foreshadowing, and it's all thought through very well overall. But if you look into it even further, you start noticing the points that just don't make sense no matter what, like how much of an asspull the essence lore is for how Asriel got resurrected, how the two, like, the genocide route Kara and pacifist route Kara, or just Kara's backstory in general, don't seem to make sense together. So there are flaws. Like, there is both very impressively written game, and also there are flaws. They're not mutually exclusive. Toby isn't perfect, he invented Jerry. Yes. Having a single easy-to-miss book have incredible plot relevance. Yeah. Referring to the essence lore, of course. And even if you read the book, you probably still wouldn't understand how the fuck it makes sense overall, without exhausting every other possibility. I haven't been here for too long. Have you talked about the theory that the Dark Worlds being a bunch of toys in the closet and how that relates to Chris being the narrator? I mean, the Dark Worlds are a bunch of toys in the closet or the classroom. I think that's pretty clear by now. If you want my take on that in a longer form, the first video I made on Deltarune lore, the determination video, I give a kind of a robust, or not robust, but like, you know, an extensive take on that at the end there. I'd encourage you to watch that if you want to know more. I don't think that has any relevance to Chris being the narrator, though, unless you're going for like some weird Matt Pat they're playing D&D idea, which I've never had any I've never put any stock in that, really. Okay, moving on with comments. I think it makes sense to interpret the narrator as something like the inner monologue of the player, as in the actual in-universe entity tethered to or manipulating Chris, separate from the human playing the game. So, okay, good that they're making the distinction here. Again, that's I absolutely wouldn't refer to that as the player. That is just whatever that character is called. I don't think that is the case either. I think that's unnecessarily complicated to have us playing as a character who is the soul who is possessing Chris. I think that just dilutes any kind of commentary that Toby's creating with like the player and the protagonist, what their relationship is if you have a third random player character. That was one of the problems with that one theory that Jaru did about how the soul controlling Chris was actually Asriel's soul, and you were playing as Asriel as the protagonist. There were a lot of issues I had with that. But this is one of them, is that it's just unnecessarily complicated and dilutes the thematic aspect of that. Admittedly, part of this is for meta reasons. I find Narrator too convincing to have been unintentional, and after pulling off something like that, it's hard to believe Narrator as character wouldn't be on his mind. Also, the player is by necessity a diegetic entity, even if the ultimate in-universe explanation is as lazy and meta as it's the person playing a video game. I don't think that's lazy at all. I mean, that's... what else would it be? I think that my personal favorite way to interpret... well, I can speak of Undertale at least, because that's like a finished game, but I think Undertale is meant to be... like a universe that is its own universe and exists and isn't meant to be like literally a game, but also just happens to have properties that are identical to what you would expect in a video game. So they're like, there just is a player who has an effect on like maybe a protagonist character. There is saving and loading, and some of the characters have to come to terms with this as they, you know, like Sans and stuff have to realize these things. And that's interesting to me, so. I think there's always an idea of a player being a diegetic presence, and that player is necessarily you playing the game, because it can choose to do things we IRL meatmen don't want it to do, like fall asleep during class or turn yellow. I don't think this is like chalking up the times that Chris does something that we don't necessarily call for. I think you can either chalk that up to Chris or just Toby being contrived to keep the game on rails. Ideally, you would be able to chalk it up to Chris having some limited control. Or turning yellow. I don't see why people care about this so much. Like, the soul just turning yellow is like a gameplay abstraction of some sort. I don't... like... You could say that it doesn't really make sense, because in Undertale that had a diegetic explanation, like Alphys gave you a phone that somehow let you do that. But I'm not actually concerned about this. Like, if Toby just wanted to have another yellow soul battle, I'm not going to hold that against him as like, why didn't you explain this in universe, Toby? Maybe it'll come back, but I wouldn't bet on it. The narration, literally diegetic or not, is the closest thing we have to the player's perspective. Again, I'm not following. Like, the player, as this person is considering, is basically just the same as Chris. It's the soul inside Chris. Actions we could attribute to Chris, we could instead attribute to the soul. I think we are just the soul. I don't think it's necessary to have a third. You could even say a third entity in there to act as a medium. Anyway, if we assume this is true, and then interpret your narrator axioms and their seeming contradictions as intended to inform us about the player's nature, I think we learn some interesting things. The player's a mind reader. The player is LARPing as Chris. Okay, this has gone down, not an ideal direction, I think. Like, I don't see why this player has to exist is the problem. They're saying, okay, if we assume this player exists, then they have all these weird and wacky properties. Isn't it weird that they can read minds? And that, you know, but, like, I don't see any particular reason or evidence why this hypothetical player character exists in the first place. I guess I can look at this quickly. No grave scene where Noelle thinks about zapping Chris. Yeah, like we know the narrator can read minds. That's a new piece of evidence that I didn't include in the video. The player can also switch who it commands on a dime. See any battle with party members. Again, this is like you could make the same argument for it's just you, the player. We can see the character's thoughts because we can also control them in battles. If you want to make that argument, the presence of like an intermediary third entity to be the player is completely like superfluous here still. And just makes it weirder that you would have an in-universe character who can read minds. This explains all the check info by searching their minds, and also Spamton. I mean, like, yes, it explains it. The point of this is like, okay, never mind. The player is LARPing as Chris. It thinks of Chris the same way as a typical video game player thinks about their avatar. Again, this makes no sense to me. Like, this is us. This is how we think. Why does there need to be an in-universe character that just mirrors that, but is also us? It's like a totally unnecessary step. The player knows Chris is technically a separate entity, but ignores this distinction most of the time out of convenience. Probably, okay, worth pointing out as a literal trait of an in-universe character, separate from the story's meta-commentary. That's still part of the meta-commentary. Like, even if this was a character in-universe that had the same mindset as the player and also was controlled by the player, there's still no reason for that to happen other than meta-commentary. Like, making something diegetic does not separate it from meta-commentary, I think is worth pointing out. This is the best explanation for you versus Chris inconsistency. I'll refer to Chris by name when being hosted by someone else. When Chris and Rousey are to the party and you would refer to Susie. When Chris and Rousey are out of the party and you would refer to Susie. What? Or using items where you could be any one of the party members. Or when Chris acts separate. Like, this is a different reason given for every instance of you, which is, that's not helping the consistency problem at all. I don't think any of these are, I don't even understand what these mean. It'll refer to Chris by name when being hosted by someone else. When Chris and Rousey are out of the party, it doesn't, I don't think it ever refers to Chris by name when you're in like a Susie segment. That never actually happens. Like I think this might be referring to like when Chris and Rousey join the party, that's an instance of the narrator using Chris's name, but Susie isn't even on screen then. Or using items where you could be any of the party members. I mean, but the game could easily determine who that would be. I think the reason this happens actually is that it's literally a script in the game that just doesn't account for who uses the item. But or no, like, what am I trying to say? Like, if there was a script in the game that goes through, it's like, okay, who's using the item? It just fills in the blank with the character's name. And in this case, it says Chris instead of you. Like, the game already checks for who's using the item. So it's not like it doesn't know. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Sorry, I kind of butchered that, trying to articulate it. So that doesn't really matter. Or, I mean, this is the one time it does make sense. But, like, these aren't really very good explanations anyway. The player is, in general, a kind of casual and lazy and not trying that hard. It's not reading intricate lore videos, it's just along for the ride. It isn't reading everyone's minds. It doesn't even think to check if Chris knows who the reindeer monster is. I don't know. I don't see why any of this has to be the case. It's just like, why is any of this necessary at all? We're trying to construct, essentially, an in-universe disembodied character that has all the traits of the narrator. So it's essentially like an unknown character that we're building here. But it's also the soul inside Chris, which I don't even see how that's related. And it also means that we are not the soul inside Chris, which I think is by far the most obvious explanation. So I'm not on board with that line of reasoning there. Another long one. Look at chat quick. I think the problem with these long ones is that I end up going on about them for so long that chat just starts shit posting to entertain itself, and there's nothing to like read when I look back at it. So everything's just like the narrator is trashy or something. I just blacked out for 2 minutes while you read that, working as intended. The narrator is James May. The narrator is the knight. Music is off. There we go. Finally, a pragmatic chat message. Onto Omori Lo-Fi. Someone asked me to link the playlist of the stream music in the description, and I did so. And I think it leads to the playlist, but someone seemed to indicate that it didn't, although I think they may have just been confused. Anyway. Omori Lo-Fi is classic, yes. Okay, where was I? How did I get the data mine strings? It was some post on Reddit. I just searched like Deltarune string dump or data mine strings. Some person on Reddit just had a link to it, and I downloaded a file, so I don't think I could point you directly back to it. Unfortunately, I forget the link. The narrator could just be a dog behind the screen. Okay, I'm sure it's adult Chris or something. What? If Chris was writing a video game about his fictional story. Okay. That's a very freestanding headcanon there. You should check Spamton Rap by Keyblade. Alright, I'll put that on my list. Okay, next comment. Theorizing on Deltarune is enough people to rein in the hate on. I'll read that again. Theorizing on Deltarune is enough people to rein in the hate on. What does that mean? Do we really need to provoke the fandom that shall not be named? I don't... What is that referring to? It's a joke. I have to find out what this is referring to. Of the bracketed text. Hornet is void. Why is Hollow Knight fandom the fandom that will not be named? Why so much drama? I don't get it. I've never heard anything bad about the Hollow Knight fandom. Okay. I'm going to go into this theory with Jaru's theory in mind and see if the analysis lines up. Oh, I think I know why I replied to this. Because that's going to be an experience if you do that. I've been generally accepting his theories, but I want to see what stuff counters his. Looking forward to watching this. I'll probably edit this comment when I'm done later. Well, either fortunately or unfortunately for this individual, my videos haven't really overlapped very much with Jaru's so far. I guess, wait, Jaru did do a video called, like, What is Chris, right? But even then, I'm not sure I watched that one, or if it actually overlapped that much in the end. But that would be an interesting experiment, because most of Jaru's takes, as it works out, I, like, tend to strongly disagree with, who are like diametric poles of a magnet. But I wonder how much of that is apparent from just watching the videos. Anyway, I wish this person luck in their quest to compare and contrast. I haven't made it too far into the video, but from the examples shown, it looks like the bracketed text / non-bracketed text sort of works like cause and effect. Bracket lore, everybody, get ready. Bracketed text is used for your actions and what you do, while non-bracketed text seems to be used with what happens as an effect of your actions and the environment. Okay, this is an idea I had earlier, which I didn't even get to do on the previous stream, of just taking someone's bracket theory, because there are a few of these in the comments, and testing it live. I don't have any like Mediton game show music to play, but just pretend that's playing in the background. Let's try something here. Hang on a sec. I'm improvising. Really, I can't find WordPad. God damn it. Okay, let's try this. This might work. If I just slap that there, expand dong this. I think this will stay on screen. Okay, that's our reference. So bracketed text is for your actions, while non-bracketed text is used with an effect of your actions. So cause and effect. Bracketed is cause, non-bracketed is effect. So let's just go through and see what we get. Okay, so the first non-bracketed narration. Coupons, this is just description, so this can't be qualified as either. It's a beautiful day outside, clothes drawer, so it's like NA for all. Okay, bracketed text, it's your bed. If you go back to sleep, you may miss important things. So bracketed is for your actions. I mean, do we interpret this as an action? If you go to sleep, you may miss important things. This contains cause and effect. And if we consider it to have like neither, then why is it being differentiated from the previous ones that were also neither cause nor effect? But when you opened your eyes, is this cause or effect? I don't know. It's staying description, 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 description. They're all description. Okay, this is you looked inside. So this, again, contains both cause and effect, but this is not bracketed, whereas the previous one was bracketed. You can see how this goes, right? You take a random bracket theory and you start going through, and I've only been 17 text boxes in, and we already have no evidence for their theory. And if anything, contradictions in it. It's a toilet. Flush it. So this is an action. Oh, I lost the statement of the theory. Where'd it go? We need that. It's a toilet. Flush it. So bracketed is an action. This one lines up. Congrats, you did it. You flushed it, so this is the effect. It's also bracketed, does not line up. Okay, I don't think we need to continue this for much more. It's clearly not working at all. So if you apply that general approach to any bracket theory, you will generally find it runs out of steam within like the first 20 text boxes, let alone 600. Chat says, I think Toby sometimes thinks that brackets are necessary, but doesn't check with other brackets, so it becomes meaningless. My personal headcanon for the brackets is that it's literally like an impulsive gut feeling, just whether or not Toby types it with brackets. I think like he has a general, like a vague idea in the back of his mind that the narration should be bracketed, but sometimes he either just forgets or isn't feeling it, and he just never bothers to like do a pass of the script and make it consistent because it doesn't matter to him. I am well beyond any of these potential explanations at this point. They're all very weak sauce. And also, what's the point of making this distinction? I didn't even get into that. Why the fuck would you have an aspect of your game devoted toward a completely arbitrary distinction that doesn't matter at all? It's very pointless. What if the narrator is a character, but it's originally a Deltarune character? Oh, you just mean a character we haven't seen before. I mean, that's like, yeah, what if, but I can't discuss that at all, really. Even then, that'd have to be a pretty fucking weird character to match all of the information we have so far. Next comment. You say Toby Fox is the narrator, and to be honest, I think that is entirely possible. I feel like what the Knight is doing is telling characters that they are part of a game, and that will end at some point, and that it will all end at some point, and nothing ever matters to them. Okay. They will always have a limited number of actions based on the code and won't truly be free. So that's interesting. It's also so far disconnected to the narrator, but I'm assuming they're going somewhere with this. Jevil hears this and goes mental, just doing whatever the fuck he wants. Yep, Spamton tries to find a way to exert some control, losing a string, so to speak. I think that is a pretty valid interpretation of Spamton's like puppet metaphor, is being like a pre-written NPC. You could take it in that direction. What is stuff Jevil talks about? Like, he goes on about being, I mean, he acknowledges that the battle is like a numbers game, which is a reference to like the Undertale instructions page, where it's like if your HP reaches 0, you lose. That's kind of a reference to like the gaminess. He believes that everyone is imprisoned except for himself. I don't know if that's like specifically pertains to like everyone is trapped within this this contrived reality where they have no free will, but maybe you could argue for that. So there's potential to this interpretation, a little bit. In Undertale, Toby explores how the player essentially has control over the timeline, but at the end of the day, everyone in Undertale is limited to certain actions. Even the player is ultimately limited to certain actions. I don't think this was ever a point of Undertale. This was like a necessary limitation of Undertale, but I think, like, ideally, if Toby was like an infinitely powerful god, he would have made a game where everyone was limited except for you as the player, because that's just what makes sense. Although the player can control their save data to avoid the genocide soul getting, giving your soul to carry, you can reverse that if you edit your save file. Toby determines what can and can't be done. He determines when the story ends and what people can say. Ultimately, he has full control, and everyone else, including the player, is limited to what he allows. Regardless of whether the rest is true, I do think the Knight is making people aware they are in the game and lack true freedom. Okay, so this was literally just a completely disconnected theory that had nothing to do with the narrator. It's not a bad take. It's like an interesting take, but it kind of got debated there. I'm not sure what to think about this idea of like even the player being limited. Like, because that's being lampshaded in Deltarune, supposedly. Your choices don't matter. In Undertale, the point, it was part of like the marketing of that game, was that you did have a choice. Like, there was meaningful morality decisions to be made. I think like you can't ultimately make a game without constraining the player, because games are finite. It's a contrivance. You have to make the player believe that they're in control when obviously they're not. I don't think Undertale was trying to lampshade this as much, whereas Deltarune maybe is. The rest of this, I think, is absolutely true, is that like the in-game characters only have a limited autonomy. And Flowey realizes this after, you know, resetting a bunch of times. He begins to view the world as a video game because he sees like the deterministic patterns and everything. But yeah, I just don't know how I feel about it. I don't see any point to like using Undertale as a commentary on how the player is limited to Toby's selection of actions. I don't think that was like necessarily intentional. Anyway. Chad is talking about a lot of songs have rhythm, but only a few have the actual note intervals of Gaster's theme. We're talking about Gaster's theme. That's always exciting. I like to see that. I mean, the rhythm of Gaster's theme is straight eighth notes, so that's like a lot of sprites contain the color white. That's about as specific of an observation as a song containing like straight eighth notes. What about the world revolving theme? Yeah, world revolving is, I think, you can make a case that it elaborates on Gaster's theme, or that it quotes it. I don't want to get drawn too much into talking about like Gaster's theme again. I think I did that last stream, because I can't even play the piano without turning off the noise suppression anyway, so let's not get into that too much. Language has words and Gaster uses words, therefore he is the knight. Yeah. Like, that's a joke, but literally saying that something that has the same rhythm as Gaster's theme is on that level. Just to be clear. But not the notes at the same time. Yeah, that's what I mean. Gaster's theme is so simple it could be anywhere, and yet is so simple it's nowhere meaningless. That is only partially true, because a lot of things people quote as Gaster's theme just aren't. They're just arpeggios, which are so simple that they're literally everywhere and are meaningless. But Gaster's theme is a little bit unique. It has a specific interval pattern, and there's only like a handful of songs you can actually point it out in. So I think a lot of the perception that Gaster's theme is just a meme and that it's omnipresent and is completely meaningless because it's so simple is a bit misinformed, because it comes from people pointing out examples that literally aren't even Gaster's theme in the first place. And of course, if you do that, then it's going to be meaningless because it's everywhere, because you're not even able to identify it correctly. But do languages have any combat applications? Yeah. Reference to the Jaru video, of course. I only hear it in the song that might play when you fight Sans and the Scarlet Forest. Scarlet Forest definitely has it. The song that might play when you fight Sans, I think people refer to, there's like this little diddly bit in the background. I haven't like analyzed whether it's identical, but like I know what you mean. There's a chance that that is actually Gaster's theme being quoted. Darkness Falls might have it. Yeah, I haven't gone over the... Oh, Jaru's here. There's Jaru. Sorry, Jaru. I can't control the proliferation of your own memes in my chat. It happens naturally. Yeah, I've made a brief pass actually before I even made my first video. I think that was like after chapter 1 came out. I just made a spreadsheet of like my own personal like leitmotif chart, and it wasn't. Oh, I'm getting distracted. Thank you, chat, for getting me back. Good point. Too distracted. Let's get back to the comments. Okay. I have a crazy thought. Wait, do I have a crazy thought? I don't know. Does Bruno Mars is gay? What if it's not either, but all? Gaster, Chris, and Kara are all narrators. Okay, we know it. We know my idea about multiple narrators. There's no evidence supporting this. Yeah. Okay. We're fine. What if the narrator only says you if Chris doesn't want to do the action that you are forcing them to do? In that case, there's only 5 times in the whole game where Chris... Oh wait, no. What if the narrator... If Chris doesn't want to do the action... Okay, so what I meant to say, there's only 5 times in the whole game that Chris does agree with what you're doing, and they include acting in Jevel's fight, but in no other fight in the game, calling for help in the Snowgrave, which I guess makes sense, using an item in battle, and joining the party with Ralsei, but every single other thing Chris has not wanted to do. It doesn't seem defensible. I mean, let's look through real quick. Let's try to find some really innocuous examples of you narration. Oh, I think eating all the moss is you. So if we accept that, then we have to acknowledge that Chris actually hates moss and would never eat it if not for the player's influence. You told Susie to compliment. Can I search this? You told Ralse, you ate the moss. Where will you ride the elevator? Chris does not want to ride an elevator. Chris does not want to give commands to the party. Chris does not actually know how to flirt. Maybe that actually does work in context. It's not your bed, not the player's bed. You dropped the manual. Maybe there's a case for that. You put the door key in front of the door. Chris doesn't want to do that. Your will is changing. This is a pretty decent one to contradict it, actually. People say that you has to be referring to the player. Like, these aren't abilities inherent to me, I hope. These are, like, Chris's things. So, yeah, we don't need to go through this for, like, the whole document, but it's worth pointing out the kind of thought process you would use to contradict all these sort of spitballed ideas about, like, what does the you distinction mean, what does the brackets mean. Dancing Mad was perfect, thank you. Hearing Outer Wilds music. Yes, I like Outer Wilds. It's Ebai. Who is that?
That's a bit odd. I just spent all that time.
Oh, this guy. I just know him. It took me a while to find what this meme was even called. Yeah, I think this guy, it's like some Greek guy who does have a name, but I forget it. I have no idea who he is. What chat doing? Jaru's in chat now. That's always exciting. Our Discord server did another watch party for your Shadow Crystal videos yesterday. We got like 40 people in chat. We maxed out the Discord chat. They're very popular. Little Chromie says, people seem to misunderstand the purpose of this channel's theories. Your whole shtick is analyzing what information we have and cross-referencing it to determine what is and what isn't likely. Maybe that's true. I think a lot of the comments just don't feel obligated to really support their claims, which is, I mean, how much can you expect from randos on YouTube comments? I don't hold comments to any standards. I think you can just expect random takes that aren't supported. I don't think that's like, you can hold that against someone. Yeah, ideally what I would want people to discuss in a perfect world is like going after pieces of evidence and, like, you know, the meaty stuff. I think most people are theory crafting for fun. Pure, wouldn't it be cool? Yeah, I mean, that's what I assume is most people's approach, if they're not like a weird psychopath like I am. I don't pretend that approaching these games with like this really analytical mindset is the only correct way, or even like the most natural way to do it, but it's just what I enjoy. I like treating these games like I'm like a Franciscan monk in the Middle Ages who's like trying to analyze the Bible to find out if he's going to go to hell or not. Like, you want that level of stakes. You got to take it really seriously. I am insane. Have I heard of an AU called Glitch Tale? It's really bad. That was part of the quote, by the way. I do know Glitch Tale. I've never really watched it. I'm not really interested in, well, most AUs for one, but also like combat-focused AUs. I'm very much don't really care about. I'm impressed that it's been going for so long, though. Like, it's been going for years. Streamer doesn't like theory crafting. Deltarune fake fan. I just don't know exactly what people have their own personal definitions of theory crafting. Is the issue there. Did you ever go over the Japanese text differences? I don't speak Japanese. No, I didn't do that because I can't, unfortunately. To be honest, all Deltarune AUs are bad, or Undertale. That's like your opinion, man. I'm sure some of them are good. Even if you're like a really weird curmudgeon like I am, even I have a couple ones that I'm like, yeah, that's the good stuff. There's a couple out there for you. When did AU supplant fanfiction? Am I old? They're different terms. Like, fanfiction doesn't have to be an alternate universe. You can write canon-compliant fanfiction, but the AUs, people just seem to like better, what people prefer doing, rather than staying within the canon, is to just extrapolate and make changes to it. So, that's the difference. As a person who has worked on an FNF mod, I also hate FNF. I don't know why I read that, that's completely irrelevant, but cool. Making an AU before the game is finished is kind of dumb. To be fair, when we only had one chapter, you sort of had to make an AU to even do anything that resembled fan fiction, because otherwise it's like you didn't even know what was going on. So if you tried to make a canon-compliant fic back then, it would either be like, just like, you know, looking into the backstory of one of the characters, maybe doing a bit of extrapolation, or you would have to just take a wild guess as to what direction the game was going, and implicitly make an AU by accident.
I used to be a Glitch Tale fan like you, then I took an analysis to the knee.
I feel like Deltarune is purposefully created to be like AU fanfiction. I don't disagree. That was my first impulse when I saw Deltarune, is like, Toby's finally snapped. He's just made his own Undertale AU. He's lost it. And I think there still might be an element of that, like an element of truth to that. Even if it doesn't really make sense to call like a developer's own continuation of a story in AU as like implicitly fan fiction. Okay. Chat has calmed down. I wanted to engage in that conversation about AUs for a bit. That seemed like an interesting thing to talk about. But yeah, okay, more comments. Ebi, Hornet is void hit me out of nowhere. I'm glad that upset so many people. You kind of just gloss over Chris being the only one who could have plugged in the TV instead of focusing on it being evidence. What do you mean? However, we do not see what Chris does after they wake up to eat some pie. They would have no reason to plug in the TV while having a midnight snack, since Toriel sleeps directly next to the TV in her chair. I don't think... Okay, for there's a full response to this coming, but this particular point, I'm pretty sure Toriel has a bedroom. She only sleeps in the chair to hang out with Susie and Chris because they're having a sleepover. That was a one-time thing. Like, I don't think Toriel just doesn't have a bed. Toriel's the most likely candidate for having turned on the TV. The problem with this is, why would Toriel do it? You're saying it doesn't make sense for Chris to do it. Why? Like, we don't know exactly why Chris did it, but Chris is the only one who could have done it for a plot-relevant reason. Whereas Toriel, for Toriel to have plugged in the TV, that would mean that when the TV is, like, specifically listed as dusty and, like, no one uses it anymore. So Toriel doesn't habitually watch the TV, neither does Chris. It's been unused for a long time. Toriel would have to have done this, like, after... either like in the morning before Chris was awake, or like after Chris went to bed for some reason. For no reason, I should specify. There's no particular reason why Toriel would do that. Whereas Chris, we see Chris at the end of chapter 2 use the TV being on as part of the weird ritual around opening the fountain. So we don't know why the TV had to be involved, but we know that Chris had a reason to turn it on, and that's the implication, is that, like, they're the only one person in the house besides Toriel who, like, why would that be a thing? Why would that be a plot point that the TV mysteriously was plugged in if it's just Toriel did it for no reason? That's an incredibly, like, I don't know, it's just not a good take. I think the unbracketed text is an observable description. Okay, we got more bracket theories incoming. Okay, bracketed text is an observable description or an assumption. Okay. While bracketed text is omniscient narration, referring to the point of view Chris has. All right, let's test it. I'm keen on this one. So we have unbracketed means that Chris can directly observe it in universe, whereas the non-bracketed text, or no, the hardest part is keeping remembering which one is which. Unbracketed means Chris can observe it. Bracketed means the narrator has to use an omniscient viewpoint to discern the information. So unbracketed means Chris can observe it. Let's test that. I'll start at a random point, or maybe just at the beginning again. Okay, Chris can tell that the drawer is empty. There's a shirt. Yep, this is all pretty easy to discern. This one works. This is kind of meta knowledge. This is related to the previous one, so I guess we can lump it in. It's stained. There's a few crashes. Yep. This one's a bit questionable, but yeah, Chris is just seeing the reflection. It's a toilet. This doesn't have to be omniscient, although maybe it's because it's asking you a question. We can consider that different. You flush the toilet is related to this one, so we can lump it in. There's shampoo. That's observational. This doesn't have to be omniscient. Chris would be aware of that. This is just reading a poster on the wall. There's no reason that's omniscient. This shouldn't have been included anyway, by the way. If I had to make this again, I would have left out anything that's a direct quote. Because that's it's not really the narrator being itself. It's just, reading something. And I tried to ignore these mostly. You drink water, that's not omniscient. There's something glowing, that's not omniscient. It looks like a shop. That's, if anything, explicitly using Chris's perspective, because it's uncertain. Yeah, this falls apart immediately. As soon as you start getting into text that actually has brackets, it falls apart immediately. So, another one bites the dust, I guess. Your videos are good. Thank you. What's chat doing? What if there's a giant toilet in Chapter 3 in the bathroom when the house is a dark world? Well, there was already a giant toilet in Chapter 2 for no particular reason, so why not? Diegetic narrators are more common than you think. The ones that speak in first person. I mean, obviously, if something is in first person, the narrator is whoever is, in the story. This is the second person, though. That was sort of implicit. In fact, if we do have first-person narration, that's a very telltale clue that it is diegetic. I mean, look at the examples from Undertale. It's me, my shirt, my drawing. It's not my shirt, my bed, I mean. It's me, Kara. That's all first person, so it's obviously, okay, that's Kara. There's only one thing that you could squint at and say is first-person narration in Deltarune, but I ultimately don't think that it is actually narration, because it's... where is it? Did I record it? Yeah, this thing. When you knock on the hidden knockable door, it says, "This here is my pride and joy." And at a glance, this looks like the narrator speaking in first person. What I think is the only possible explanation, though, is that it's just a character speaking to you through the door who doesn't have a dialogue portrait. Which I think makes much more sense. It's weird, but if this is the only reason, this is where Toby drops the lore that the narrator is a character and speaks in first person. It's a kind of a weird spot to do it. That's all I can say. I'm not gonna lie, the Toby Fox is the narrator plot twist was one of the most legendary reveals of all time. Well, I'm glad I can claim that accolade after only having made 3 YouTube videos. That's pretty good snipe. I think that it being a big reveal was sort of contrived because that was a lot of people's initial assumption, but I made that section to cater toward what I assumed to be a large portion of the viewership who would be going in with the assumption that that the narrator had to be diegetic somehow, or that I would be concluding it with some characters. So I felt like I had to make a big reveal because those people would experience it as a reveal, even though it was kind of the default from my perspective. How can we access the Deltarune narration? Chat asks. Fortunately for you, I just added it to the video description of the narrator video. The spreadsheet is linked now, after chat badgered me about it. Jaru says, weird doorman in Cyberworld, weird doorman in Hometown, feel for theory crafting. I mean, I think they're all references to the weird doorman in Undertale, who critiques, or no, in Undertale, the weird doorman says that your knock is so beautiful that they want to hear it repeated, whereas in Hometown and Deltarune, doorman says that your knock isn't good enough and you should practice. And then I think the Cyber City door is like a further tertiary reference to that. Andrew, my water cup is distant. Stop saying diegetic. I can't. It's I don't know why your water cup is relevant to that. Aside from that, diegetic is simply too useful of a term to avoid. It's like trying to climb a mountain without boots or something. Trying to analyze a Toby game without diegetic in your vocabulary. Or trying to analyze knight candidates without dubious in your vocabulary. Here's what you do, Jaru. Like, every second time you would have said dubious, just replace it with tenuous. And that way it's, people can't clown on you. Okay. Pressing onward. Chris is a darkener with Papyrus' soul thumbnail was amazing. Thank you. I decided it was probably bad practice to use so many real thumbnails as like scapegoats for my previous video. So in that case, I just made my own that kind of looked like a Swinky Box thumbnail to shove under the bus instead, so that no one could blame me. Alright, about to drop a stupid theory I had a couple minutes ago. Excellent. I like to imagine these. It's a person like waking up at 4 a.m. and just like rolling out of bed with this theory and typing it on their computer. What if Frisk died from the beginning and was given a soul? We have Frisk. I like missed that. I was like, but it is Frisk. Frisk died from the beginning and was given a soul by whatever being, and then went through the true pacifist timeline, only to die once again once the player left. This is Undertale, okay? This explains why Frisk doesn't have a personality, because you are possessing a corpse. I don't think we need to go down this road. This is like Undertale 2015 style, like Undertale crack theory I thought of last minute. We're past this, I'm sorry. You're like a few years late for that kind of discussion. This person apparently, they have a check mark and everything. I looked into it. They're like an animator. They have like quite a lot of subscribers, so it's some kind of big shot. I've never heard of them, unfortunately, so I can't comment on whether they're good or cool or not. But neat to have big YouTuber dicks being swung around in the comment section. My personal theory is that the narrator is quite literally the menu of the game. Ooh, okay, that's interesting. It's somehow sentient and got carried over from Undertale. It could be an AI of sorts, maybe made by a certain him. Completely controls how we perceive the game. Lets Kara take the show during Undertale. Okay. It would also fit in Toby's characteristics of meta commentary of how a person or AI created for the purpose of a game would react if they met a character with a bit more backbone than Frisk. It could be this, or it could be literally anything else that isn't that. It would also explain why we're not allowed to ruin Chris's life as they... I don't think we need to look at that too much harder. I'm sorry. That's a very arbitrary assumption. Why it doesn't need to be an AI. Like, everything's already in a video game. It could just be a character who is conscious and part of the video game. Yeah. Jaru says, I had a big Sonic YouTuber follow me on Twitter recently. It was very confusing, flattering too. That's cool. Was it Cybershell? That's the only Sonic YouTuber I know of. I would pay good money to get Cybershell to subscribe. Sonic fans and Undertale fans are connected via furries. Very true. I was suddenly hit with a whole lot of being hungry, and probably because I rolled out of bed without eating and started the stream. So I think we're gonna have to take a quick, like, 5 or 10 minute break so that I can scarf some food down and then resume, because my ability to read comments and speak will be impaired if I continue to stream while being hungry. So sorry about that. I'll be back in a jiff. I'm back. I'm going to kill an imp off screen, says chat, because of imp ending. Yeah, I get it. I wasn't playing Elden Ring though, so unfortunately that is false. Hi back, I'm Dad. Andrew, put hot sauce on your toast. I don't eat toast in general, so that might be difficult. Jaru says, you saw someone point out the knights in chess appear on the G and B columns. I think that was, someone left that as a comment on my video. It was a joke though. It's supposed to be burger pants, is what it pointed toward. How much health did you recover? Like a lot. I had some cornflakes and I have some lasagna that's just with me now as like a sidearm that I'll try to be eating covertly. Yeah, important to sustain your like vital functions if you want to do a live stream. That's a hot tip. Alright, let's disable some Gaster and read a few more comments. How long has the stream been going? It's just over 2 hours now. So just getting warmed up, in other words. Actually, it maybe is more like exactly 2 hours because it started a bit late. How do you pronounce heal? I guess like that. It works better in text than if you try to say it out loud. Would you consider Gaster to be a white boy who is busting it down sexual style and is also hypothetically goated with the sauce? Yes. Yeah, Gaster gives awesome. Alright, let's get back to it. Where was I? Okay, Narrator is the menu was discarded summarily and unfairly by me because I'm mean. If I recall, Rules card also takes over the narration briefly in Chapter 2. In his Chapter 2 fight, if you hover over him while placing houses. But I could be wrong. I don't actually know what happens in that case. Maybe I'll have to look into that. But I've never heard of that Easter egg. Cool though. Andrew Garfield is left over when Andrew Cunningham molts. That's disgusting, but thank you for that. Based on everything other people have told me, playing the game itself, and more importantly this one video, it's my conclusion that the best guess is that the narrator isn't anyone specific. Okay. We'll have to wait until the next chapter, baby. Woo! That's how I'm gonna pronounce that. Ideally, it would be the sound the funny ninja from Sekiro makes as he dive bombs you, but I can't recreate that. Mad respect, going through all the text. I try. Simply put, the narrator doesn't need to be an identity, or doesn't need an identity, I should say. Most stories that use a narrator don't give them an identity, so Deltarune doesn't have to either. That's exactly the point I was trying to make. Wait, ranting about the Epic of Gilgamesh. Yes. Can you link the sheet? I did, thankfully. I finally linked the sheet. Would you say that the Japanese dialogue boxes and the way they are written are also just Toby? I don't speak Japanese, unfortunately. I have no idea, and I can't really make any comments regarding that. About fourth wall breaking in Undertale. Apart from Asriel referring to donators at the end of the true pacifist route, yeah, the special thanks, I don't think such a thing exists. Well, that's definitely not true, but let's hear what they have to say. To explain, the fourth wall is broken, but outside of it is another space with 4 unbroken walls, outside of which me and my family exists. What? So they're saying there's like a 2 layers of reality beyond the game. I don't know what that means yet. Outside the broken fourth wall lies the knowledge about keys on the keyboard and many other stuff that 99% of characters don't know about. If you're not Flowey or Sans, I don't think any of them have any idea who the hell the player is. Okay, we don't need to make this so specific here. What they're saying is that there's different levels of awareness of the outside of the fourth wall, which is absolutely true. You don't need to say that there's a specific threshold you have to cross to be considered having broken the fourth wall. I mean, any indication of, you know, the like knowing about the game's menus and stuff, or like referring to saving and loading, you could argue is at least leaning on the fourth wall. Knowing about the player is a very overt example, obviously, but it's not necessary, I think. Basically, I just don't see a point of drawing a line here, because, like, where do you draw the line? And, yeah. Anyway, I did an amazing job, apparently, thank you. I think Chris could have played Undertale, because it seems like Asriel made it. Okay, this is a really interesting one. Like, there's a sort of crack theory that Asriel, like, it's indicated on his computer that he was working on an unfinished game, which has the final boss of Undertale in it. People have jumped to this like crack theory that Asriel literally made Undertale, and that's how Undertale exists in the universe. Which, for one, like, why? It's I mean, the first thing that pops into my head is like that would just be a really stupid origin story for Undertale. It doesn't need an origin story like that. It doesn't need to fit into Deltarune in any way in particular, especially not like that. But two, like, the game is unfinished, so even in that case, like, this wouldn't make sense, because it never actually became a game. It's just notes lying around. Three, I think the obvious explanation for why this piece of text exists is just Toby poking fun at himself, or having a little bit of, like, Asriel self-insert action, because, like, if you're like Toby and you have these sort of projects that you've had on your mind for years and years, you'll just have, like, bits of them lying around, even though they never get finished necessarily. I think that's what that's referring to, is, like, he's just pointing out that Asriel is sort of an amateur game dev, but hasn't really gotten it together enough to make a full project yet. And also, of course, the final boss is just his, like, OC, the god of hyperdeath. I think that's a much better interpretation of that than, like, some earth-shattering revelation that also means nothing about Undertale being an in-universe video game that Asriel made. Yeah. Also, yeah, that's weird. Someone's pointing out that Asriel making Undertale would imply that he is in-game shipping, like, his high school teacher with a random police officer from his hometown, and also that all the characters in the game are just, like, people he knows in real life for no reason, and it's really weird. Yeah, okay, I didn't even consider it from that angle. Okay, next comment. I just think that you means something you made Chris do, or something they did or knew before you first showed up. We've been over, like, 2 of these so far. They all... ideas that you just throw out like this, they collapse within, like, the first 20 text boxes. They're like, trivially easy to disprove. We don't need to go over any more examples of, like, disproving them. Nice footage. What do we got?
During that time, could have become acquainted with the quirks of its monster inhabitants, barring a truly massive.
I don't know what's nice, but that was stolen from Jacksepticeye's Undertale playthrough. I had to edit out the face cam. It was quite an elaborate process, because that was the only fucking person on YouTube I could find who had footage of checking on looks. And I didn't want to do it myself for reasons that I'd be incapable of even explaining if I wanted to. But so I don't know what that means. Hornet is void, yes. You mad person, yes. Chad is talking about the diabetic narrator once more. I love everyone's clowning on the idea that Asriel made the game. Yeah, it's like Sans moves into town after Asriel leaves for college, and somehow he is, like, the final super boss of his game. The convenience store general manager who he's never met. Plot twist, Andrew doesn't own a copy of Undertale. That would be a funny twist. It's more like I'm just not ever willing to reset the save file because I'm a fucking weirdo. And I would rather steal than go back and get the footage myself. Okay, yeah. What if narration in this case isn't a character, but a platform or medium that different characters can speak through depending on context? I feel like it's a cop-out, but it works. Yes, the reason you feel like it's a cop-out is because, well, the way you phrased it, it absolutely is, because that would require, this is the same argument once more for multiple narrators, you need like exponentially more evidence and consistency the more narrators you have. We've been unable so far to even make a case for one of them being diegetic because of the inconsistency. Adding more wouldn't necessarily solve that unless you were willing to add a new narrator that just swaps in every time like a different pattern emerges in the text, which is completely insane, and Toby even considering writing like that would be a grave mistake. So yes, I'm not interested in multiple narrator theories. Oh, thank you for the super chat donation, $2 from Alphonse, just to say, oh, I don't know why you said that, but thank you for the money. We're still on the Asriel made Undertale kick here. His only OCs are himself again as a flower, a spider lady, Glide, and So Sorry. Which implies that they're his fundraiser backers. Yeah, Flowey did a fucking fundraiser where a guy paid $10,000 to have his persona inserted as the game. That would be really funny if that was canonical to Deltarune, but yeah. It implies that furries would have to exist, maybe. Which are kind of unnecessary if you're already living in, like, a furverse. Now that I think about it, Deltarune is 100% less fun than Undertale. I don't know what that means. Maybe you'll elaborate and I'll look back in a minute. Okay, next comment is by this guy again. I feel like the brackets are so nonsensically placed that there has to be some importance. Maybe the IDs of the text boxes with brackets, and no brackets make some sort of binary or Morse code. Well, the thing is, I can't say that that isn't true, but I'm also not going to test it ever, and I don't care. So if you want to pursue that, by all means, do it, make your own video, get 1 million views for discovering this. But the ball is in your court, unfortunately. Holy shit, Christopher Moon reference, yes. Wonder when they'll appear in the comments. I hope soon, buddy. We're all praying together for Christopher Moon to grace us with their presence. Dork was in the watch party yesterday we did for Jaru's video, and apparently she gets Christopher Moon comments. So it's possible. I just have to do this for another 5 years, and maybe it'll happen. I kind of hope that Toby makes an in-game joke about the narrator of Deltarune next chapter. I kind of hope he doesn't, because that would just make it even more confusing. If you mean in reference to my video, there's no chance. If Toby watched every lore video people made about his games, he would both, well, one, have no time to make the game in the first place, and two, be insane at this point. He would be institutionalized. Your narration is the funniest fucking shit I've ever seen. Thank you. Not even related to the other narration that I was analyzing. What game is this? Everhood. Yes, it was Everhood. Chat says we need to bribe Christopher Moon to leave a comment on my videos. Yeah, if you want to do that, go ahead. I'm not going to give you a budget, but if you just decided to do that of your own volition, I couldn't stop you. Unless you get Christopher Moon comments on all your theories, all your theories are invalid. Yes, that's true. It's actually in the union like agreement I had to sign when I became like a lore YouTuber, as part of like the terms and services. It's like Christopher Moon has to show up before you're taken seriously. I think they probably decrease your union dues too once that happens. Hang on a second, I'm gonna have a lasagna bite. Chat, please occupy yourself explaining who Christopher Moon is to Keaton while I eat lasagna. Christopher Moon is Azrael after being stabbed by Chris. Yeah. That's about what I was getting at, yeah. Yeah, Christopher Moon is just someone who comments on every Deltarune video ever made, and that's it. That's the only thing to know about Christopher Moon. That's why it's so fascinating, is that there is no other detail. Was the gaster gift getting faster? As I said previously, that is not the gaster gift speeding up. That is your mind losing brain cells and therefore not being able to process it as quickly. Playlist. Come back. There we go. Night in the Woods. Christopher Moon is sus. I looked into their, apparently they have like a Discord server. They have their own like minor fan base. They're almost like an influencer at this point. In the most generalized sense, where they're just someone that everyone recognizes and therefore vaguely respects, which is kind of fascinating. I never actually joined the server, didn't quite go that far, but it's funny. The Justin Y of Undertale, precisely. I wonder what happens on the server. I imagine it's just people like posting every new Christopher Moon sighting. Like the first person who posts it gets like a point. Okay, comments. Oh my god, the dumb little reference made my day. Which one? Hornet is Void, once again. Hollow Knight fandom is big as fuck. You can't underestimate... Excuse me. Choking on lasagna. You can't underestimate it. Everyone apparently who has played Deltarune also plays Hollow Knight. Oh, someone in chat has generated a brackets theory. I think that's basically identical to one that we already looked at, and we went over the evidence document to check it, and it fell apart within the first like 20 text boxes. So that's not going to work, unfortunately. The indie fandom, yes. More comments. They're short ones here. I should be going quicker. Hold up. Okay, hold up. That was like 1 second. My favorite theory, narrator is Toby Fox fucking with the player for lols. Yep, pretty good. Brackets are extremely inconsistent and probably mean nothing. As you said, it feels like Toby just couldn't decide if his narration should be bracketed or not. Yep, I agree. That's the only conclusion I can reach at this point. Come on, man. The narrator is obviously Newbert. True. True, though. Gaster is so mysterious that we could say literally anything about it and there wouldn't be sufficient evidence to prove it wrong. Humpty Dumpty of a man is going to plague the entirety of Deltarune theorizing. This is true. I spoke previously at some point about having to find the balance between
flatly denying Gaster's existence, which is clearly you're in for a bad time if that's the stance you're sticking with, because the evidence is only mounting and mounting at this point. But also, yeah, we don't know anything about what that involvement is that Gaster is going to have, so it's very dangerous once you start relying on him to hold up speculation. My man. Literally the only thing that could work is that the brackets are a typing quirk. Well, not even that, because then why are it sometimes there aren't brackets, and why are they sometimes used for another purpose in character dialogue? So, not even a good typing quirk. Yo, really? Is Yeek the first game to reach 1 Yeekilly in sales? That's actually sick. It's like the most popular piece of media since Morbius. Okay, another inspiration we can replace the Played Undertale... Oh, no, sorry. Another interpretation we can replace Played Undertale with is Chris Reset Theory. Says that the reason the narrator, assuming it's Chris, knows about Undertale stuff is because Chris lived it all. Why are their bake sales reoccurring? Because they already went to them before. Why does Chris ask... Okay, well, yeah, go through all the points. We've been through the points. Yep. What is the theory, though? That someone, of course, being Gaster, who just happens to have a time machine with 3 files, that Chris had their own save file before being overwritten. It also happens that Gaster knows Chris. What is the foundation of this theory, though? Is it like Chris is an Undertale character? How do the universes connect, though? What is the relationship between Undertale and Deltarune? It probably comes down to Gaster lived the roaring time travel with Chris, plans to change future, made the prophecy, spread the prophecy. When does Undertale happen, though? When does Undertale happen? You haven't gotten to that part yet. They all freaked out. Ralsei exists. Chris knows details and acts of Undertale because they lived Deltarune before. This is incoherent. Even if there was like a theory here, I was actually ready for like, interesting Chris time loop theory. This has not managed to articulate it in a way that I can understand or justifies itself whatsoever. Well, I know they're suggesting that it's like the references to Undertale are Chris literally having experienced that in a time loop, but they didn't even explain how the time loop would include Undertale. That's kind of the main point here. Hornet is void. True. My theory is that the narrator is a middleman, somewhat representing Chris's body. Okay. Both us and Chris have a hand on it. It gives more information or less information based on how guarded Chris is and being. But for things like tutorial prompts, which Chris has no ability to even understand, it's very clear. I mean, like, I have a hunch that if you went through, you restarted the video and included this as one of the narrator candidates, you would get like 2 check marks on the big grid, like you mentioned, and then the rest of it would just be like nonsense, right? That's the trouble with like spitballing stuff like this, is if you just ignore most of the discussion, yeah, sure, and then it like there's so much other stuff it has to justify. And also, why would the narrator be a third presence that is Chris's body? What purpose would that serve? Why would that be a thing? Like, where does it even get the information? If it's choosing to dispense or not dispense information depending on context, where does it have information in the first place? Like, what is this creature? It would serve, chat says it would serve as validating the third entity, which I don't agree with. I want to be clear about, this is something I've noticed, right, is that since I made my Chris's soul video and coined the term third entity, as basically to mean an entity within Chris that is neither the player or Chris themselves. People seem to have been like predisposed to like just anything that is a third party is a third entity and is therefore wrong. Like, I don't know if that's what you were saying, particular chat member I just read, but I should say that like just something being a third party, it doesn't mean that it's wrong because I said that third entities I don't agree with. That was a very specific context for that, and I don't, you shouldn't like take it beyond that. In this case, it is kind of a third entity deal, and the same grapes I had with the third entity in my video do apply to this. So I think that's sort of an accurate assessment. Parties are all invalid, first, second, and third. Yes. There are no party rockers in the house tonight. Okay. We have Linux Penguin here to tell me about, they think that in both games, enemies are simply able to provide their own check stats. Yeah, Glide. We've heard this before. I responded to it. I think this is an interpretation you can make of Undertale. It doesn't necessarily conflict with Narrator. It actually supports it in some ways. But also, you're going to... I went through some examples previously where you can say this in general and kind of go, yeah, that would make sense, but like, there are specific instances where like you can't really picture how the narrator, or not even the narrator, like how you would diegetically get that information just by asking a character. It's like stuff about like Bloxer is thinking about trains. Rudin fantasizes about gems. It's like, why is all this stuff being phrased as like we know what the characters are thinking about if in reality Chris is like asking them and they're just mentioning that. It's very weird, and it's more of a stretch the more you look at it. What chat doing? It's not even about third parties. You've taken the entire Deltarune community and put them against the word third. Yes, that's what I feel how it works sometimes. Oh, people are talking about how, yeah, a segment of that, the last video, or the second video I made, I should say, about Chris's soul, was motivated by a comment that Quote left, who is in chat right now, about why Chris would continue making fountains after a Snowgrave run, basically. So, yeah, that's very true. That came from Quote. The Rock calls Frisk Pumpkin. The Spade King calls Chris Pumpkin as he falls asleep. They're the same. That's fascinating. POS stands for point of sales. I'm not sure why you're asking that, but that's obviously what you meant. Third entity is overrated. When is fourth entity theory happening? We got plenty of previously in the first two videos. There were plenty of, you got 4 entities, 5 entities. I don't even know how many entities people had worked up to. You had the entire cast of Undertale hiding inside Chris. I didn't leave a bibliography on this video for your own sanity. I'm not sure what you mean by bibliography. You're saying you didn't just write a huge novel? What if third chapter is Emoji Movie? That means it's time to stop reading chat. We read the Tux Penguin. I like video, it good. And they said it twice. That's how much I liked the video. Thank you. Your editing is good. Thank you. I like the editing, in which you attempt to solve impossible questions. Yeah, I mean, whether or not the question is impossible is up for debate. The point is that I don't know whether it's possible when I start, so I guess that's kind of true. Why does nobody ever use Lancer writing not to use the button to open your items on the sign as evidence? Oh, is that what someone meant earlier about Lancer breaking the fourth wall? I mean, there's... I don't know. I mean, that indicates that, like, Lancer knows how to, like, reference UI prompts. Ralse does that too, as well as the blocks, or not the, you know, the Jigsaw tutorial min. So it's not like this is exclusive to Lancer. I think these kind of things more and more just have to be put into the drawer of, like, contrivance that we're not actually meant to take seriously, because otherwise, like, you're left with this paradigm where, like, Ralse, Lancer, and the Jigsaw Joe are like the Illuminati who understand the fourth wall. The first time in my life I've ever heard of anyone knowing who Joseph Anderson is. Doesn't he have like 2 million subscribers? I'm assuming someone else has heard of Joseph Anderson. Wow, I hadn't seen the Narrator post before. It's a hell of a time and really fucking good. Oh, cool! I got something to read the Terminator's character analysis post. That's cool. Definitely changed my perspective on the character. Yeah, that's the point worth mentioning, is that the point of the Terminator's character analysis post wasn't just to say that Kara's the narrator. It was to do that and then analyze Kara as a character, hence the title of it being character analysis. So it actually has more... what am I trying to say? It's more meaningful for, like, Kara analysis in general than it is for narrator analysis, but in this case I just wanted to take that one aspect of it. I think that Narrator was intentional, if not entirely holistic, yes. Moreover, I think diegetic narration can work even if it's not there in every instance. That said, I wouldn't take it too seriously if this were the level we got through all the chapters, but then the true narrator of Undertale only came to a head right at the end. Why does this keep getting referenced? Like, this bugs me. People forget that where are the knives, no chocolate, it's me, Kara, that was at the ruins, the very beginning of the game. And we've a ways to go yet before we reach any sort of equivalent point for Deltarune. Like, again, this is fair to assume, but specifically, it's not true of Undertale. We had evidence for a weird narrator pretty early. Maybe the narrator calls Chris by their name when Chris is doing something they normally willingly do, and it's you if it's otherwise. We looked into this exact theory previously. We went over the evidence in this document. We did a little trial run of my thought process when making this video, and we very, very quickly saw that it fell apart. So this doesn't pan out. If true, I wonder what insight it could give us into the mind of Chris. Oh no, it's like lots. In fact, I've been a fan of the interpretation that the Red Soul is its own character ever since Undertale, and just for the fun of it, apply the axioms. We've already seen someone do this, actually, weirdly. They assumed that the soul was its own character somehow, and they constructed its personality based on the necessary properties of the narrator, which I think is a really bizarre and unnecessary direction to go in, but I guess you could do it for fun if you wanted. Do we need to do this again? Like, a previous comment made almost exactly the same argument here. Like, how do you even analyze it, though? Because this is just a new character that has no defined properties yet, and we're building it to match these, so how are you judging whether or not it matches the axioms. So yeah, this is a very cursory look at these things. Like, using the player's point of view, this is acting like it would have access to information the player has, but no, like, when I use that in context, I strictly meant the player has less information than the characters. So that's still sandbagging. It doesn't explain that. I don't think this is worth, like, too much more looking into, because it's mostly just the same points I went over in the video, but, like, using an ambiguous, undefined character instead, which is obviously going to help some of them, but it's kind of a pointless avenue to go down, I think. I think deferring to Kara is Undertale narrator theory as correct on account of some silver bullet text, but in spite of some other text dialogue that seems to conflict with it, with its validity, gets at the main issue in making any definitive statements regarding the narration at the stage of Deltarune's life. And you ascribe to the Undertale narrator being Kara, okay. Considering the game isn't even halfway over yet, the absence of silver bullet dialogue in this unfinished product is definitely a major obstacle, assuming there is some undiscernible pattern at the moment. And moreover, that the possibility that this silver bullet dialogue doesn't exist should also make us question whether there's any diegetic narrator at all. Framing this as, what if it's just Toby Fox, he fits all the commandments I've written, fine, so, and without the need for an in-universe justification seems incomplete, however. Well, let's see what you have to say about that. This end to the conversation doesn't acknowledge, to the extent I feel should be necessary, the fact that even behind the diegetic Kara narrator in Undertale, there's necessarily the underlying non-diegetic through line, that's a lot of lines, of Toby being the writer of that perspective in the first place, framed around making the story functional, and that Kara's character commentary roughly consistently... God, what is this saying? And the Kara character's commentary roughly consistent enough to believe as relating to the whole game, and not just parts in the house. You've lost me on that last sentence. Okay, what is this saying overall? They're saying that, like, obviously Kara, even if diegetic, is written by Toby. I don't see why that really matters, though, as for, like, questioning my conclusion. I don't see how that connects. Like, obviously Toby writes all the characters, right? I don't need to specify that. Kara, if we take Kara being diegetic in Undertale, we have to acknowledge that, yes, most of the time, what we'd be considering Kara narrating just happens to align with what Toby Fox would be doing if it wasn't a diegetic character. That's kind of a big conceit. Which is sort of what he's doing in Deltarune anyway, regardless of whether it's diegetic. Like, the style hasn't changed really at all between the two games, which is a good point. But, like, I don't know what they wanted me to do differently specifically here. I'd agree we don't have enough material to pin down a narrator right now. If you want to go into confirmation bias, consider also that finding a crazy-ass inconsistency itself might be fuel to presupposed belief the narrator is Toby Fox. Yeah. Considering that finding inconsistencies, that's true. But I don't know. I looked over every piece of text anyway. Like, if I found counter evidence because I was looking for counter evidence, then that's of course, inevitable, but I also tried to find as much evidence as I could. I tried to be as fair as I could. It's certainly possible and should be dismissed, and shouldn't be dismissed out of hand, but also itself deserving of doubt for the silver bullet reason of Toby Fox doing these sort of narrative things in the universe overlapping. I wish these sentences were easier to read, I have to say. They are not easy to read. As well as his mention of Deltarune as really being his preeminent story idea predating Undertale. Again, like, this has wandered off into, like, I don't know what you're talking about anymore. So basically they're saying, I think, that I shouldn't have been so concrete about ruling out the narrator. Let me give my case for that at least, because I understand that part of the point. Fundamentally, the video was only looking at chapters 1 and 2, because those are the only 2 chapters. It's obvious that I couldn't have done anything else, right? So implicitly, I didn't need to specify it, but I did anyway at some point in the video, that, like, as far as chapters 1 and 2 goes, there is no good evidence or case I can make for a diegetic narrator. And this doesn't necessarily have to apply to future chapters. Toby could turn around in chapter 3 and start making the most consistent, blatant attempt at a diegetic narrator you've ever seen in your life. He could do that, and I'm powerless to stop him. But it wouldn't change the fact that these first 2 chapters are still inconsistent. They still have all these problems, and they would essentially work as a chain around the narration's ankle going forward if Toby wanted to push for that. So, as for within the first 2 chapters exclusively, I do stand by my conclusion that it can be not 100% ruled out, but I think pretty firmly ruled out. With the one exception being if we got later into the game and there was this character generated who magically somehow fulfilled all of these different properties of the narrator at once, which I can't, it's hard to picture even happening, even though I have to acknowledge it might be possible. But there's just so many weird, contradictory pieces of information that you'd have to satisfy that I think it's very unlikely, and I'm comfortable calling it even now, that it's I just don't see the narrator being, the narration as it exists, being set up to support the weight of something like that. It's just not there yet. And at a certain point, do you say, like, oh, Toby could be doing this long term and he's a mastermind? Or do you just say, like, as it seems now, like, if Toby wants us to believe there's a diegetic narrator, I've done everything I possibly can to try to look for signs of that, and I have not found them. There is not enough. Toby is not trying hard enough if that was his intent. And so I don't have to feel bad if I don't believe that, even if it was somehow the plan all along. Like, even if it was revealed in later chapters that there was a pattern, I wouldn't feel bad, because I've analyzed everything to the best of my ability. That's basically all I can say. Quite frankly, final paragraph of the comment. Theorizing about this narrative jigsaw is a lot of fun. In my opinion, the greatest thing about episodic stories is the imaginative need to assemble the puzzle lacking all the pieces, and maybe even with the wrong frame. And having such a wonderful spontaneity opened up to you and seeing where the loose ends might take you in a given snapshot of the story. Beyond resigning oneself to the impossibility of the task, maybe leaving open-ended the opportunity for exploration, and encouraging and asking of, for X theory to be made true, what steps might or might not be taken in the future of the story would be better. So they're saying I wasn't doing that, basically. Which maybe is true. I think my first 2 my first 2 videos fall very much in line with that, and I explicitly state the purpose of the second video as being that. Like, almost like in as many words. I say, like, we want to gather the evidence into a shape, or gather the known points of lore into a shape that is as vulnerable as possible to future evidence. So having, like, a clear decision tree to go down once we get for future chapters, be like, okay, this fits into these theories, contradicts those theories. In this case, basically, if the narrator is supposed to be diegetic, there is no evidence for it yet, and if there's any evidence for it, it'll be in the future, and the evidence for that will be the narrator suddenly having obvious diegetic patterns. there's not as much nuance here, because there's nothing in the first 2 chapters really. There's very little that would be convincing me that that's the direction going forward, and that's all I can say. Okay, that was a long one. Very, you might say unnecessarily verbose. Made it a bit hard to read, but we got through it. Yeah, chat's talking about the age-old quandary. Why do we theorize? Why do we make guesses about the game that isn't out yet? I mean, I don't think it really needs that much of an answer, because everyone has like their own reasons for speculating. It's very natural. I personally like the direction you have to go in to speculate about what would we need to get a diegetic narrator would again be like creating this crazy hypothetical character that ticks all these boxes off, and has no evidence for them so far existing. And yeah, it doesn't appeal to me. Like, you're free to try if you want. But I feel like it was a courtesy, honestly, in the first place to even consider the potential of there being a diegetic narrator, because it's such a weird angle. And I wouldn't have gone down it if not for the character analysis post. Maybe I'm getting too hung up on this. Yeah, quote, like it's interesting to think what character could tick those boxes, but I haven't had any luck thinking about it. I think it would have to be very contrived, and it would be very, very hard to iron out all the inconsistencies. Okay. Gonna pour some more tea and then move on to a different comment. The only way I see it working is Toby going back and changing the existing dialogue. If he's gonna retcon it, then we're all fucked. Could it be argued that what I'm doing is more speculative than leaving it open for a narrator to be filled in? Because like the most logical and agnostic thing to do that minimizes your chance of being wrong is just to say that we don't know, we can't know until future chapters, and I'm not going to think about it anymore. Whereas instead of that, what you might assume to be the most perfectly Spock-like approach, I have gone out of my way to try to arrive at a conclusion preemptively, that conclusion being that there probably won't be, even in future chapters, a diegetic narrator. So maybe consider it like that. That I am actually the one doing the speculating here. And that just keeping your mind open indefinitely is itself the most passive take. Anyway. Next comment. I'd love if the narrator was just a random character, just kind of watching, and they reveal themselves at the end of the game, and then there's no more narration. In general, cool, I guess. That would be a fun twist. I'm not sure if it would be a twist in Deltarune. A big part of the problem is probably that we only have 2 chapters out of 7. Why? Because let's be honest, the Narrator theory would have far less support and weight as a theory if it wasn't for the existence of lines like "It's me, Kara." Again, I agree with this in general, but the thing they referenced occurs in the ruins. People seem to just not know that. Like, if we're using a direct one-to-one, like if we map Undertale onto Deltarune, then we've already would have seen the equivalent of "It's me, Kara." But in general, this is fair to point out that we don't have the silver bullets because we haven't seen enough of the game yet. Maybe that's fine. That Joseph Anderson reference was great. Thank you. I love stealing Joseph Anderson's content. I feel like the narrator outside of the weird fourth wall breaks and Spamton nonsense is the soul. That's an interesting start. So we've already disqualified 2 pieces of the evidence here. And implicitly this matches all the other ones then. We can see in the weird route it can read Noelle's mind, and in certain cases can even see what Susie is doing. So that explains mind reading. Why is this being chalked up to the soul? Like there's nothing that indicates that this is specifically the soul's ability to do this. Like in the scene with Susie specifically, you could say that like we have our camera on Susie, but the soul still has to come down out of the top right of the screen when she's fighting Lancer because the soul is still with Chris by default. So that's like a very specific point that contradicts this, I guess, even if you want to make that argument. And since the soul has certain dialogue options you can pick that imply it as Undertale knowledge, that covers that part. That's just the same as the narrator. All you're doing is like, if the narrator is the narrator, then the narrator being able to do that proves that the narrator can do that. I hope I don't need to explain like too much why this doesn't help at all. As for the Spamton stuff, I put that down to hacking the GUI. Yeah, okay, whatever. Chat says, I think the narrator is not something we should be worrying about. I would agree if not for the character analysis post I read in 2016, which was eye-opening. Yellow Snake is here. It's what they call you feel suspicious. That is a weird line of dialogue, but try as I might, I couldn't figure out how to spin it for or against any particular version of the narrator. It's ambiguous in the same way that using you to refer to Chris is, I think. It taps into that same weirdness, but it's just more in the forefront. Hi, Sign 42. Alright. This is the strangest hill to die on for something with no evidence. Are you referring to the commenters or me or something? I'd like to think that if I'm going to be on doing battle on a hilltop, that I would just decapitate everyone like Samurai Jack and win instead of dying. That's my general approach. Yeah, Yudi is making a point that Undertale's huge emphasis on saving and loading is coloring people's perception of Deltarune, which I don't think is like unreasonable. I think it should be everyone's first instinct to start looking at Deltarune stuff with the lens that Undertale already sort of indicated should be used. But ultimately, I think that it's not quite as productive in this case. There just doesn't seem to be as much emphasis on the specific things like saving and loading being deconstructed yet. So it may be working against us, yeah, that Undertale had those things so much in the forefront. Someone asks me to refresh at the end in case I missed any comments. I don't think we're going to even be reaching the newest comments by the end of the stream, so don't worry about it. It's because the games have different focuses. Yes, I think that's my overall take, is that Deltarune and Undertale are very similar in many ways, especially superficially, in terms of like the details, but thematically they are fundamentally different. And if they weren't, then I don't know what Toby's doing. Like, why would you make two things that have the same themes back to back? It'd be very silly. and because the themes are what motivates all that stuff about, you know, save files being diegetic in the first place, I think carrying that over as another being important in Deltarune as well would indicate that would be going over the same themes again, and so I just don't buy that necessarily. $1 donation from Nova Brawl Stars. Thank you very much.
It's like poetry, it rhymes.
Yep. Okay, comments. Nice. Thank you. Oh, another big one. You can never go too long without a big one. Okay, my theory is that narration is displayed information coming through our connection with Chris to Deltarune's world. Sometimes altered. I mean, that's like true regardless of any kind of interpretation. It's not given by a specific character all the time. However, information coming from Chris firstly comes through the save file manager, i.e. Gaster, who interprets and then sends to the player. Furthermore, certain characters can send information, funny narration during Spamton's fight, whatever their information. So who gets to do that, though? How do they know that they can do this? And who is it coming from, for the most part, when it's not Spamton? It's not by a specific character all the time, but like who are the characters providing this information? This is essentially just a multiple narrator theory with an additional layer of complexity that justifies, like, diegetically how the information gets to us, the player. First, let me say that I don't believe in Kara being in the game at all. There's no evidence, and I don't want to see Kara being essentially the same character like an Undertale. I mean, I'm with you. Although I don't believe in multiple narrators theory. Oh, I thought you just suggested one, though. I am more inclined to believe that Chris is a secondary narrator, or at least them having an impact on narration, since due to the lack of evidence on Kara's existence or any omnipotent being so far, I'm betting on character which is in the game. Why are you saying you don't believe in multiple narrators, but then say that Chris is a secondary narrator? Doesn't that imply a primary narrator? that would be multiple narrators? You've already said that, like, multiple people can talk through the narration, which is by definition like multiple narrators. A couple of characters display the ability to alter the player's perception. Chris can take control of the player and move on their own during cutscenes. That's not the player's perception, that's just Chris exerting their own control over their body. That's nothing to do with perception. Ralsei can move Ralsei does the cutscene trick where he makes you watch Susie. That one's fine. As for a few instances of unique battle narration, both Spamton and Jevil, or just the Devil, I guess, in this case, Spamton and Devil are the only ones being red-pilled about being in the game. This lets them affect or send information to the player. Alright. But who is the narrator then? Like we've already been over the reasons it can't be Chris in the video. That he's Chris is the only one that they've suggested so far as a candidate for narrator aside from Spamton or Jevil. But even then as a secondary narrator, which I don't know what that means. Brackets definitely means something. Oh, this is going to go well. Both in Undertale and Deltarune, dialogue and messages in some cases are distinguished in some way or another, by different fonts or specific mannerisms of speaking. Yes, if it didn't mean anything, then Toby wouldn't go the extra mile to patch 1037. I'm assuming this is referring to the hot chocolate.
Between different ways of referring.
That's nothing to do with brackets, though. That's an interesting point to bring up in a different discussion, but not about brackets. Brackets most likely indicate both interpreted and altered in some way. Yeah, okay, I'm sick of these fucking bracket type theories. Enough of that. Maybe I got a bit grumpy at that one. I'm sorry. It was just very confusing. Bracket analysis. No one is willing to trust me on that. No one's gonna take my word for it. They're like, please don't try. You will not succeed. It needs to be like that. One of those like software engineering memes. It was I can't remember the context. It was some like comment on code that says like, please do not try to fix this. Many have tried, all have failed, and then like a counter for the number of hours wasted. So that everyone who tried to fix the code afterward, when they failed, would add to the counter how many hours they wasted trying to fix it. That's what we need for bracket analysis. Vibe check. Still at 140 viewers. Pretty good. Pretty good. Chat says, do a live stream of individually analyzing each text box in the context of brackets, spending 10 minutes on each text box. That'd be fun. I've learned that Deltarune is a zero focalization story. Can you explain what that term means, thankfully, because I've never heard of it, i.e. the narrator has access to whatever knowledge the story calls for. So yeah, there's no fixed perspective, I guess, is what you basically mean. On the other hand, I'm more confused because a story can have multiple. Yeah. You're getting buffering at 144p on a stream, which is a static image of a comment section. That is unfortunate. Theoretically, this actually requires 0 bandwidth to display because the image is not updating now. Brackets means ads. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. I love the use of Megalith Agnus Dei. I also love the use of Megalith Agnus Dei, whether that is in Ace Combat 4 or in random YouTube videos. Also, what a sick name for a song. If you're ever gonna write a song, get a name as cool as Megalith Agnus Dei. Okay, well, Toby as annoying dog is more prominent in Deltarune, so the narrator being the annoying dog is legitimate. Alright, I gotta get the meme again. Hang on. Don't look at that. There we go. Oh wait, no, this is just the template. Shit. Where's the one I made? Oops. I'll get it right eventually. I'm not Joel Vinesauce. I don't know how to do this quickly. There it is. So, what I mean when I say the narrator is Toby Fox is in fact that the narrator is not diegetic. It's just Toby writing the game. I chose to represent him as the annoying dog because it's just funnier in the video. What I did not mean is that Toby Fox is the narrator, therefore he is a diegetic character who is giving the narration, i.e. so this person's take. Another one is that, yes, obviously Toby Fox is the narrator because he writes all the characters in the game, and whatever diegetic character is the narrator would also be Toby Fox. So this is the first time we've had to invoke this meme this stream, but it may be useful in the future. I'm assuming this is Hornet is Void for the 400th time. Yep. There you go. If you ever want to piss off Hollow Knight fans, you know what to do. You don't even have to know what that means. Just say it. Toby Fox is the narrator, and the brackets indicate that it's actually Andrew Hussey instead. That's the best interpretation I've heard so far, actually. That's very good. Alright. Chat's doing something. Let's go back to comments. This is what No Chapter 3 does to a person? Yep. Yes, it is. You have fantastic taste in background music. I hope so. Yes, I'm glad you think so. Very much I play indie games core. I'm not sure what you'd call the genre beyond that. Indie game and Homestuck core. Is there a chance that the narrator just says you when Chris does something he would normally do? Apparently not, because we've been over this 3 times already. And it does not work when we apply it to the spreadsheet. Narrator, there is a man here. That's all you're getting. Yes. Also the narrator, here's a random villager number 569's inner thoughts and motivations unprompted without context. Yes. This is what may be called inconsistency. That's also just kind of funny. The spreadsheet trademark. Yep. Oh, it's Toadcore, right? Okay. I was trying to find the term. That's definitely it. Okay, it's not. Someone's picking on me calling it inconsistency. A character choosing what to tell you. You could interpret it like that, yes. But this is a microcosm of a pattern throughout all the narration, where we see things like this, where it has to be the characters lying sometimes or not lying other times. They know certain things sometimes or not other times. Yeah, omniscient narrators are useful exactly because they can limit information, otherwise mystery novels wouldn't work. Precisely. This is the normal use case of an omniscient narrator is just you pick and choose what information to dispense without any thought for like diegetic context. Okay. Love your video, thank you. Unless the narrator turns out to have been the knight all along or something, I think it's much better just to think of the text as what it is, narration. I think something important you didn't mention is Rules and Spamton breaking the fourth wall. Rules is aware of the borders of the text boxes, and Spamton interrupts the narration. There's more examples of characters breaking the fourth wall that I didn't get into, but I'm aware of them. Like a lot of characters seem to have the ability to like casually poke through the fourth wall, mostly for gags. We've already seen like Lancer, the Jigsaws, and Ralsei brought up, and now we have Spamton and Rules card too. I personally think that's linking characters' narrator awareness to power/determination, since Rules and Neo are by far the strongest darkness we've seen. Well, I wouldn't call Rules very strong. Like, he's not stronger than the king or the queen. They don't really seem to do that as much. In general, I don't approve of this flanderization of determination as a term, just to mean like the character's power level or ability to do whatever you think should be restricted to powerful characters. Because determination has never really had that much of an association with being able to look over the fourth wall, unless we consider like Flowey. All it was supposed to do in Undertale, well, maybe that's not accurate. I think in Undertale the best way you can articulate what determination is it's like an in-universe manifestation of what the player of a video game is able to do normally. I think is like the most thematically consistent way of defining it. And it goes beyond that sometimes. Like I know in the Azrael fight, like it randomly can like heal you and do other shit. I don't know why that's the thing. But most of the time, it's just like it lets you experience the game or have the powers that are normally afforded only to the protagonist, i.e. saving and loading. And maybe this is tangentially linked to being able to see like beyond the fourth wall, but just slapping it around like this is probably not helpful. And also, this is like Deltarune determination, which we know lets you create fountains now and may just be different. Nothing is indicated that it has anything to do with saving anymore, or even those ideas from Undertale. Chat. Determination is a Swiss Army plot device. At its worst, it has the potential to be. I think at its best, it's just something that lets you save and load. And I kind of wish it stayed that way. Unless there's like a good reason that Toby had in mind for like letting it generate dream items at the end of the Undertale's pacifist route. I'm not sure that was the best call, unless, like, of course I could just be misinterpreting the point, and Toby knew what he was doing all along, but if it was just supposed to be, like, sort of a really tangible manifestation of, like, the privileges that you have as a protagonist of a game, or the player of a game, it probably should have just been kept to saving and loading, ideally. Chat, what is chat talking about? Yeah, you'd be surprised if determination was actually a different force between Undertale and Deltarune. We're seeing a different aspect of determination with the same, or not just with the same name. I don't really know either why it was carried over, but doesn't seem to do the same thing. That's very bizarre to me, and I hope it makes sense later. Because yeah, that would be weird, just to use the same term to mean something else. I don't really see a point either in going back and retroactively saying that it's the same thing in Undertale. It also lets you make dark fountains, but no one knew how to do that, because it's pointless, right? Just it was a non-factor in the story, so why have that be a thing? That, like, it could always have done this, but it just didn't until it was retconned in by Toby Fox. And also in Deltarune, it doesn't seem responsible for saving either, because all Lighteners are determined enough to create a fountain, apparently. You can argue against that, saying the Queen was being rhetorical. I know. But, like, basically, it seems like Lighteners all have some aspect of determination, like Birdly, for one. And none of them are saving and loading, really. Besides you, which now seems to be done through this weird save menu with, like, Gaster narrating some of the time. There's more going on there, I think. So I think it has to be, like, fundamentally different somehow, even though I don't necessarily like that it's still called the same thing. It's very confusing. Have you seen Aussie's chess theory? No, I haven't actually seen the video, despite the fact that that guy is in my Discord server, and I'm very familiar with his existence. I haven't looked at too many specific, like, theories that have been made into videos. It's not something I generally do. Oh yeah, Aussie's in chat right now. There you go. Who's surprised? Okay, comments again. It's also entirely possible that Toby goes back and edits the dialogue to fit later chapters without spoiling them. That would be so fucking dumb. I would hold that against him until the end of time. That shouldn't be allowed. If you're like a writer and you consider doing that, please think again. Don't do that. Long Noel is in the video, correct. Hornet is void, correct. I can't believe you didn't analyze it in 23 different languages. Well, it's only in 2, as I know of, so that would have been hard. Perhaps obtained metaphorical whiplash in the Homestuck music. I'm glad. So if Chris is this Deltarune equivalent of Kara, what if the narrator is a Frisk equivalent? Kara and Frisk are swapped. That's like a interesting parallel that you could maybe think of in the shower, but there's no particular reason other than that why this would be the case. You have to do a lot of work justifying how Frisk could be an Undertale or Deltarune to begin with. I know how you do it, but it's still it's still a stretch. You'd have to go and say that you give the soul to Kara at the end of the genocide route. Kara has a line about going to the next world after deleting Undertale, so therefore Kara literally was going to go from Undertale into Deltarune because they can do that, and it wasn't a metaphor for anything. And they have Frisk's soul, but also Frisk is conscious and is their own character and is the narrator. Yeah. Okay, this is my favorite comment because they got the reference to the ugly Gloomwood table that I was the technically the second most obscure joke in the whole video, and I didn't think anyone would notice it. So I'm forever in this person's debt. By the way, there's still no one, not a single person, has gotten the most obscure joke in the video. So I guess there's a bounty on that. Whoever mentions that first, I don't know what I'll do. I'll give you the Peepus role in the Discord server, maybe, if the first person who gets the true most obscure joke in the video, and comments about it. I think Kara isn't out of the question because at the end of the Geno route, I just mentioned this. This person's like filling in the end of this other person's argument here. I just mentioned this. Yeah, they can. Oh wait, they could recreate the world. Never said they couldn't change parts of it. Okay, now this is actually something separate that is less relevant. I think the trick to looking at Kara in that instance is that they are, in that case, I think pretty undeniably a metaphor for the player in a way. Or they at least have the capabilities of the player. When Kara deletes the world, that is supposed to represent you deleting the game. That is not because Kara is like a Goku or something and is just like physically powerful enough to destroy the world. It's because they have access to determination, you know, the power to be like, to do what a player could do, save and load, and this is the extension of that, deleting the save file completely, which we already see Flowey do before. So extending it to this, like, Kara is just omnipotent and can do whatever, I think that's missing the point. Hello, Nikola Tesla. Hi. What was this?
There's also a whole lot of...
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm shitting myself!
Classic. Yeah, I enjoyed editing that. Okay, good video. The scattershot nature of the narration mostly just suggests that the identity of the narrator doesn't really matter here. We get more insight on Chris, the world around them, and the people they interact with from the character dialogue than the narration. And I think this is intentional. This is a far more character-driven story than Undertale, which is wild to think because of how iconic Undertale's cast was, yeah. And I get the sense that the narration in Deltarune is just a means to that end. Undertale's narrator enhances the game's plot. Deltarune's is meant to be an end that does whatever it needs to. I think you mean a means that does whatever it needs to keep the plot on track. It's on the characters and their interactions to pick up the slack that the narrator leaves in Deltarune. I mean, in general, there's truth to that, where like because we have party-based segments in Deltarune, that we don't need to rely so much on this narrator, I should say, to give insight and commentary and everything, because we have the party members to do that. I think that doesn't necessarily mean that the narrator is playing a fundamentally different role. I'm not sure I'd agree with that. The main difference with like between Narrator and Undertale and some other narrator theory in Deltarune is like Narrator is very appealing because Kara is otherwise a very mysterious character that we don't know anything about, and so allowing them to express themselves through this very large reservoir of text fills in those blanks and makes them like a much more interesting character in the end. Whereas for Deltarune, we're not really sure who would fill that role, and there's no one who would quite be the same as if like there's no direct equivalent to Kara I think I said last stream after being pressed on it that like the closest equivalent would be having Chris do the narration, because they don't have any dialogue otherwise, and they're sort of hard to read. So that's the main difference that I would identify, but there's like truth to that in general. Tea is hot. Just looking at chat here. Toby mentioned Germa in the anniversary stream because he was an inspiration for Spamton. Obviously. Spamton is just Mr. Green with a white face. I healed 100 HP. Yes. Does Earthbound have different descriptions for items depending on the character's subjective views? I don't know, because I haven't played Earthbound. And actually, I think if I were to do another like actual playthrough stream, I did a stream of Off while the narrator video was in production, just, you know, as a fun exploration of like some inspiration for Undertale. I think the next one I would do is Earthbound. So maybe that at some time in the future we can talk about streaming Earthbound, and I can finally know what the fuck I'm talking about when people ask me those kind of questions. Because I'm still, well, I guess I'm not unspoiled. Like I know about Gygus and stuff. I've heard some summaries, but I've never watched a Let's Play or anything. And I'm even more blind on Mother 3. I really don't know what goes on in that game, which I'd love to play, but I'd want to play Earthbound first, probably. All right. More comments. The jump from Epic of Gilgamesh to Earthbound had me shaking. Piss shit and shaking with laughter. Excellent. Incredibly good video. Thank you. I think in Japanese there is a distinction between Chris being referred to as you and you as the player. I, again, do not speak Japanese, so I don't really know one way or another. I think we looked into this. This is one thing we tried to look into. And by we, I mean like Agirius while I sat by and egged him on. Or I don't actually know if Agirius is a guy. Egged them on. But yeah, so they were going into like Japanese language servers and getting like little bits and pieces of text translated, and we thought for a while that we had like the narrator was actually talking in first person sometimes, but it turned out that that wasn't the case, and we just didn't understand well enough. So that's just an example of why I don't analyze the Japanese text. It's because I'm clearly not able to. Sorry, there's lots of noise right now. I'm sorry if that's loud to anyone. Other people live in the house, so. Someone in the chat is recommending playing One Shot. My next video is going to be partially about One Shot, so safe to say I have. Please, I beg you, give us the PNG for Chris is a Darkener of Papyrus' soul. I posted that somewhere in the Discord server a while ago, so it's in there if you find it. You could also just screenshot it if you really want. Apparently Half-Bred Chaos did a video analyzing Japanese stuff, I think. Apparently, cool. I haven't watched all Half-Bred Chaos videos. We should play Deltarune. I hear it's good. Yeah. Yes, please do join the Discord server to get access to proprietary thumbnails. That was just a plug. Everyone join the Discord server. It doesn't directly benefit me at all, but I feel irrationally nonetheless that I need to have the number increment. Did you mention in the off stream that off is more similar to one shot? Will that be part of one shot's video? No. The one shot video, I'm not sure what to call it. I didn't even know what to call it in the Patreon poll I originally did where I brought it up. It's about a very specific aspect of one shot as compared to that same very specific aspect of Undertale, which is sort of how both of the games attempt to like logically argue themselves out of being fiction in the traditional sense, which is, even explaining it like that, you probably don't know what I'm even talking about. So it's going to be a weird one. It's a very personal like train of thought that I went down a long time ago, and I'm just now bringing back out to try to like work through and see if it's actually interesting to talk about. It's going to be a lot less formal, a lot less focused on like lore and more just on like my personal weird takes on like high level abstract stuff in the game. So I think that it could potentially be a lot more fun, but it's not going to be the same kind of content as the previous 3 videos. I could probably also throw in like Doki Doki Literature Club or a few other games, but I just haven't really played those. So like One Shot and Undertale are the 2 that I'm most familiar with. Music is dead. Shid. Yeah, Outer Wilds. Moon RPG is not real. It never existed. That's another like ancient Undertale like, isn't it? That's one I've heard about. Everyone loves Outer Wilds. The only game to be in every single human's top 5 without having a specific first place in anyone. That seems to be the discussion around it. You bring up Outer Wilds, and it's like, oh yeah, love that game, top 5. I say Outer Wilds like a Canadian. That's fascinating. I wonder what about that makes it sound Canadian. Maybe the out. I know there's like Canadian raising is a thing. I forget if that's applied. I know that's like when you pronounce ice instead of ice, there's a slight difference, and that's Canadian. I think out might be part of it too, as opposed to out. It's exaggerated there. I took a first year linguistics course. I know all about this stuff, trust me. The out and about. Which is confusing, because I thought the stereotype Canadian sentence was oot and a boot, which is a completely different accent that, like, I don't... it isn't Canadian raising, that's, like, weird, like, Northern Ontario dialect. Okay, enough of this fucking Canada lore. Where was I in the comments? Makes sense that the narrator is just Toby, or his stand-in, the annoying dog, especially as the annoying dog can be seen in chapter 1. Here, this is what this is for, so just to save me time. There we go. Hearing anti-birth music in the middle of a Deltarune analysis made my hairs stand on end. Good, good. Anti-birth is sick. The soundtrack, specifically. One of the few... Has it ever happened before? I'm sure there's other examples, but it was like a fan-made mod that was so good that the dev team hired all of the people who worked on the mod and made the mod canon. Extremely based. Give us bucket lore. I have none. Please someone count the dancing gasters in the video. There's not that many. There's 2. Let me think if I can remember. There's 2 there. There's 1 in the end, of course, for the Patreon credits. I don't remember too many others. There might just be like 3. Great editing. Thank you. Oh, this is that timestamp guy who's some sort of like cryptid who just appears on all my videos and leaves a bunch of like randomly selected timestamps and with no explanation. I just accept it. I have no idea. Been wondering if the narration and the save selection for chapter 1 before you complete it is so this is talking about the spooky menu where it's when you select the save files, it's like it is immune to its own image. It conformed to the reflection. It's like all ghastery and weird. It offers some weird text. Oh no, what is he wondering about though? Been wondering if the narration counts for this theory. Okay. I wasn't considering that as the same narration, no. There is a little bit of ambiguity regarding what you call it narration and what you don't. I legitimately didn't think of this at all, which is the actual reason I didn't include it, so I didn't think of it. I'm not sure if I would have anyway. It's weird because like there is a very different style of narration in this menu versus after you beat the chapter you get like a much more prosaic one, which if anything is a much stronger evidence of a diegetic or multiple narrators than anywhere else in the game, because there's actually a difference in the way they speak. If you want to count this as narration though, I'm not sure I would still. Assuming that this like might just be like Gaster or something literally talking to you and not the same as the narrator in the game. So I don't know. That's an interesting point to raise. Timestamp guy trademark. Oh yeah, Sonic Mania devs used to do fan games, so there's another example. And some guy who did a Minecraft mod is on their team, so it's not unheard of. I think it's very unique in the case of the Anti-Birth mod though, because that was like the final big update to the Binding of Isaac was just this mod being ported in, and other stuff too. But that was the swan song of the entire game. It's a very cool circumstance. Okay. Good video, thank you. Wasn't Annoying Dog creating a game in the secret room in Snowden inside a cave? You are correct, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that information. This was exactly the kind of video on the narrator I wanted to see as someone who finds the Narrator thing very compelling. And then I felt like I got hit by a rake by Deltarune being all over the place in comparison. So this person had the same experience. That's very encouraging. They were expecting some Narrator to dig into and then got this, which did not meet expectations. Similar to how I felt. Plus it was funnier than I was expecting, so good job. Thank you. Deltarune is an RPG, and RPGs originate from tabletop games. In tabletop RPGs, the narrator is the dungeon master, who's in this case Toby Fox. Like, well, this isn't wrong, but I don't see why narrators predate tabletop games. I think it's fair to say that the concept of narrator is even more general than that. So, and in this case, it's not really. I mean, the second person use of narration, you could argue, is descended from tabletop games. Ultimately, though, this doesn't actually make a difference to the discussion, so it's kind of a moot point. Apparently that moment was good. Let's see. Oh my god, yeah, Dancing Mad, very loud. The volume is still maxed. Why am I Nikola Tesla? I'll repeat the origin story once again. I made a YouTube account in 2012 when I was in middle school. Tesla was popular then because of an oatmeal comic. I made him my profile picture and didn't change it for the next 10 years. And that's the lore. Yes, Omori music. Yeah. About 13 minutes in, I'm starting to think there are two narrators, one bracketed and one not. This is the worst possible reason to argue for two narrators. But I'm not sure. Honestly, I thought the narrator just messes the fuck with us the entire time. Kinda. After finishing the video, you know what? I think this is fine. If anything, theory debates are a third of the reason why I love Deltarune community, and if you don't get an answer now, we'll still have a lot to work with. Mostly I'm curious what the other 2/3 are. Like, the game itself is 1/3, and then Spamton is the final third, is what I'm going to go with. That seems the most reasonable. I knew it would be the oatmeal comic Lamau. Yeah, you had to be there. Can we call your theory Nara? If you want to. I don't really get to decide what the theory is called. It's not really a theory anyway, it's just like there's not enough evidence to reach any interesting theories, so we stick with the null hypothesis. Spamton / reader fanfiction is the third. That makes sense, Outsin. That would do it. The narrator can't be Toby, he's in the computer lab playing maracas, so he is busy. I think Toby's just very good at multitasking. Toby Fox writes all the narration in real time as you play the game. He lives inside the computer. Cool. I'm glad to know. Alright. It's Gaster, Kara, and Toby in a trench coat. This is me reading the comments now. I know it sounded like a chat message. They're just fucking around, mate, causing a little chaos, playing a little prank. Are you from the Discord server? This is the kind of shit posting I'm used to seeing on the Discord server. Hornet is void once again. You bring up a valuable point about not knowing how the hell Kara Undertale could be involved in Deltarune. I have one single line. Yes, I wonder what this line will be. Say it with me, chat. It's the whole quote. Move on to the next. Yes, I keep addressing this. It's the same every time. They will move on to the next world, but they will always be with the player. When the player has Kara, they don't ask us for Frisk's soul, they ask us for our soul. That's a decent point, actually. I mean, aside from the context, this is a decent point. Like, it probably makes more sense to consider Kara asking for the player's soul in real life than Frisk's. I don't know what that means either, though. It's a bit wishy-washy at that point. So yeah, like, we've seen this 100 times before. We know what the deal is with that. I don't care about this shit. Cat has ascended. Plot twist. The narrator is Newbert. Someone already stole your joke. Sorry about that. My personal theory remains that there are a minimum of 2 narrators. One of them is Chris, and the other one is someone else. Well, thank you for that. I'm glad you made it so easy to see what the music was playing when. There were 3 separate occasions when I was like, hang on, is that? And in all cases, the answer was yes. So the Homestuck song, the One-Shot song, the Outer Wilds song, yeah. I'm impressed by the Homestuck one. I wouldn't have recognized that if someone put it in a video. I was just like browsing the Homestuck soundtrack and I found that one because it sounded nice. I think it's called The Joker's Wild. How obscure One-Shot is, it doesn't get nearly the attention it deserves. Yes, One-Shot does need more exposure. I feel like Narrator doesn't necessarily mean all the narration is Kara, just that the more obvious cases, I think we know what they mean by that. Just, okay, there's sort of, aside from the specific determinators take, there's different like kind of levels of like buying into the Narrator interpretation, and this is sort of like a no-brainer one, is like, so usually there's not really a narrator in particular, it's just not diegetic, but In some cases, we see Kara taking over and communicating through the narrator. And I think this was like the case before. That's sort of like the predeterminator's take on it, where it's before it seemed like there just wasn't all that much evidence to close the gap to say like, okay, all the narration is actually Kara, whereas the point of that blog post was to argue for exactly that. You don't necessarily need to go all the way, but you essentially lose all the benefit of the Narrator argument for analyzing Kara if you just want it to be like these few cases. So it's kind of a moot point if you constrict it this much. Apparently Markiplier played one shot. Didn't even know. Apparently Markiplier played off. Okay, so Markiplier clearly isn't the silver bullet. He was for Five Nights at Freddy's, but I think there was more that played into that. Coming up on 4 hours of stream. That's actually less than I thought. Game theory, am I gay? I feel like that would be a very popular theory among the UTDR fan base based on what I've observed. We need a minimum of 7 discrete narrators, otherwise the whole thing falls apart at the shams. I don't know what's happening anymore either. Okay. Markiplier isn't the silver bullet. That was in reference to a chat message, in case anyone was confused. Okay. Next comment. At the end of Genocide Run, Kara specifically talks about leaving this world and moving on to the next. This is very familiar. We just saw this, yeah. Yes, okay, same thing as before. Maybe the reason why the narrator seemingly makes Undertale references is because this narrator is an AU of Undertale's AU. Let me try that again. Maybe the reason why the narrator seemingly makes Undertale references is because the narrator is an AU. So the narrator itself is an alternate universe. I'm not sure that's the right way to phrase that. I don't think you articulated that properly. Maybe they meant Deltarune is an AU of Undertale. Undertale's AU, okay. I like how some characters are consistent but different. There is no reason to say it isn't the same for the narrator. As yeah, this isn't really worth thinking about that much harder, I think. Never mind. Another Everhood fan located. Hornet is void once more. I farmed so much engagement by mentioning that. That was a great idea. There's been like a dozen comments so far that have just been like complaining about Hornet is void. Maybe the narrator swaps between Chris Carragaster and Toby depending on context. Maybe I think this is a shit post at this point. I think that's actually just a joke. Omori OST. I dreamt about this graph. I'm assuming they don't mean 1,959 years ago. I think they mean they dreamt about the graph at this timestamp years ago.
Along the top, we have our candidate.
That's interesting information. Apparently they saw this in a dream. I don't know what to say to that. You stopped watching for 5 minutes? Nothing happened, no. Nothing happens in these streams. The fun part is when you said the coming up next video popped up, it was the night video. Oh yeah, I plugged Jaru at the very end and people are actually getting recommended the video. That's funny. 1,000 lines. Oof, yep, that is several lines. Not too bad. I mean, these videos take so fucking long to make that wasn't even like most of the time spent doing that. Scaly, is this person just correcting my statement that that Undyne and Alphys were furries? They are in fact scalies. I knew this. I didn't want to specify that because this is kind of a need to know information that might be getting a little bit too specific for the demographic, or at least the demographic that I like to imagine that I have. Deltarune Mossbag. Yes, I hope so. Maybe the knight is the narrator. Maybe, but we don't know who the knight is, so that doesn't actually help. I didn't expect the Joseph Anderson line in the middle of this. No one expects it. That's why it's funny. The reason why there's so many jokes calling back to Undertale is because Deltarune was made for people who've played Undertale. This is the obvious answer, and why I ultimately included what I ultimately concluded. You, by assuming this is obvious, though, you're ignoring the whole premise of this video, so don't get too smug. Hornet is not void. Keyboard mashing. Another one for the pile. This is just a timestamp.
Your mother, your
Your mom. Nice. Chad is just debating whether or not it is a furry or not. I'm glad I aroused these feelings in chat. Who is Hornet and why are they void? Either play Hollow Knight or go binge a channel called Mossbag, and you'll understand.
Your mother.
Chad is just spamming your mom and debating about the definition of scalies versus furries. This is exactly the environment that I strive to cultivate. The narrator is every character in both Deltarune and Undertale, including Toby Fox, Gaster, and the player. Party in Chris's head. Party in Chris's head. Alright. Cool. I want to play the Gaster Gift Shmup. That's actually maybe worth responding to. I was considering maybe releasing a version of that as like a Patreon thing, just for fun. I'm not sure if anyone would be that interested in playing like a little short looping shmup that you can't even lose, but maybe if I work on it more, I could just put that as like a a little Patreon bonus. Add a loose state and scoring system. Yeah, that would be sort of the to get it into the 1.0 state. We'd need a fail state and a scoring system, and then I could release it for massive profit. It would be like an endless mode, I assume, where you just try to last as long as possible, and shooting Gaster increments your score, because Gaster cannot die. That would be kind of ridiculous if you could actually defeat Gaster. Stream chat is so cool. It's like casually being part of a bad joke hive mind. Yeah, it's very interesting. I was never too interested in actually watching live streams myself because it stresses me out to just try to have to blend into this weird hive mind and articulate my thoughts in like 2 words at a time. It's very strange. Anyway. Tesla PNG tuber bottom text. I've been called out. One of these days I'm gonna come on the stream with like a fucking hideous, uncanny, like Tesla bobblehead VTuber model and refuse to comment on it no matter how many people mention it in chat. Chat, I don't usually like watching streams, but just because they're basically long videos with no editing. I don't actually... I'll watch VODs of streams, but usually not streams, so that's like not even my problem. It's like, legitimately, I often prefer watching streams without chat, even if the chat is available, because usually it's honestly kind of just depending on context, right? For like Sometimes you need it for the context and stuff, but other times it's like trying to watch like a let's play or something with chat on and everyone's just like screeching and backseating and throwing out spoilers, and it's just a nightmare. It was actually a very enjoyable experience watching Joseph Anderson stream Outer Wilds, because he was doing it on stream with chat, but he had the chat completely hidden on his end. And of course, like by the nature of a Twitch chat, it's impossible to inform everyone of that as they come in. So essentially you had all these people like yelling and screaming and screeching, not knowing that Joseph was completely deaf to their cries. And it was just this big soundproof box of monkeys like shitting themselves and fighting with each other. It was hilarious. As Joseph, of course, spends 2 hours repeatedly dive bombing into the sun for no particular reason. Great streams. Release the shmup source code. I'll give you the source code if you want. I wrote it in like 2 hours. You can have it. Okay, more comments. There's a chance for Toby to be the narrator. I mean, yes, I agree. It would make more narrative sense for the narrator to be a character in the world, but based on everything we know about all the characters, it's extremely unlikely to be anyone we know. The music died. Oh, the playlist isn't looping for some reason. You need to enable that manually. There we go. Back to the comment. Based on everything we know, it's extremely unlikely to be any character we know, unless there's an insane twist. Very good video. Hilarious theory. Thank you. That's good. Love the videos. Thank you. Does the parenthesis narration not describe something a character is doing or saying, rather than the unparenthetical narration? This is why I chose to say brackets instead of using this term. Unparenthetical narration describing the details of objects. We've been over many variations of this. It doesn't work. No. Here's Roy. You call yourself a logical theorist, yet you refuse to acknowledge the essence lore. Curious. I absolutely have acknowledged the essence lore. I've just acknowledged that I hate it and think it's bullshit. There's a chance Jigsaw Joe is the narrator. The best part of this video is that you'd randomly decide to spoil off at the very end. This is hilarious. Like, there's a certain like meta game to how out of context you can make a spoiler and still have people complain about it. Whereas in Off, I showed footage of a gray room with a man flipping a switch off. And that counts as a spoiler, apparently, in this person's mind. But I'm pretty sure it's like you could prove via like information theory that there is no way to derive any information about the story from that unless you read a comment like this pointing out that it's a spoiler. And even in this case, it's still not a spoiler, because what the fuck, there's no information contained in that segment. Oh, I see, you're in chat right now. Oh, you thought it was funny. Yeah, because it doesn't say anything. Okay. It's hard to read tone, of course, if you don't specify. And I've seen people were complaining about me spoiling Danganronpa in my like one of my first videos, which I was so careful. I made sure like I got a screenshot that was out of context. There was like this weird abstract UI element going around that said like what case it was in that I noticed, and I was like, oh shit, so I waited for it to go off screen and then took only that clip so you couldn't tell what case it was from. I was very careful. You can hear the depression in my voice. What you're hearing is like the fatigue of my vocal cords. That's not depression, I think. I am running out of tea though. So, and it's been 4 hours, so maybe in a little bit we'll do another short break for me to refill my tea. It's Morgan Freeman. I guess. Cool. There are more than one deities in Deltarune, i.e. another hymn. We have deities, not entities, deities. Hymn, Old English term for we're breaking out the word deity and an Old English etymology lesson within the first 2 lines of the comment on the Deltarune video. This is a great sign. Old English term for being of immense power, such as a landlord. Gaster. It's also a modern English pronoun, meaning a male third-person being who has no particular traits. But I guess you could apply your Old English degree to that if you wanted. Gaster and some Gaster-like characters could be 2 narrators, especially if my theory of Gaster invading the other hymn's experiment comes to... Okay, this person's like... This is chapter 400 of this person's personal manga that I've never read and probably doesn't exist, so we're not going to get very far with that. Chat says, I love when the people in the comments are just insane. Don't we all? Gaster is the landlord who owns Toriel's house. The only canonical landlord is someone named C who owns Asgore's house, so... Maybe that's like, it was Gaster, but then like the little crossbar on the G was erased by accident. I love watching this after a bunch of random Deltarune stuff, because it's an anti-theory. Yeah, that's a term I've seen a few times. I'm not sure exactly what it means. I think people just sort of intuit what this means. I think I know what they mean by it. I'm guessing they're just saying that like it arrives at a very boring, mundane conclusion after considering a bunch of very interesting, fantastic possibilities, rather than... I mean, it's true that a lot of theories tend to just pick something that sounds really cool and beeline toward it without much thought for like considering how viable it actually is, which is unfortunately true. So I can see how that it would seem pretty different after binging like random Deltarune stuff for a while. The TV was dusty. If it wasn't the night before, there was much larger things at play. Right, much larger things. Chris also dusted the TV as well as turning it on. Earth-shattering. Christopher Moon. I'm surprised I haven't seen him yet. I don't think Christopher Moon's even a him, actually. I think that the lore is like she, they, or something. I don't know. I'm working on secondhand information there, but in this comment section yet. They're everywhere. Yes. Yeah, this person spent 10 minutes trying to find Christopher Moon. Oh, and we got, yeah, Christopher Moon pronoun lore. There you go. One point speaking for Kara is maybe the genocide timeline theory. Pretty interesting stuff. And yeah, I think it's Gaster, though, because of good beginning. Right, so we have a very cursory reference to the move on from this world and on to the next. And then something about Gaster, so not much to dig into. Narrator isn't in the Susie segments. I mean, unless you consider we get choices still from the dialogue box. You could consider that the narrator or not. The narrator is 3D Toriel's inner monologue. I hope so. Can you please release the spreadsheet? Fortunately, I did just now, so I finally did that. Why can't I spell 100? There we go. Susie would be hyped to eat the communion crackers and not much else. I'm assuming that's a comment in an ongoing conversation in chat there. But Susie pounding back the communion wafers. Anyone who plays Binding of Isaac can appreciate the quality of a good communion wafer. Toby Fox is a cool guy. Yep, ain't it the truth. Ain't that the truth, buddy? I'm sorry. I know you had a point here. I was completely blindsided by Outer Wilds OST. Apparently so blindsided that it deleted the memory of the video from this person's mind, which is impressive, I guess. We have Half-Bread citing. Okay, this is another Half-Bread comment. They had one much earlier, which was just like a random quote of some piece of narration and no further explanation, which is really funny. This is the real comment. Absolutely wild. As someone who never really thought about the narrator, I've always assumed the obvious, that just being Toby Fox, the writers. Yeah. This video managed to convince me out of that assumption and then back in again in a super entertaining way. Your editing had me weak at the knees. Salutes to you. Thank you. That's interesting that it actually worked to go through that arc. I got so deep into to Devil's Advocate that it just worked as a convincing argument by itself, and then I destroyed it. Text in brackets is whispered, you idiots. Fucking Flowey is commenting on my videos. Okay, here's Half-Bread. I'm not sure why Become Spamton is on the board at all, but if it is, I definitely don't know why it would be evidence against Gaster, as all available lore seems to point to Gaster being the force that drove Spamton and Jevil insane. Same for uses Chris's POV. If Gaster is the being speaking to us in the opening, then it stands to reason that he can access Chris in some form via the soul, the body, or some shenaniganery. I'm not really sure about these. Like, Spamton is definitely connected with Gaster. You can argue that. This was almost, I think the exact same thing was expressed in a much earlier comment. And what I said then was that even if we consider this link strong enough to mean that, like, how does that link play out in practice? The narrator is associated, or Gaster is associated with Spamton. Spamton is associated with the narrator. How do you actually follow that and make a connection between Gaster being the narrator? Like, even if we know that Gaster has a connection to Spamton, even if you accept that, the power dynamic is that Gaster is the one who is like manipulating Spamton and was calling him and became accessible at his will. So if we assume the narrator is Gaster, then why would it make sense, even within this logic, that Spamton is suddenly able to override Gaster? Or even why Gaster would want to start role-playing as Spamton? Like, as I said, I think in the previous comment, like, this is a tenuous presence to be, or a tenuous kind of point to begin with, and then even if you follow the logic all the way through, you have, like, why does Spamton overpower Gaster within the narration? So I don't really like that point, actually. And Chris, using Chris's point of view, it stands to reason that Gaster can access Chris in some form. I mean, it's not really against Gaster that we can use, that Gaster could use, if we assume that Gaster is, like, connected to Chris or omniscient or something. It's the fact that why would Gaster be doing that? It's not a case of, like, we know Gaster has access to this information, but why would sometimes Gaster show more information than Chris knows, or sometimes only have the information that Chris has, or sometimes have less information than Chris has, as if he's talking to the player? That's more the reason I broke those points up, is because each one of them is like a different level of knowledge that the narrator role plays as, depending on context. And I think with Gaster, you could argue that Gaster's as omniscient as you want, but still he would have to be sandbagging to occupy these, like, lower levels of awareness. That's about what I've got. Thank you, Half-Bread. Oh yeah, I think I know who this is from way back. Good job. With editing in so many perspectives and thoughts considered, worked through and explained. It was good, it was informative, and I liked it. Well done. Thank you. Yeah, this person, I think I was part of like a much older little sub fandom I was in with like an Undertale fan game from like 2016. So they've popped back up here. There's a part where Susie talks with the narrator in Chapter 1 Castle. If you have a fight route, an enemy you fought with when you interact, narrator. So okay, hold on here, man. Sentences, like grammar, structure, please. Oh shit, I clicked. Oh no. I clicked on the fucking link by accident.
Narrators, huh?
God damn it. That may have just erased all the comments that were loaded. Although maybe not. I have to find where we were again. Be it. We'll look for Half-Bread's profile picture. That'll be the flag. Joined in time for the great tragedy. We're already almost back. Okay, we're already at the off spoiler. Yeah, that didn't take long at all. There's Half-Bread, there's Ilya. Okay, here we are. There is a part where Susie talks with the narrator in Chapter 1, Castle. Okay. If you have a fight route, an enemy you fought with, then you interact. Okay, so if you fought an enemy in Chapter 1 and then you interact with, like, you know, the Rudins or the Hathies in the card castle, the narrator says, blank enemy will never forget what you have done. And Susie says, in a good way. And the narrator says, in a bad way. Okay, so that is a legitimate example. We had to fight through some syntax jank to get there, but yeah, the narrator Susie replies to the narrator. Unless that's Hathi. Unless that's specifically because Hathi communicates in this really specific way where it's like the narrator recounting Hathi's speech, not Hathi like itself just talking. I wonder if that's what they're getting at, because I'm not familiar with this exact example. I wonder. I don't think that would be in my footage either, because I don't have footage of that. That's something I'd have to check later. But if that is just talking to Hathi, then that's in line with all the other Hathi dialogue, and it's unclear whether that's actually being spoken out loud, so that would kind of explain why Susie's replying to it. Otherwise, that is mysterious. Okay, you spent so much time to end up proving that the narrator is the person who wrote the narration. Besides the irony, it's crazy you still have so few subscribers with videos like this. Good job. Well, thank you, but it's not crazy, I think, objectively. I think the channel is actually growing quite rapidly, considering there's only been 3 videos in like 7 months, so I can't complain about that at all, but thank you. Homestuck music, surprising. I do think that even though Chris isn't the narrator, they still have some control over the narration. If by this you mean that the narrator is like some of the times when we're not allowed to do something, like we can't read about the news article with Asgore, we can't wash our hands in the kitchen sink. If you mean that like Chris, that is Chris's sort of will that is being exerted, and the narrator just reports on that, then I think that is a possible explanation. Although, of course, we still have, we don't fully understand the limits of when Chris can and cannot fight back against the player. Because they obviously can't do it in general, otherwise we have, like, the Snowgrave run, it's on Chris's shoulders at that point. But they clearly sometimes can, because they get out of the bed and rip out their soul without us wanting them to. So, yeah. Not the action verb crystallized. What the fuck does that mean? Like literally, what does that mean? I used the word crystallized in the video. They're referring to that maybe, but I don't know what they're saying. That's a very interesting comment. The Effet of Gilgamesh. I don't know what an Effet is, but yep. Oof. I'm gonna look at chat briefly. This is gonna be the last time I'm gonna look at chat, and then we're just gonna go on a brief break to refill the tea. content warning, Andrew Hussey. The epithet of Gilgamesh, that might be a thing, but not that I've heard of. Dr. W.D. Gaster can be described as... Okay, I don't know where that was going. I just got here. Can you start at the beginning again? Yep. I hope you get juicier comments soon. Yeah, I think they are getting a bit shorter on average. They always do that. The further you go into the video's lifespan, the more casual the viewer base becomes, and the more kind of these really short comments you get. That's just how it works. Although this video in particular never particularly caught on in general recommendations, I noticed. It was a lot through browse features, so I'm not sure if that would affect the demographic that is viewing it. Andrew, since you used to be Undertale Gremlin, did you ever go to a con? No. No, I was one of like the weird gremlins who was like absolutely was a gremlin, but was like too self-conscious to actually express that in public ever, so it was just a bad time overall. My favorite pastime, watching random crackhead YouTuber read 900 other crackhead theorists' ideas. I'm glad I can provide what you seek. What is your opinion on Ralsei? That's interesting. Ralsei, I agree. I've become more on board over time with Ralsei having more meta knowledge, being aware of the player, for example, like looking at the camera in some instances, depending on what dialogue you choose. I think there's a reasonable argument that when Ralsei is putting you into those cutscenes where you look at Susie, that he is using that as an opportunity to talk to Chris without you being able to observe that. So I think there definitely is, like, Ralsei has a hidden agenda of some sort, which, but I don't know what that is yet. I'm not comfortable going on anything or getting behind any particular stance, like Ralsei is going to betray us, Ralsei is secretly working with the player. Yeah, but I do think there's going to be a twist with Ralsei and that he's not being honest, and that there's more to his agenda than we know of, for sure. Okay, maybe that's... I'll go for tea break now. Chat can talk about Ralsei's feat, whatever they want to do. I don't have to look at it, so I'll be back in just a few minutes.
So we are actually still talking about Ralsei, that's cool. Jaru has been called out as a Ralsei defender. I'm afraid that that part of the video I couldn't really hear over the reaction of the Discord call when you watched it yesterday. I may have to watch that on my own time at some point. Andrew, please change the topic. What do you have against Ralsei? He's a cute, fluffy boy. Streamer has no power. Please don't keep the topic. Nice. Well, the only way I can change that is to read more YouTube comments, I guess. So let's do that. I'll pour the tea first, though. That's very important. Oh wait, no, it's not steeped yet. I can't do that. Let's just go back. Yeah, chat, it's pretty... It wasn't being anywhere near this bad till I got back. You were just showing off. You were actually having normal discussion. Okay, we just read the Effort of Gilgamesh, and now we have Love Your Theory, analyzing 1,000 text boxes, and coming to the conclusion that the narrator is not a person is a bit sobering, but ultimately correct and better than a bullshit theory that is actually Rule Card is the narrator or something. I mean, Rule Card, RK, Roaring Knight, there's a case to be made. But thank you. Hell yeah, production quality. It's the Tom Bombadil is Tolkien himself theory all over again. I don't think that is a fair comparison. Okay, for one, I was never part of the Lord of the Rings fandom. I think you have to be about 80 years old to remember that in its heyday. So that's a unique experience, but also, I've read it. Like, Tom Bombadil is this funny character who's only in the books. I think the actual equivalent to this theory would be like if people were arguing that Tolkien as the narrator was Tom Bombadil, and then I decided that that wasn't true. I'm not sure how to parse this exactly. I'd argue Chris uses items in battle to keep things clear. Well, why not Chris does the actions instead of you do the actions in battle? Except for Devil's Fight. Like, if it would help in this case, why not any of the other cases where it's not done? My understanding for Undertale was a shifting narrator. Meaning, at first, it was mostly just Frisk. If you start to accumulate love, it will start to draw out Kara as Kara stays in the genocide ending. Or as Kara says in the genocide ending. Could something similar be going on in Deltarune? Well, I don't think that's how it worked in Undertale, period. Because, like, why does Kara need love to come out? Again, I think that was much more of like an early fandom interpretation before we had more, you know, like, interpretations that actually explained much more, like the Narrator thing. Where there's no direct link between Kara and needing love or something, because that's just, love is just your ability to distance yourself from violence. Yeah, and also that's just a multiple narrator theory anyway, which I'm not gonna fuck with. My idea about the narrator is that the narrator changes throughout the story. Once again, it keeps happening, folks. In places like battle checks, the narrator is a type of DM. Is there like a pathology with people who play Dungeons and Dragons who think that a dungeon master is like a meaningfully different thing than like just a narrator? Was that too mean? It seems like people are really keen to reference that dungeon masters are a thing, when that's just how it works by default.
In most of the game, the narrator is the player controlling Chris. Well, again, what do you mean by the player? Like how people say Chris is acting different, but not knowing... Yeah, there's nothing much to this. Oh, I thought someone was pinging me about the Discord server, but they were just stating the name of the server, and it pinged me. Yes, Jaru, there was like a fake person who was impersonating you. Did just appear in my server. And no one really saw a reason to doubt him for at least a few hours. And I was like, oh yeah, Jaru's finally showed up, but sure, I guess why not? Okay, so real Jaru has a hippo as a profile, but now that that's public knowledge, the next impersonator will just have a hippo as their profile. You understand what you've done, right? Yes. Thankfully, I was too busy to actually interact, otherwise I would have just embarrassed myself by falling for it more visibly. Okay. Chris overwriting some of the player's actions does make sense, but that doesn't change much. Well, thank you for, like, overwriting the relevance of your comment by the time you reach the end of it. Dude, this video is awesome. Thank you. This is the first of your videos I've seen, and I'm really impressed. Honestly, the Undertale fandom has a mindset of almost pathologic conspiracy theorism, and a lot of stuff they come up with is honestly a little better than the Sans' Ness idea. Shots fired. So it was really cool to see someone take an actual critical eye to the theory, using the game itself as a primary text and not making any assumptions based on popular fanon or the idea that there has to be some mind-blowing twist. The point about a mind-blowing twist is interesting, because I don't doubt that there will be a mind-blowing twist, but I'm not sure we're going to be able to call it, is the thing. Maybe we should be able to call it, but maybe not in Chapter 2. Also, the concept of twists. Deltarune isn't finished. Whatever the story is, we don't have all the pieces yet, and I think a lot of these pieces exist not in Undertale, but in parts of Deltarune we have yet to explore. That's true in general. I think there is a trap you fall into when you're too desperate to make things make sense in an early, Chapter 2, that you would demand evidence be in the game for things that would probably just be quite naturally explained later on. Things that seem to have been promised answers already, and we might just get very direct answers for if we just wait a little bit. But, it's a case-by-case thing. Like, you have to draw the line as to, like, what's worth speculating on. General statements aren't really too helpful. Yes, any fandom where theories are popular, you have pathologic conspiracy theories. There's a reason why conspiracy theories exist, is because that's like the way that human, rationality is like naturally hardwired to work. If you're not like working to counteract it, to an extent anyway. I'm not a social psychologist, but I think there's something like that. Sans' Ness was a fun theory, quite underrated. Sans' Ness isn't quite as bad as it seemed when it came out. In retrospect, I think, I've personally been just kind of fucking red-pilled as to how nuts Undertale theories get. Back then it was very like, I wouldn't say my mindset was different, but I was just, I wasn't forced to confront as many conflicting ideas, so I was like, what the fuck are you talking about, Matt Pat? It was just like offensively left field of a take, The issue with, I think, Matt Pat stuff in general, if I'm allowed to rant about Matt Pat slightly, is that he doesn't have a specific area of expertise. The channel is game theory, so it was sort of just surfing between games and analyzing them in like deliberately contrived ways, at least originally. Then it shifted more and more into analyzing games that were made to have like really complex lore, but that didn't work because you needed like a specialized mindset to like approach those things, but MatPat was trying to be the the FNAF theory guy, as well as the Undertale theory guy, as well as the Petscop theory guy, as well as all these other things. And so he didn't actually have the experience necessary to like make or to make a take that would like actually fit into the existing fandom idea space well, without just like breaking through the wall and sans his nest. I think that was the problem, was that it was like it came off as out of touch. Yeah, he picks games that were trending as a business strategy. Like, that's pretty obvious. That's just the way a channel that big probably would work. So, once you start pitting those kind of channels against, like, the actual goblins, it's understandable that they're not going to come out looking very good. That's just par for the course. Something at this timestamp is very funny. The Joseph Anderson gag. Yeah. How did you miss the mirror thing? It's only you in chapter 2. It's what they call you in chapter, or yeah. It's a huge clue. I mean, I replied to this. I'm assuming I said that it's interesting, but I couldn't find any way to make it relevant directly to the conversation. Yeah, exactly. I think I've gone over this before, but my personal like semantic analysis of this is the narrator talking to Chris in referencing that the other characters refer to them as you, thinking they are talking to Chris, but in reality they are talking to the player, who is not what they think of as you, meaning Chris. Like, there's no way to even explain it without sounding like a crazy person. That's how like semantically knotted this is. But fundamentally, I don't think it's a clue about, like, you don't need more than one narrator. You don't need the narrator to be anyone in particular. This is just lamp shading. If anything, it's just a stronger version of the point about why does the narrator use you and Chris interchangeably, which I already sort of considered in general in the video. Reading chat. I sound dead inside. Again, that is only my vocal cords are dead. I am not dead. It's been almost 5 hours of constantly talking, and my tea hasn't steeped yet. I'm just now opening it up. Theory crafting is heal. I love that line. Has the Pope played Deltarune yet? I'll be astonished if we ever know. I don't think putting honey in the tea would help. That would like gum up my throat if anything. It is lemon ginger though, so that'll do it. The person quoted in you is they. It's what they call you. Whereas, yeah, they is a pronoun referring to the other characters in general. I had a fun time trying to, like, going through different ways of breaking down that one little quote. It's pretty goofy. You remember so MatPat's Deltarune streams, I haven't watched these by the way, but chat says in the Deltarune streams, Matt actually seemed to be the only one invested. Stephanie and chat were bored, kind of painful to watch. That's weird. That sounds very strange actually. I'm not sure how that would happen. Watching people play like Undertale and Deltarune who aren't into it is in general quite painful, and I say that as someone who's watched way too fucking many playthroughs of Undertale and Deltarune. I have quite a broad base to compare. between, but it's not usually that like the viewers aren't invested. It's like the funniest one was Game Grumps, I think, because they had it was, you know, Aaron and Dan as usual, and they're both just like paying no attention. But then because whoever was like some person at the Grumps office knew what would happen if they pissed off the Undertale fan base too much, they dispatched like a handler essentially, who was like just with them in the call and was like working as their like a human walkthrough to make sure Aaron didn't fuck up too badly and piss off the Undertale fan base. It was actually hilarious. It was so uncanny. I don't know if I've seen RT Games playthrough of it. Jerry's getting compared to Matt Pat in the comments. Oh well. The Undertale Let's Play fan base was one of the worst. I agree. I was part of it. It was terrible. So there are no good guys in the story. Well, that's actually being too harsh on the streamers. Most of the streamers you watch are they seem to have a pretty good time with it. Chat's going pretty quick at the moment. That's kind of cool. We're up to, it's still 140 viewers. It's been pretty steady at 140 for many hours now, so that's cool. Let's get back to the comments. Holy crap, talk about dedication. That's what it takes to make it in this business, buddy. Got a question, not about the video itself, but you mentioned Jaru Jaro, so I'd like to know your thoughts on their theories. As someone, you're gonna put me on the spot with Jaru in chat? Okay. Someone who's further down the rabbit hole than me, I especially enjoyed the one on the magic and the angel. I think I basically replied that, in general, and this is true, and I can't lie about this, I generally disagree with Jaru's takes. I don't think that's a surprise to anyone, including Jaru. But I don't want that to come off as like me disliking Jaru in any way. I only really know Jaru through his theories initially, but Jaru seems pretty good. But yeah, my takes do not align with Jaru's at all, and I think I basically just said as much. I do wonder if the Japanese text would change the situation any. I've heard in some cases the way a thing is written can change who the likely suspect of who is writing that thing. The Japanese text again is coming back. I still do not speak Japanese. I have not learned since last stream, so I really just don't know anything anything about this, and I can't comment on it. And I have to give the same reply to all of these, unfortunately. Oh, I thought the music stopped for a sec. Someone in chat's talking about Peglin. Is that actually blowing up now? I saw like Vinesauce was playing it. I kind of actually know the guy. I don't want to say that I know the guy who made it, but I know a guy who works with the guy who made it. I think he went to my university or something. So that's kind of neat. I had no idea it was actually getting big though. I just like, oh, it's a funny game you made called Peglin. That sounds cool. You deserve the Nikola Tesla profile picture, because I invented alternating current or something. I don't think I did that, but I did look at a lot of text, so maybe that's what he means. Love the vids, thank you. So this person's criticizing the big chart as it goes. This fucking chart is just a big big scapegoat that I put up that everyone's going to nitpick at, and it's my fault. Chris could actually know Undertale, assuming that the game on Asriel's PC... Okay, never mind. It's this take, which is kind of ridiculous. And I've responded to previously in the stream for like quite a long time, so let's not double dip there. Very good video, needs more views, etc, etc. It's not doing that bad, it's getting up there. Something interesting that I don't think you mentioned, that Spamton hears the narrator and interrupts them in Snowgrave. Yeah, so it says you feel as if your soul is glowing, then Spamton goes not, and then you fight him. It sort of aligns with Spamton already, you know, replacing the narrator for parts of his own fight. And I guess, yeah, there's a few examples of that. And I did miss some of them. Apparently Jaru's favorite game is Portal. Who knew? That's lore. Jower, which is better? We have Jower in chat. One-shot video when? I've only recently started writing the script for that, actually. As I said, I took a decent amount of time, like after the last video, to get back into getting that game back underway that I was working on. And now I'm starting to get back into like, all right, it's sort of going. I can spend some time scripting out the one-shot video too. So it's taking longer than it would, as I sort of warned. Hopefully it'll be, because it's less formal, I won't require going through big walls of evidence like these previous ones. I'm hoping I can get it shorter, but I've said that for every fucking video so far, and it hasn't really happened. It'll be a different style though, so maybe I can actually get it a bit quicker. Is RAM doing well? It's starting up again. We've actually gotten tentative involvement from an artist now from the ACDS server, which has been exciting. We've been kind of starved for artists so far. So that's looking promising. We haven't really gone too far though, so it's hard to say. But yeah, production's back underway. Thank you for asking. Here's the artist. They can identify themselves if they want, but I'm not going to mention it. Okay, so this is Chris knowing Undertale because Asriel made it, apparently. Thank you. Nice Joseph Anderson reference. Joseph Anderson enjoyers are in the comments. Very cool. Why is there only one narrator? Okay, this is just gonna be... Oh no, it's... Fuck. So the first sentence is just like, this is going to be a multi-narrator comment, then you open it and it's like 100 lines. Nightmare mode, okay. Where is Chris's knife if not in the inventory? Why patch in a hot chocolate line? This is gonna be one of those comments that's just a bunch of rhetorical questions in a row. And it's often unclear why they're being brought up. Oh god. Okay, when you factor in the Dark World bunker and how Asgore losing Des, who completely vanished from the face of the planet, yet her familiar ribbons can be found in the Dark World that Noelle will vaguely recognize. Is that a thing? That's actually kind of interesting. Because you can get a ribbon in the cyber world, I remember, but I don't remember Noelle having a reaction. I'm guessing that's if you equip it to Noelle, you'll get that little pop-up text in the menu. Which I haven't seen, unfortunately. So that's worth looking into, I guess, but I'm not sure what that is. We have okay, so somehow from here we have Asgore and Des, and there's a ribbon in the Dark World. Now we have 4 possible entities. How did we get here? Chris. Who would differentiate Chris and you? Chris would not... If you have Chris as the narrator, why is Chris talking about themselves in third person? They would be saying I in that case. It still doesn't make sense with Chris calling themselves Chris. You, who from the start of the game were told we're Chris, so should be you to us. Okay, so you, something about that. Entity 3, who would view us both as the same name. Who is Entity 3? Entity okay, no, I can't take it. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I can't read this. I have to make it through so many more of these. I can't drive myself into a coma trying to interpret this. Why Canadian detected? What did I do? Entity Shadow Crystal. It's not even the Shadow Crystal entity. It is entity like Shadow Crystal. Connect Gaster's speed to a heart rate monitor so we can see the panic that sets him to read a comment like that. That would be sick. I'm not sure if I could pull that off realistically. The ending is 6 entities. That's exactly why I stopped reading. I don't want 6 entities. Okay, Narrator is only half right. Frisk is also the narrator and the player stand-in. For Deltarune, I don't agree anything was debunked, but we'll see. It would help if you explained what you meant by any of that, but cool. We need someone who speaks Japanese to check for equivalent dialogue in that release. The Japanese localization was very deliberate, supervised by Toby himself. So if there's any actual patterns, they would translate over. Again, I'm not the person to do that though. That would be cool, but it's not me, unfortunately. When you brought up Gaster as a candidate, I was very happy to see the Uboa and Whiteface comparison. Yep. I think Gaster's, it's kind of a commonly accepted thing that Gaster's a reference to at least Uboa. Whiteface, take it or leave it. Pressurized gas reviews. There's at least 9 narrators. Imagine if... I don't even know who that character is. Alright. So do you think the choice to have one scene in the game where it tries to make a point of the difference between Chris and you in the narration is poor writing? Kind of, yeah. Like, I think my current theory, and this is not an airtight theory, it's just like the best I can think of at the moment, is that all examples of Chris's name being used instead of you, except for that, are mistakes. Which is like a really... It's probably full of hubris to say that. Like just refusing to acknowledge evidence because you think it's a mistake, but like... I don't see any other way to make sense of it. So it's either a mistake and they will be like gradually patched out, as Toby already did with that one line, but not all the other ones for some reason. Or it's something crazy and I just don't know. That's it. That's all I can say. Because if this was supposed to be a big moment, and like this totally works in this context, but it's diluted by having all these other random times when it just decides to say Chris instead of you. It's very strange. Hubris theory. No, my hubes! Maybe the check switching from objects to candy works like a Pokédex, where you'd have to encounter it to know the data. That's exactly what I mean, though. Like, that's the narrator has learned based on information that the characters acquired but did not already have. That's exactly what I was saying. I think the you in Spamton's fight Snowgrave when calling for your friends either had no meaning or a double meaning, like probably does, but they aren't referring to us though, since yeah, and it's been what are you talking about? I'm sorry, like the sentence like just devolved into mumbling in text form. That was really unique. I do definitely. They're basically saying that we shouldn't be looking at that. I think that's definitely the wrong way to go about it. Like that's super obvious and super prominent. Seizure comment. It did have that effect, yeah. Doesn't Rules usurp the narrator at one point with the line, "Ooh, thou'st admirest moi," or something like that? I could see, I don't know exactly what that refers to. That sounds like more of a response to the narrator, which is a bit different, and there's a few cases apparently, including Spamton doing that in the Snowgrave route, so if anything, that's just a missing section on my axioms that I could have included. I don't think that would have made a huge difference, though. If anything, all of this stuff is just more contribution to, like, how does this make sense? Why can Rules hear this, but not the other characters most of the time, but sometimes they can? Including Susie, maybe, according to that one comment earlier. Does Rules card is gay? Yes. Right. You're definitely right. It's not that it's not any of the main three candidates. The narrator feels somewhere in between the player and the game itself. I mean, literally, they're intermediary between the player and the game. They convey information. I'm not sure if that's what they mean, though. And though they're omnipresent, they are very easily usurped by certain enemies. I don't know. With all the emphasis Deltarune has put on the difference between Chris and the player, it feels like there's something there. Some of the stuff feels like it couldn't, or like it could be limited by game mechanics. Able to tell general thoughts and feelings from those around Chris, and maybe a bit more through the specific check action. I think I generally know what that meant. But things like the dark candy and enemies are unable to be identified until it's the inventory in battle. I mean, so what are you saying then? Some of the stuff feels like it could be able to tell the general thoughts, but limited. But basically, that's still saying sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, and there's no real reason why, therefore it's inconsistent, therefore that's the whole reason I came to the conclusion in the first place. I'm not sure what alternative they're suggesting. Like it's something else, but they don't know what, basically, which I guess I can't argue against. Who is posting like rules card vor into the chat? What? Stop doing that. Horrifying, says Jaru. If you think of the narrator as a dungeon master, the behavior makes sense. Again, we have like someone who plays Dungeons and Dragons. I don't want to sound like I'm picking on people who play Dungeons and Dragons, but I keep seeing this brought up that like it's different if it's a dungeon master. It's the same. Like narrators in games are just acting like dungeon masters, yes, but like that was built into the assumptions when I started the video. This doesn't invalidate your theory of the narrator being Toby, but does Spamton corrupting the narrator dialogue act as a counterpoint to it being a pre-established character? Question mark, I assume. Spamton is, in Ralsei's words, a corrupted program. What's stopping him from corrupting the narrator character, or a trait that these secret bosses have due to being at least somewhat aware of the fourth wall? Why does this help it be diegetic though? I mean, if you're saying that Spamton's able to do that because he can break the fourth wall, that means that the narrator would be across the fourth wall as well in order for that logic to work. But you're saying that it could be a diegetic character, which is still within the fourth wall, so Spamton wouldn't even need the ability to bypass the fourth wall to affect the narration. I don't think that actually tracks. It's perhaps even already established, assuming Kara isn't the narrator in Undertale, as they overwrite them with lines like, "Where are the knives?" It's a bit confusing the way they've stated that. I think it could be articulated better, but I'm not sure what the point is as it stands. So, I've seen them. I'm not going to keep referencing it, though. I probably shouldn't have said that out loud earlier. Theories like the narrator is a DM is crazy because it shows how devolved the theory game is, like starting the baseline for narration but presenting it as some kind of unique Deltarune thing. Yeah, I think it's just a confusion of like what exactly we're talking about here, because like that is the same as the default. It's just a misunderstanding, I think, that it's actually different if it's a DM somehow. Yeah, Gaster can keep going forever. He will never stop, even if you want him to. In fact, I'm pretty sure that the GIF was canonically dancing the entire time the stream was down since last time too. We just turned the camera back on. All this, and we haven't even had a video like this about the Japanese text. I can't say how much different it is given I don't speak it myself, but from the posts I've seen on the topic, we are often a lot of differences. Again, like, cool, someone make this. I can't know. Salmonella vibes. I haven't heard that one yet, but that's cool. I like salmonella.
Hey, kids.
For some reason, my comment keeps getting deleted or not being posted, or I can't see them. Great sad. That is sad. This person's also in chat. I recognize the name. An obstacle to Toby Fox being the narrator and the plausible narrative benefits of a diegetic narrator. Pretty big. So this is an obstacle to a diegetic narrator. The narrator is an active but subtle part of the story, and thus if Toby is the narrator, then the author is part of the plot. Oh, no, wait, this is an obstacle to Toby being the narrator, and the benefit of a diegetic one. Okay, so if Toby is the narrator, the author is part of the plot. This is a major departure from how Toby created his involvement with the game, the dog dev memes. This also means that the narrator isn't just a storytelling tool. I know what you mean. The thing is, acting like Toby interfering in the games is something that he doesn't do ever is false. It's the fact that it's sometimes lampshaded and sometimes not. A good example, the traffic jam at the start of Chapter 2 is it's literally just dev collusion to make us not wander away from the library, but it's lampshaded via the annoying dog causing that. But with other things, like, I wonder if I can think of an example quickly. Like an Undertale, an example of Toby just stopping you from doing something without like lampshading it or mentioning it. He must at some point, I feel. The ball was the annoying dog doing it again. It was lampshaded and it was also inconsequential. Or the artifact, I should say. Yeah, the random force fields are a pretty good one there. It's like, he lampshades it, but not as dev interference. He lampshades the fact that, like, these are here to stop you from escaping, but, like, Mediton did it, lol. There's stuff like that. Stuff like when the elevator randomly becomes available to use in New Home and stuff like that. There are always instances where Toby is, like, corralling you down the path he wants you to take. And even if that's not lampshaded, that's always going to be a thing. Maybe you could argue that he's being more blatant about it in Deltarune, which I think is... you could argue that, maybe. Anyway, let's get to, like, maybe the second paragraph. Why is the narrator an active character in the plot? Simply put, all of the moments the narrator prevents us from going off the rails. The sync, most obviously, Toby could have put something else to cover these plot holes, other characters, the way Chris hijinks, etc., but he chose the narrator to do it. Yeah, he chose the narrator... The narrator in some cases. In other cases, it's the annoying dog. In other cases that I've mentioned before, he just never mentions it. Like, when you go into the bathroom, there's no reference to not being able to leave the bathroom, but the collision on the door is simply disabled. Like, you cannot leave the room, and it's never commented on, and that's purely like a contrivance of the game engine at that point. So I don't think that Toby's interfering through the narration is particularly different. It is different a little bit because of how maybe he's calling attention to it where he wasn't doing that before, where the sync is the most obvious example of that, like you pointed out. But it's not, like, irreconcilable. This is an active part of the plot because of Snowgrave versus the main route being one of the main conflicts. Characters are actively trying to prevent us from doing so. I don't know what you mean by that, actually. I'm not sure what that means. So if Toby is the narrator, and the narration isn't just dialogue delivery, then he's part of the story. What is the best situation under that interpretation? A commentary on author's influence? On the story? Yeah, I see what you're going for. I don't think this is the angle, like, no matter what. I don't think these are exclusive, though. I think Toby lampshading a few times that he forced you down a path in the game via the narration does not mean that Toby also has to be involving himself to the extent of, like, thematically. You do have a point in that there's more emphasis maybe on lampshading the developer collusion, but I don't think that has to change, like, thematically the role that the narrator is playing. But that's a major narrative conflict. That's the theme of an entire game, an entire story. We already have an interesting and complex central conflict. Yes, we have the themes in place. Author versus player would distract from the main theme and might overstep the story. It would, but again, you have to, like, actually take it seriously and overanalyze it to the extent that I have so far to create even a case for that being in the story, like a player versus author thing. Mostly, I guess to paraphrase this, I just don't think what Toby's done so far oversteps the line into making himself meaningfully a part of the story yet. Maybe if it becomes worse, that will change. The author becoming part of the story is extremely dangerous and egomaniacal, like Andrew Hussey. I know. This is something else that I don't know what it's referencing, but it usually ends up in bad. Yeah. I'm with you there. There's a reason why, despite the tenuous evidence that character narrators are popular... Oh, despite tenuous evidence, there is evidence that Let me try again. There is a reason why, despite the tenuous evidence, that character narrators are popular. They feel obvious after the discovery of Narrator or Curator, etc. So with the precedent, they feel like they have to follow. That's basically why I made the video, yep. It's an interesting and narratively rich idea. Why would Toby throw this away? The narrator can pull double duty as a dialogue dispenser and character development. It mirrors the relationship between protagonist and Kara. So, if you're saying that you think there should be a diegetic narrator and there's no reason Toby wouldn't do that, and that there's a case for it, the way I phrase my response would shift to, if Toby wants this to be the case, then why has he fucked it up so badly that even trying as hard as I could to find evidence for it, I still can't believe that it was intentional yet. And if he wants to do this in future chapters, he would have to completely turn around the way that the trend has been going so far. So, like, if you think that it's unthinkable that Toby could have just discarded that idea, then you have to acknowledge that he's just not been doing a good job of executing it so far. Which I think is undeniable either way. And storyteller for the rest of the game. Narrative. Why wouldn't Toby do this? I don't know. But yeah, if he wanted to, then he hasn't. That's basically what we're left with. Even if you think that Toby must have wanted to do this, then he has failed. Apparently the take that there is no narrator is spicy. I don't think so. Even this is also taking the Narrator theory as ground truth, which, even though I'm a fan of it, I will reiterate once more that I don't think it's safe to base things off of it. Like, it's already, you can do it, there's a lot of evidence for it, but it's still a stretch to get to the Narrator interpretation in Undertale. And just assuming that must be true, and therefore it must be true in Deltarune, is the wrong way to go about it. Like, if anything, if you can't picture a scenario where Toby has a diegetic narrator in one game and then doesn't do it for a second game, I say that I would throw Narrator in the garbage rather than, I think, assume that there must be a diegetic narrator in Deltarune. I don't particularly care about that dissonance, though, personally. There we go. Okay, that was long. What does chat have? Egg discourse? Okay. I think another factor in the DM theories is that Dark Worlds seem like a D&D session since they're going through a fantasy world. Like, it's because they're in a fantasy setting. Role-playing games didn't, they're all based on fucking Lord of the Rings and shit, which is based on European folklore, which is based on even older stuff, so D&D is like a branch in that tree, not the root. I do have a theory about the eggs that is completely independent of Gaster, believe it or not. Cool. I'd love to hear it. I don't think the eggs necessarily have to correspond to Gaster either, but it's sort of just like a gut intuition that leads you to that more than anything, I think. And that one little bit about the, what was it? The refrigerator in the True Labs in Undertale, which has a similar vibe to the tree, and also you don't get an egg from it, but someone made that argument a while back, and I forget what it even was, but still, that was like a weird, very tenuous association between Gaster and the True Labs. That was all you had to work with there. I don't know why I'm talking about the Eggman anymore. That was just what chat was talking about. I was trying to say that's why DM theories are coming. That's not why they're valid. Yeah, I knew that, actually. I sort of implied that I was contradicting you, but yeah, I was agreeing ultimately. Eggs are Gaster Peepus. Thank you for that. Eggman. Okay. Alright. Delicious source of nutrients. Too bad since you can't actually eat them in the game. Okay, next comment. I think it's too early to give an objective answer to many of the fandom questions, but I feel like your video might be really helpful in the future. If you're probably not wrong, but you're not probably right either. Okay, so it's like a middle ground in which bits and pieces might be rescued in order to support further evidence and new emerging theories and stuff. I'm with you there. Like, if anything, the real content of this video, besides the intro was a gag, most of the outro was just a gag, and me trying to sugarcoat the statement that I didn't think there was a diegetic narrator. The real content was the middle part, the actual gathering of the narrator axioms, which I think are still mostly accurate and that I'd stand by, and that you could salvage to use in other stuff if you wanted. That being said, I don't think the narrator is one specific person, rather the combination of different perspectives of different background characters, hence the feel of inconsistency. This is just a multiple narrator theory again. We don't have to go through this again. I feel like saying the narrator is Toby Fox is inconclusive, and something that Toby himself would carefully craft for us so we don't see the full... No. This is big conspiracy thinking here. Toby is pretending to not know how to write a diegetic narrator so that we wouldn't be able to know it's a diegetic narrator. Do you know how hard it was to analyze this? I had to go into 1,000 text boxes. So if Toby was trying to trick me, the guy who spent like a week going through every text box in the game to find evidence of a diegetic narrator, if he thought, so the narrator is going to be diegetic, but in case someone spends an entire week trying to analyze it to discover that, I can't let them find that out early, so I have to make all the evidence point against a diegetic narrator, so that later on I can reveal that it was diegetic and everyone will have to be surprised because there was no prior indication of it in the game whatsoever. That's what you call terrible writing, I'm afraid. So that's unfortunate, but yeah. I feel like the narrator and who it is might be something very important for the future, and saying that Toby is the equivalent of getting the annoying dog to kill you with his car. Yeah, I've said my piece. Okay, someone in chat has legitimate criticism. The inconsistencies depend on you having a very specific view of what a diegetic narrator should be. Well, what is that view? What is your view? Do you have a different view? I mean, of course, if you just mean what characters you could use to fill that role, and if you're saying there's an unknown one who could fill the role that we don't know about yet, I can't argue against that, but it's also pointless to speculate on, because it's trivial. But what do you think a diegetic narrator should be that wouldn't be bothered by these inconsistencies? My view is that the game, being as meta as it is, takes fourth wall breaking seriously, and so a diegetic narrator would be a character that has wound up lodged in the narrator role. I'm not... That's fine with me, but like, I don't think that really changes the discussion around the axioms too much, besides a few minor points. Yeah, like, in general, the problem with trying to make... This is a very granular argument that I've split into like 10 different points here. So you're sort of at a disadvantage if you're trying to just make a general statement that it's like, well, if we make this assumption, then what if that fixes the contradictions? Does it fix? How many of the contradictions does it fix? Does it fix all of them? Probably not. And I know that's unfair to, you can't really communicate properly in like a Twitch chat or something, but a lot of the comments sort of fall into that too. It's like, well, what if this would make this point make sense? It's like, what about the other ones? That's the problem, is like it's like whack-a-mole. You can hit one of them down, but another one just pops up somewhere else. And once you get used to that feeling of like playing whack-a-mole with your theory for long enough, you just get fed up and you have to conclude that it's not consistent, and I can't really support any of these conclusions. That's sort of the experience that I had. I feel this whole discussion is skewed toward assuming there is a diegetic narrator and that it needs to be disproven rather than proven. Yeah, that chat said that, but that's what I was thinking too. I felt like a crazy person even considering this, which is why I had to make that whole spiel about, you know, Narrator, the determinator character analysis. There's precedent for this. This isn't something I pulled out of my ass. I definitely think that, yeah, you need evidence to justify the diegetic narrator, not the other way around, which I said in the previous stream too. So it's easy to lose sight of that once you get so deep into all these different theories being thrown around. Like, I wouldn't be satisfied without like a very high standard of like evidence being provided for this, because just by default, it's just not normal. You got book thief references in chat. I had to read that in like grade 8, I think. Okay, more comments. More tea first, though. Yes, it's in YouTube form now. Please everyone watch. I don't know what this is referring to, honestly. Maybe this person saw a preview on Patreon or something? I'm not sure. The beginning of this video is how I bullshit my papers to make 2,000 words. That was it. That was, I'm happy this person picked up on that. I was definitely channeling that energy. I'm not sure that the beginning segment ended up being any one joke in particular. It was sort of like an emulsion of like 5 different jokes blended together, and all of them were half-assed. And it into this kind of surreal rant about the Epic of Gilgamesh. What was your favorite Undertale lore aha moment? I mean, the only one worth mentioning that I can remember was the Terminator's character analysis. That was the only one that was like, it went from being a crazy long shot conspiracy theory to actually being very convincing. That's the only time it's ever happened. So that's why I like it so much, I guess. What about Azrael being Flowey? That's just like the ground level plot of the game. I've forgotten that stuff even counts as lore at this point. And even then, that wasn't very satisfying. It was like, wait, that's true? And then like retroactively filling in what the game thought was the reason for that over a long time. Did anyone else immediately look for use of the Anti-Birth OST? I'm glad I've attracted the entire Binding of Isaac fan base to watch my videos. That's cool. Inscription music in the beginning. Yeah, that's yet another game that I've used the music from. That's actually the whole reason that I did that Epic of Gilgamesh segment, is because I pictured it to that Inscription music. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought it was funny enough, and I would have scrapped the idea. Yeah, Asgore is a nice guy plot twist. It's surreal to think about. It's like Sans is a boss plot twist. I like going back to I think it's Joel's Vinesauce Joel's old Undertale playthrough occasionally, just as to remind myself like what it means to actually experience the game unspoiled in 2015. Because when he encounters Sans is like iconic. It's like a perfectly preserved specimen of what the ideal reaction to the Sans battle is. It's absolutely hilarious. And nowadays it's like, it's part of the fucking Smash Bros canon that Sans has a boss fight in Undertale and everyone knows it. It's very funny. Yeah, Sans is a boss. We're never going back to that being a twist. That's been lost forever. Yeah, I recommend everyone in chat right now, stop watching the stream and go watch Joel Vinesauce fight Sans. It's much more entertaining. Is Sans hard? I have to fight Sans? Is Sans hard? That's my shitty Joel impression. New commenter says, I feel that this is just Toby's style of writing. The way of narration actually just makes you wonder if there's someone else who's narrating the whole shit. The whole shit, yeah. some canon character who plays a part in the story and is supposed to remain hidden from you, hence the lack of information in some of the dialogue, so that it seems more human-like rather than god-like, because narrators are supposed to be gods of their narration. So, like, omniscient, basically, is what he's saying. And know everything about the story. I feel like it's all just Toby's purposefully cryptic writing style. And here's the interesting part. Toby Fox is a canon character in the form of the annoying dog. This justifies and contradicts what I said simultaneously. That's the proper use of the annoying dog in theory crafting, I think. It's just this statement. Only Toby can pull off shit like this. I actually kind of have to maybe disagree a little bit. Although, like, I know exactly what this person means, but only this last part. And that's because I have a hunch deep down that if I go back and play Earthbound, which again I'm considering doing on stream, that we will see this DNA, this kind of writing style will be present all throughout. And it'll suddenly seem a whole lot less unique to Toby, or a whole lot less shocking that maybe this isn't actually a diegetic character. This is just a way of writing that's so loose and informal and playful that it feels at times like he's writing from a character's perspective, which I think is the main point of this comment, and that I very much agree with. And I probably would have talked about that in the video, except that it's just a very loose interpretive point and would have been hard to like articulate in a concise way. So I appreciate this take being here, because I think it is true. Toby's writing style does contribute to this this idea that the narrator could be a character. Earthbound stream when? I'm not sure. I'm open to doing it anytime, really. I might keep streaming on Sundays even if people are willing to show up now. I don't think doing one stream per week would be too much of a burden on like my time, so it would keep keep people satisfied while waiting for future content. It would keep the algorithm maybe satisfied. I think it could work. You have a Switch online? Oh no. You need a Switch. I don't think playing it on Switch has been the traditional way to stream Earthbound, to make a long story short. Anyway, I'll figure that out later. Make sure you buy your video games. Dancing Mad is the best choice to introduce Toby as a candidate. I'm glad it was appreciated. I might enjoy someone's recommending me a mystery novel. Kane's Jawbone is a mystery novel where all the pages are in the wrong order, and the task is to put them in the correct order and solve the murders. A lot of figuring out the order of the story is matching who is narrating what and when. That sounds interesting. I'm not sure I'd want to do that necessarily in my free time. That's already what like analyzing Dark Souls and Elden Ring lore feels like. It's basically just that. Interesting though. I didn't expect to see Everhood in Deltarune video. OMG, yes. Deltarune, the unofficial Undertale the official Undertale AU, very true. Mentions the 7 Souls rewritten world theory. What is that? Is this like an asterisks roleplay, pretend I mentioned this theory, or are they calling me out for mentioning the theory myself by accident? Which I've never heard of this theory, by the way. I'm pretty sure this guy mentioned previously, I think he literally comments this on anyone who has a trans flag in their profile picture. So that's interesting. If you want Rich Connor GMN to reply nice PFP, then you know what to do. The thing we have to remember about Deltarune when theory crafting is that it's just an RPG. That's a bad start. Undertale was more than that. It went meta, it made an actually realistic storyline. You can see all sorts of details. For example, in Deltarune, you can sell stuff in shops, but you can't in Undertale because that is stupid. Deltarune has an alternative route once you leave what are you saying though? If you're saying that like we can't analyze Deltarune as like a meta game, then that is unworthy of consideration, in my opinion. Cool video. As a fan of the theory that Gaster and or Kara are involved in narration, it's nice to see some counter-arguments. I will say having moments where knowledge is withheld isn't necessarily contradicting the idea of a narrator with said knowledge. I imagine the narrator is a sort of dungeon master. Again, it's a dungeon master. It's like a meme at this point. This isn't being even used in the same way. Yeah, like in general, the narrator withholding information is not explicitly evidence against it being diegetic, I guess. It's just that we have to have a narrator that is following a script, essentially. Which is particularly weird with Kara, if we're considering like a copy-paste of Narrator. Kara never had an agenda in Undertale. They were just along for the ride, and were, you know, essentially in Frisk's shoes most of the time. Like if you want Gaster to be the narrator and to be following a script, then sure, you can bypass those discrepancies. But I think mostly like it's the weird like sandbagging of information and following, like dispensing information as if like the player needs to be catered to separately than Chris or something. That's a bit weird. That's not in line with what we expect from our Narrator. Someone in chat immediately found the video and then watched the stream. Very cool. I hope you had time to watch it first, because nothing's going to make sense otherwise. Gaster is the narrator and is real and is my father. Yes.
You should go to bed, son.
Groaning as I realize Undertale does legitimately have multiple narrators. When does that happen? Wait a minute. Why does Undertale have multiple narrators? Unless you're meaning like fucking the papyrus cardboard box narration. I feel like we're just missing so much. That's fair. That's fair. Undertale is real! Wow. Papyrus cardboard box destroys Narrator. No way! 7 out of 10 impression. I mean, it's better than I probably deserve. Okay. I do think that the battle narrator and the general narrator are different. Oh god, that's a bad road to go down. That's just another multiple narrators. Again, why? Who are they? Why are they different? Why does one narrate in battle? Why does one narrate in the overworld? What's the difference? When did they work out this arrangement? And when is Toby going to imply the answer to these questions in the text that I've already analyzed? I feel like the inconsistencies can be explained by the player controlling Chris in a video game. All of them. Yeah, that'll do, thank you. All of them. Just in general. New comment. The narrator is the same Red Soul from Undertale, who's not us, but Kara. So this is like the third one of these that we've seen so far. I'm surprised that this is like a take that people have. That explains how they got there, and maybe how they read minds. No, it demands explanation for how they've got there, and demands explanation for how they read minds. It's the other way around. I'm not sure how you got that twisted. It's their soul, so they probably see Chris's POV. Yeah, Chris's POV matches. I acknowledge that in the video. If you have Kara, if you have like a Narrator situation, we get Chris's POV for free, but not generalized mind reading. The soul also sometimes acts on their own, like stealing the fountains and getting tricked into leaving by Ralsei. Does that happen in Undertale though? Except for that one instance when Kara destroys the game window. Also, the narrator refers to Toriel as mom one time and calls her mother, your mother, 400 other times. Again, like, if you cherry pick that line, it's weird, but then you have to explain, okay, if this was the intended reading, why does every other time it just say your mother? What do you do with that? What are you actually supposed to do with that information if Toby wants you to read into that line about Toriel just being called mom? In the game files, Kara said, "I, your humble servant, will follow you to your utmost." That was some weird file in the game, which isn't confirmed to be Kara, by the way, but it makes sense that it is Kara. I don't see why that is relevant at all, except for following you to the utmost, which is already sort of like encapsulated or made redundant because there's already that line about following you. Let's erase this pointless world and move on to the next, which wasn't cited here for some reason. In Undertale, the soul has Kara's name, and Flowey implies they are the one in control of the timeline. This is a lot. It's like a big mixed salad of like fragments of understanding what Kara is, without really having to be accountable to any like cohesive interpretation. Yeah, there's not too much to dig into there. I still love Undertale for how hard it is to understand the deepest lore. I mean, it's good if you understand the deep lore and it can make fun of everyone else for not understanding it. If it's the other way around, then maybe it's not really a selling point. Talking about furries and Five Nights at Freddy's now. Okay, that's just continue that chat, whatever. Long comment. Okay. With regards to the ranger-looking monster, you were ignoring the possibility that it is the mysterious Mrs. Holiday. Well, Chris would also know Mrs. Holiday, and so it would be the same argument either way. 1201. I wish these weren't just timestamps, but let's go.
Most of the Czech narration, since Kara...
Okay, this is the point about Kara knowing how to... The Czech narration coming from Kara's prior experience. Kara was dead long before the Undertale monsters, with the exception of Toriel and Asgore. That's true. That's actually kind of legitimate. I mean, I don't have all the fucking, like, Undertale narration Czech dialogue memorized or on hand, so I can't go through the examples easily. But, saying that Kara knows the Czech dialogue because they had lived in the underground and knew the monsters personally, that only applies to like species generalized knowledge of the monsters, not like any particular one, because yeah, there is quite a lot of evidence for a substantial time gap between Kara dying and Frisk falling down. Unless the monsters just lived for 100 years, I mean, who knows? Fucking Undertale. I think it's very plausible that Chris wouldn't know the context behind the God of Hyperdeath. Asriel could easily have been too self-conscious. I don't really buy that. I mean, if these people were like siblings and they're implied to be quite close, and this is one of Asriel's hobbies, why wouldn't Chris know about that at all? Like, they share a bedroom, and they probably would have been talking about this. Like, it is technically possible that Chris didn't know about Asriel's Undertale ripoff game with the God of Hyperdeath in it, but it is, I don't see it making sense character-wise. I just think it's very unlikely that would be the intended reading of that. I think it's reasonable to assume that Chris would know. Why can't Toriel have plugged the TV in? I've been over this. Because Toriel plugging the TV in would have no precedent. It would occur randomly after the TV was unplugged for a long time, as is implied by it being dusty and unused. It would mean nothing for the story. It would happen off screen, and it would, like, the reason why it makes sense for Chris to do it is because we see Chris needing to use the TV in the ending of chapter 2. So you'd be substituting like foreshadowing and a payoff later in the chapter for some random bullshit that is never mentioned because Toriel decided on one day of the year after weeks or months of not watching TV to watch TV, and it's never mentioned again, and there's no relevance to the plot. That would just be incredibly stupid. Like, why discard like a legitimate piece of information for it, like what is it? Poochie died on his way to his home planet, basically. Edit. Okay. There's one piece of evidence against Kara being the narrator that never seems to get brought up. Toby said that no official merch of Kara will be made because he feels it would be a trivialization of what they stand for in-game and the message that they carry. This seems to lend support to the idea that Kara being evil. No, it doesn't. What Kara can represent in-game is interpretable and potentially nuanced. This contains very little information at all. Toby said that no official merch will be made because it trivializes what they stand for in-game and the message they carry. All this tells us is that Kara stands for something and carry a message. They already do that regardless of whether or not they are the narrator. It certainly doesn't support Carrie being evil. If you're saying that it supports the genocide monologue being the canon take somehow. Okay, but there's also an interpretation of Kara where they mean something within the Narrator, like the Determinator's post. So this is very sketchy just to jump to that, because Kara has to carry a message, therefore Kara is evil. I don't see how that really works as evidence for that. Also, there's the narrator in the Halloween hack, who has even more personality in either Undertale or Deltarune's narrator, but is never revealed as a character. And there aren't any candidates who could be the narrator. I think Toby dislikes casual conversational style of narration that has its own thoughts and feelings. I mean, that I agree with. That I agree with regardless of whether you want to believe in Narrator or not. But it doesn't necessarily contradict Narrator. The evidence for that, it's independent of just Toby having a certain writing style, I think. From watching the comment response videos, so this is edited a third time. This is edited in response to the previous comment response stream. You seem weirdly resistant to the idea that Kara was a horrible person when they were alive. We've revived Kara morality discourse in the narrator video, miraculously, when the few things we get of Kara's personality point to that. It's a work of fiction. If Toby wanted Kara to have positive sides to their personality, he could have written them in, but he didn't. Oh my god. People... Are we doing this again? Are we doing this again? I'm not. What have I said? What more can I say about Kara morality discourse that was not covered in the previous live streams that this person is referencing? I talked about it what felt like forever there. It just kept going. I don't know what more I can say. I'm not doing that again. That's not relevant to the video either. Okay. If anyone in chat wants to know what this Kara morality discourse looks like, just read chat, because it started immediately. It always happens. Just read people arguing about it in chat, and that's the experience. That's all the information. There's very little information involved in this argument, but people will just argue about it forever regardless. Kara is Undertale's Vriska if Vriska had no screen time or dialogue. So in other words, much, much worse. And everything we know about their personality is extrapolated off of like 3 lines of dialogue. Okay. Toby Fox is the narrator of the game and a diegetic character. Bwomp. Yeah, we've been over that. I think Kara should be included in the capable of having their narration overridden part of the chart. It's labeled as Become Spamton, but there's a part in Undertale where Kara allows Papyrus to give battle narration. Was that thing? Like, that's different than the cardboard box. This is something else that I don't even think I know about. How do you get Papyrus to narrate his own battle? I've forgotten completely. If that's a thing, then I don't know about it, and I'm sorry, actually. Even the chaos of the brackets supports the idea that the narrator is Toby. I would totally like it. I would totally it would totally be like him to use such a clearly inconsistent element to make it clear this time the narrator's not diegetic. No. It's not intentional regardless. The brackets were just as inconsistent in Undertale, I'm pretty sure. I haven't analyzed them to this extent, but I'm pretty sure the brackets are exactly the same in Undertale, meaning that it's just random. So no, this is not Toby pretending to be stupid to make people think that he's too stupid to make a diegetic narrator. It's just Toby not having a consistent bracket scheme. I want to be clear about that. Chat says, insane, I'm still watching Undertale Discourse 6 years later. It's never going to go away. It's never going to stop. I just got deja vu. I was about to say I don't think some random dialogue in Papyrus's fight matters to the narrator lore. That's a separate argument, which you can have at your leisure. I hate myself for instantly recognizing the theme playing at 10. It's the Homestick music, yes. Also, I appreciate all Everhead references in this video. If you like Undertale and Deltarune, Everhead is worth checking out. Yeah, I don't know if there's actually crossover between Everhood and like Undertale, despite like Everhood looking like a fucking Undertale fan game. Everhood has appeal, but I'm not sure it's the same as Undertale. I also missed the last part of this comment, which is the same thing about this is too early, we don't know yet, but which is true, yeah. Oh, I think the YouTube client has shit its bed and saying that we're down to 3D3 viewers in the last 10 seconds. I think that's probably wrong. Never mind. What is chat talking about? Okay. Bracketed, another bracket theory. General knowledge, non-bracketed, more specific voice lines. This is like, they're all so similar, and I'm glad we went over that first example, because I feel like that one, all of these other ones are so similar that it would, like, the same process we went through to disprove the first one applies to everything afterward. Okay, I really like how you use the funnies. Thank you. I like funnies too. I did indeed watch Joseph Anderson's Witcher 1 video. You can tell that because I took part of the sound out of that video and put it into my own video. I'm disappointed Become Spamton isn't Become Spamton. If this is a reference to some fucking tweet that I haven't read, dang nabbit. I don't know. Hi, chat and Andrew, says chat. Hi, chat member. YouTube is still trying to convince me that chat has 31 members, and that the viewership has dropped by 75% in the last 5 minutes. It doesn't matter though, who cares? Maybe chapter 3 dropped and I haven't noticed and everyone went to play it. The narrator... Okay, is the narrator real life Toby or is it Omnigod annoying dog Toby? Real life Toby. Real life Toby. Gaster is Toby Fox. There, wait, what? Hold up a sec. Oh, okay, this has been addressed multiple times in the first comment response stream, so this is another, like a take 2 of the comment, which starts with Gaster is Toby Fox. Why does it start with that? What do you mean? Therefore, because everyone is Toby Fox, everyone is Gaster. Okay, it's just being funny. I appreciate that. I get it. Therefore, everyone is Gaster because everyone is Toby Fox. My proof for this is that Gaster doesn't exist and is fictional, and because Deltarune is a fictional game, and the fact that Toby Fox himself appears in Undertale proves that Toby Fox is a mass-shared facade, and the actual author of Undertale and Deltarune is Jesus, because it is a gift from God. I hope that convinces you that Gaster is the narrator. Thank you, that was good. This is what I'm afraid my next video about one-shot and Undertale is going to end up sounding like, by the way, as some foreshadowing. Notably, Deltarune is a quarter to a fifth finished. There'll be more later on. Of course, of course. People keep saying this, and like, yeah, it's true. But I did my best with what was available. Finally, someone's calling out the cherry-picking in Undertale and Deltarune analysis. I'm so tired of... So since I have no evidence conclusive enough, it must be Gaster. Apparently this is a thing. To be honest, I don't really watch enough theory crafting to be annoyed by this. I just know that it probably exists somewhere and therefore I should be annoyed by it. Which is how I believe Twitter works, right? So it's probably a common mindset. Chad is informing me that the Pope has heard Megalovania. Thank you, I appreciate that. Toby Fox real? Find out in the 30-minute theory unlocked discussing how Toby Fox is actually 5 different people. Toby Fox DID interpretation. Gone wrong. It's 4 hours long. I'm being informed by society itself, which we all live in, that Elon bought Twitter. Thank you for reporting that. Luckily, I don't use Twitter, so I don't give a shit. Hell yeah. Okay, next comment. I would have said the narrator is the player, but it wouldn't explain the Chris equals you and having the knowledge of Chris sometimes. So thank you for not saying that then. Thank you. I think it's very possible the narrator is an entity we haven't met yet. Yes, of course it is, but I can't discuss that at all, so I didn't bring it up. Toby just wanted the ability to make funny jokes. Not everything has to be connected to the lore. Sadly, this is true sometimes, basically. This is the duality of looking at Undertale and Deltarune, is that we both have the Toby who everything is the lore, everything is diegetic, everything has meaning and has to be analyzed. And also Toby who just wants to make like Zelda jokes randomly for no reason, or just call back to some RPG he played in the 90s. And these have to coexist. These two Tobys have to coexist rent-free in our minds at all times. It's actually a wonder that I haven't gone insane already reading that. Candidate 6. An unknown character who knows Chris Undertale has means of learning more as a result of time travel and or divination they are engaging in as we move forward. There's no evidence, but if such elements ever show up surrounding an in-game character, they could potentially support all the points here. So this is kind of cool, at least. This person's gone through the trouble of at least outlining in very brief form what it would look like for a character to meet all the criteria, and it sounds about as goofy as I would imagine. We need time travel, and is also from Undertale, and is also part of Chris. Of the known characters, Gaster has the most potential. Yeah, of course, because Gaster can be and is everything and anything that we need him to be. That's mostly the point of Gaster. But yes, that's a pretty apt summary. Thank you for that. I love Binding of Isaac music. I do too. Magic the Gathering art. Someone noticed that. That's cool. I think this is the
Be the
It That
exclusive
Betrays
domain
edit.
to
Yeah.
cultivate YouTube thumbnails.
I was part of this one. Back when I briefly played Magic the Gathering when I was a bit younger, and It That Betrays was the most, like, the biggest, rarest card that I ever actually got in my deck, and I was really happy and proud of it, so I have an emotional attachment to this card. We're almost at 6 hours. This felt longer. It does, actually. This does feel like it's taking longer. Maybe it's my brain speeding up? Or would that be my brain slowing down again? I don't know. It That Betrays is so cool. I agree. It's just really cool. I like it. I was a big Eldrazi fanboy. I like big tentacle monsters. No, that thumbnail is real. That's an actual thumbnail from Underlab. I just pasted it onto a piece of Magic the Gathering art. Although it would be funnier in the scenario where that was the actual art of the card, which just included an Undertale theory crafting thumbnail as the face of the monster. That would be very funny. The stream has felt shorter, but the comments are taking a while. I think there have been more short comments this stream. There have been more like little trivial ones that are just like, I like the music or something. Underlab is a swell guy. I know nothing about Underlab. I just know that that's the most ridiculous fucking thumbnail I've ever seen on YouTube. And it was a mistake, regardless of context. Oh, Toby's in chat. Hey Toby, how's it going? It's good. We're 6 hours in, I think. Still plenty of comments. Had a busy day. I'm still going. Yep. Yep. Dev in chat. A dev, not the Undertale dev though. He's just another dev named Toby. Dev in chat. Yes. I wonder what all those ancient Undertale theorists from years ago were still doing. Me too, I guess. Although I didn't really watch Undertale theories back then, was the funny thing. Like, I guess it's still the same case now. Like, I was so invested in like the lore myself that I almost didn't really want to or care about looking at other people's versions of it, which is, I don't know, either weird and narcissistic or somehow you could spin that as a good thing. Probably weird and narcissistic, but I didn't actually watch too many Undertale lore people back in the day. Yeah, Toby is the other RAM dev that I'm working with. Okay. Indie roguelike shooter? Yeah, you had my attention, but now you have my erection. Thank you, little Chromie. That's very, very sweet of you to say. Scared of change and being wrong? Maybe. I think mostly, I don't know how much I want to get into like psychoanalyzing myself, but I know some people legitimately say that like they refuse to watch other people's takes on stuff they're analyzing, which would be a great excuse. I'm not sure if that's actually my reasoning though, so maybe I won't kid myself. Mostly I'm just maybe not interested in most like styles of people analyzing the lore. Like, it's been pointed out many times that like I have a very particular approach, and the reason I follow that approach is to appeal. It's basically what I would want to watch people talk about Undertale. So the other ones I guess just don't interest me as much. we don't need to talk about that anymore. Consider the following: bracket, speculation, interpretation, copyright, trademark. I'm glad you're lampshading it at least. Brackets, narration confirmed via observation. No brackets, narration confirmed via participation. That's such a minor distinction. What's the point of even distinguishing between that? It's so niche. I don't get it. Why do people want these to be a thing so much? They're like, there is a pattern, but it's meaningless. It's like, it's as if like brackets are when the text box has an even number of characters. No brackets is when it has an odd number. It's like, wow, you did it. You solved it. Why? What have you gained from knowing this? It's really goofy. Oh god. I think this is the Puddles track from Homori. Or yeah, Puddles. Omori soundtrack is good. New comment. I've always thought there was no narrator. It's just Toby talking to us through dialogue boxes because the narrator is the only entity who feels equivalent or equal to the player. I don't really know what that means necessarily, but Toby being the narrator is still sort of the default in my opinion. Even if the narrator isn't a diegetic character, that doesn't make your analysis of them less interesting to think about. Certain narrative theorists would say a narrator is a character of their own, existing somewhere between the fictional story and the real world. Do you mean to tell me, does this commenter mean to tell me, that there are actual people in the world who do this academically and aren't just making YouTube videos? And what a concept. This is actually kind of interesting. So I think this person is implying that they've actually studied narrative theory in like an academic setting perhaps, which is fascinating to me. Because of course it's a thing, but I've never taken any formal, I don't know about how you formally or academically analyze literature really at all. I'm not sure I care a whole lot about learning how, but it's interesting to see this perspective. Being able to dip into characters' minds, telling us more than the perspective characters would know, withholding information the perspective characters have access to, being aware of the audience, etc. But the choices the narrator makes and who they seem to side with in a given moment is still fascinating to wonder about, especially in some moments you pointed out, like the narrator avoiding giving detail about the man behind the tree, or preventing us from using the kitchen sink, or exclusively giving Spamton some sort of free indirect dialogue. Yeah, there's a term. I did briefly go through some Wikipedia articles when starting this to see if I could use like actual narrator analysis terminology. I remember learning about this, but ultimately I didn't think it would help. It would just waste time explaining what these terms meant to the audience. We'd probably need more of the game to theorize on instead of just rotating it in our minds like a rotisserie chicken. That's fucking accurate. I like that. You make some interesting points. I'm going to give that a little heart there because rotisserie chicken is funny and this is a unique perspective that I enjoy looking at. So thank you. I love this video already purely over the fact that the OST is timestamped. Yep. Cool video. Thank you. The author is dead. Long live the author. Why do you think I keep having those cutaways of Roland Barthes? I don't know how you pronounce his name, not in a French accent. Roland Barthes or something. I keep having those cutaway gags to him. It's because I know enough about Death of the Author to know it's a thing, and then I'm probably doing something wrong in its eyes, but I don't know enough about it to really know what it is. So I just reference its existence and the fact that I don't know what it is. Cereal or milk in the bowl first? Cereal. I love the fact you tie in the OST with the points you make and then link the OST. I mean, that's, I think, just effective use of a soundtrack. I'm glad if you thought that worked pretty well. I do spend quite a significant amount of time deciding on what the background music is going to be for each segment, so if the effort's being picked up on, then that's good. Okay. Mention death of the author for clip. I think that's basically what referencing that Roland is doing. Death of the author means if the author says something outside of the text, it doesn't matter when you're analyzing the text on its own terms. Is that what it means? I thought it was like more that your interpretation of the text is valid regardless of what the author wanted you to think about it, which maybe is the same thing. I don't know. That's again me not knowing the nuance of it. I'm expecting like a Were Girl to burst into chat any moment and like explain it in a 2,000 word paragraph, but who knows? The author is dead, so they have no authority over their text. Yeah, that's interesting, because I think that is a legitimate question that I have for myself. Sometimes I do place inherent value on like what Toby intended over interpreting it, which I think fundamentally does... It sort of goes against the grain of what the whole death of the author spiel was supposed to be about. And I'm fine with that. I don't really feel the need to abide by any particular 20th century philosopher's stance on literary analysis, but I don't know, I think it's good to understand at least that you're maybe doing something in a certain way. Death of the author applies to gift pronunciation. If you say so. The text explains itself, which usually tends to line up with what the author was thinking themselves anyway. Right. I think I'm analyzing it more, not as like a written literary work, but as like a religious text at times, where the intent is not to find the most satisfying interpretation, but to like just figure out what it was supposed to mean at all costs. Which doesn't make sense. There's no reason to do it that way, but that's just what I naturally tend toward and what I enjoy doing. Which I'm fine with, even if it doesn't make sense as far as 20th century philosophy goes. Anyway. Seeing as Gaster is scattered across time and space, I don't see how it's implausible for him to actually see everything going on, and therefore be able to tell it from Chris's perspective. We've seen this before. I forget what the fuck I even put on the diagram, whether Chris's perspective was a contradiction for Gaster, maybe I did. I can't really even remember why I did that. Which is the problem with making a diagram with a lot of detail that you're not prepared to support because it's just there for a gag. But the point of this, I should at least point out, as I have previously, is that it's not that Gaster wouldn't be able to tell it from Chris's perspective. It's that why is the narrator role-playing with different levels of awareness at different times? It's like the fundamental inconsistency behind that is what was bothering me more so than specifically would Gaster be able to role-play as Chris. Like, sure, maybe he could. Maybe he could. Death of the author doesn't mean ignore the author, since the author's fingerprints will inevitably show themselves on the work itself. This is interesting. I'm glad someone in chat knows something about the death of the author. The real death of the author is when I go to Toby's house and kill him and take his skin so that I can absorb his power. But that's not until later. I should say that many clues actually fit Ralsei pretty well. He references Undertale and breaks the fourth wall. Yeah, actually, fun fact, on an earlier version of that table, I had Ralsei as a fourth one Oh no, yeah, there it is. You can see it in the, this is the prototype version I made before making the graphic. I had Ralsei, so you can see what I preliminarily put for like the evidence and counter evidence. Clearly I wasn't very keen on Ralsei, and even more clearly, or in the same way as Gaster, there's also evidence that didn't fit on this table that made it almost completely inconceivable to me that it would be Ralsei. Like, how is Ralsei able to communicate both diegetically with his own just voice and has a text box and has his own like dialogue portrait and everything, but then also can communicate with the player at the same time via unknown methods, also when he's not on screen or before we know who Ralsei is. And there's no infrastructure in place for why Ralsei would be able to communicate with the player, which implicitly was a point that these three already had in their favor, where Chris would be able to communicate with the player because we're inside like their body, we're possessing them. Kara, by the same logic, because Narrator had Kara as a disembodied presence within Chris, so again able to access like the player's awareness. And Gaster, because he's Gaster and breaks rules, and can just, you know, communicate with the player if he wants. Ralsei does not have these luxuries. Ralsei is just a character who is not on screen at all times, and there's no particular reason we know of why he should be able to talk to the player freely. Shoutouts to Aldia, by the way. I love that guy. The evidence for Aldia is that
No matter how tender or exquisite, a lie will remain a lie.
that's the evidence. That was the worst impression you've ever heard. But I tried. Okay, so this was, I sort of cut this person off. They're arguing for Ralsei as the narrator. You can argue that Ralsei becomes Spamton as some prompt are replaced by him speaking. Yeah, I'm not really interested in exploring the Ralsei as narrator too much further. I keep seeing Ratatouille mentioned in chat. Why does it keep happening? Why is that a thing? Oh, because the Remy controls the guy? That's the... Okay, I get it now. I get it. There is actually a strong intertextual connection there. What's the key for the narration spreadsheet? I don't understand what the letters and the sections are. You're not supposed to understand. I made that as a personal, like, scratch pad, but then people later wanted me to make it public, so it's not really meant to be comprehensible. I can mention that quickly if you're curious. I think B was for brackets, F was for fight, so that it's like in a battle. Most notably because like brackets almost never occur in fights, so I color coded each of those. S is for save points, I made those blue. I think colored was for instances of colored text, so C is for that. When I printed asterisks, it was like partially bracketed, yeah. So you can see there's logic, but it's not like, nothing is too deep. It's just like what I thought, so I'd be able to search these later. I is for formatting inconsistencies, which I didn't really talk about too much in the video, except for one like 2-second graphic that I showed. And I think K was for when Chris's name is used, and that's basically everything. There was also a half-hearted attempt to color code orange over here when the narrator was like quoting something else. Ultimately, I don't know why I was including these anyway, because it's not even the narrator speaking, so I kind of gave up with that pretty quickly. I'm just reading my work notes. Yes. Yeah, that's basically it. How long did it take me to make that? Not nearly as long as it took to edit the video, that's for sure. It was basically just me watching my own footage back like a let's play, and pausing it whenever there was a text box and typing it out and then playing it. So it took a few days, but not like an enormous amount of time. And I could have like a video playing in the background too, because I just had to read the text. I didn't have to listen to anything. My vocal cords are dying. They're all right actually. They don't feel so bad. I've been drinking the tea again, and it's not doing voices that breaks the vocal cords. It's just talking. I haven't really been doing much voice acting this stream, if you can call it that. Okay. Hello, Andrew. I think your videos are of great quality, and if you don't know about them yet, I'd like to recommend a series of 3 videos made by a French theorist a few years ago about Gaster. Interesting, just a recommendation. I think they're interesting and can contribute to the English community, even though they're from 2017. They have English subtitles. Okay, that's interesting. I guess I'll plug it on stream here. Whoa, it's real French. Captain Hype. MBT Gas or Solve, don't forget. I'm curious about these actually. I mean, obviously I can't watch it like right now. I'm curious. I'd assume that most of like the Gaster lore has been picked over to Bones at this point. So I wonder what this person has. I might look at that though. That sounds interesting at least. It's like a it's like a private invitation to like watch secret French Deltarune content. Kind of cool. Channel is Captain Hype. MBT Gaster Solve. Don't forget Undertale. Okay. I love the videos. Make my brain go brrr. Thank you for that. France is real. I know France is real because I played Off, which is from Belgium and is irrelevant to France, but nevertheless, the point stands. Someone's having a debate about wingdings being a true font. Surely that would just be semantic, like it would just be what your definition of font is would determine whether wingdings were a font or not. I had no idea Off was Belgian. Now you know. Okay. Bro, the god of hyper death. No, wait. The god of hyper deep cuts here with the Joseph Anderson reference. Hilarious. I like that. The god of hyper deep cuts. I see you, you bastard, and I choose to believe his inclusion in the video was a further nod to Terminal Hiatus Brain. It wasn't actually a reference to the Infinite Witcher hiatus. I think that was more a reference to like Homestuck fandom. But it could easily have been, yes. It's not him. I would recommend that first Witcher video just for that fucking gag. That it was a really funny segment. And only recently, Joseph Anderson came out of his bunker and released an Elden Ring video, which was surprising, so that's kind of cool. I watched it. I have conflicting feelings about it. Like every Joseph Anderson video I watch about a game I actually play, I can only assume that's the intended experience. So Toby is perhaps also the one trolling us in the beginning of the game. No, I don't think there's any reason to suspect this. That has to be a character, otherwise it would just be meaningless. Oh, unless you mean the voice that cuts Gaster off is literally just like Toby cutting in, which I guess isn't like inconceivable. I've cornered myself into admitting that, but it would still be pretty dumb. One quick theory about the bracket that will likely get disproven is that it's 2 different people. That was one I mentioned in the video. You didn't have to bring it up here. I don't even need to go into the spreadsheet. Coded bracket cipher 66. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. Chad is just talking about France. Fuck. One theoretically French person I watch is that, what the hell was his name? He made this tier list for Omori's entire soundtrack, which, despite being phrased as a tier list or pitched as a tier list, was actually like crazy in-depth analysis, like for the quantity of songs. It went to like a bit of music theory and everything, and it was super well made. I think the channel was called like Airneko, like AIRNEKO. I'd highly recommend that series. Yeah, his accent too is like, it's so good. It's so fucking sexy. I love it. Okay. In the end of Genocide Route, fake Kara states they're formed from our determination and power. Who's fake Kara? Oh god. So perhaps when we completed Undertale on a less extreme route, our experience still generated some sort of conceptual being into existence. This is just someone's headcanon here, that like Kara from the genocide monologue isn't really Kara and is like fake and is generated by the genocide route itself. That's just your headcanon, bro. Like that's not a thing you can just bring up without making a case for it first, I'm afraid. It's basically the in-game version of ourself and would be hilarious to see if we ever get to puppet the Goner vessel. This can explain fake Kara's origin. I don't know what plane of logic you're operating on. I'm sorry. There's a lot of context that would be needed for me to understand this. So I have to move on. Unreal Air Neko. Absolutely.
Faker.
Person in chat is arguing that is fairly canon, but what though? Like, Kara says that they're like a demon or something, or a resurrection, but what does that mean, fake Kara? That still could just be Kara. If we assume that Kara is a disembodied presence anyway, as per like most other interpretations, then that's still the same Kara, but just the resurrected, disembodied version. Like, it just, fake is like unnecessary here. What does that mean? It's still Kara. Although if you want me to explain how the genocide monologue makes sense and make that work with the rest of Kara's backstory and the other routes, I can't do that. It's very hard to do, and I'm resigned to it not being possible at this point. People are going to bed. Finally. Everyone asks who is Kara, but not how is Kara. You should have written that as a comment early on in the video, because then it would have gotten top comment like the previous one. Your favorite in the spreadsheet, rare sighting of reflexive gendered third person plural pronoun. I've been immersed in pronoun jank so much at this point that it's become like Stockholm syndrome. When I think that was in reference to Clover. Clover being herselves. Clover does something to herselves, which is just really funny. Okay, in short, the narrator is an omniscient asshole who won't tell us shit. Edit. And who couldn't that be but Toby Fox? In the words of Alpharad, he's getting away with it. I don't even understand the reference, but I think I know what you mean. When did parentheses get labeled as brackets? This person's really upset that I called them brackets instead of parentheses. The reason, once again, is that parentheses, parenthesized, parenthetical is a lot more syllables and harder to say than bracket, and I try to get these the recording done in as few takes as possible, so that's for the sake of my own sanity. I imagine the narrator is a third party entity. Also, is this defined somewhere? Is there like an official bracket registry that I can go to? And like, this is the official meaning of the bracket? Because these are always called square brackets within the context of programming. If they were just brackets, why do you have to say that they're square? These would be round brackets. So I don't know if I buy that. I think the power of descriptivist grammar has overridden any meaning that the distinction may have once had. Why do I sound 80 years old? It's because I've been talking for 6.5 hours. That would be why. Oh, to distinguish them from curly brackets, but the round brackets can't be called round brackets, they're parentheses. That's a better system, of course. By the way, if you Google curly brackets, you just get NSFW of the Cave Story character. I've learned that myself, despite never having played Cave Story. That is the top result for curly bracket. Imagine the narrator is a third-party entity that exists in the universe, with more power and omniscience than the characters, but less than the player. I hope it's the final boss. It was formatted like a haiku. Like this was the punchline that tied it all together. Wonderful. I don't know what any of that entails, but the narrator as the final boss sounds kind of cool. Yeah, I also haven't played Cave Story. Maybe I should. That's also one of like the super primordial indie games. And it's also kind of side-scroller, maybe Metroidvania, dare I say, that's very much my shit, so could be fun. And it also has, I know one thing about it, it has these creatures called Mimegas, I think, which they just fucking look like Azrael. They all look like little baby Azrael. And it's really, really obvious. Not really Metroidvania, no. Just a 2D side-scroller, I guess. Yeah. Anyway, Outer Wilds music is good. Yes. Shoutouts to Andrew Prollo. Surprised you didn't mention or analyze the Japanese version. I mean, I get people keep like, I understand wanting to know about that, but why the surprise? I don't speak Japanese. What do you want from me? I'm getting worn down by people asking this over and over again. Speak Japanese. I wish. Simply learn Japanese. I think I would learn Finnish before Japanese, but I'm also not going to learn Finnish, so oh well. The opening character creation sequence. Okay, this is going to mention the second voice has kanji and hiragana patterns that resemble Kara in a way that I only rudimentarily understand. That's what that's referring to. This is one example that I know of. Due to the nuance, it is possible. Yes, like clearly there's information to extract. I leave that to potentially Japanese people, I hope, or people who at least speak Japanese, because I don't. Noita language. You've called me out perfectly. Every word of Finnish I know is from playing Noita with the Finnish translation on, which means I don't know any Finnish basically, and it's great. It's just a meme. You got Kiwaskivi, Vesiputeli, Hekiuhurta, Snipuhissi. I know it as long as it's a Noita enemy. Kolme Silma. Is threesome in Finnish? Oops. It's probably if you pronounce it like if the A is too dark, it becomes threesome instead of three eyes. It's Silma instead of Silma or something. Weird thing I found out in Undertale. How the narrator describes the refrigerator in the refrigerator room is weirdly similar to the man behind the tree. So this is, I mentioned this way earlier, but I didn't even remember what the argument was, so let's read through this. Hamis. I can't resist just reading random Finnish words in chat. It's so much fun. Okay, here's the dialogue. There's something here. It feels like it's breathing, or it feels like a tree ripe with delicious fruit, or it's warm and moist, or it's something in the shape of a man. So we have tree and we have man as our basically our references here, which is a bit tenuous, I have to say. Both narrators seem pretty unsure about what is there. Also, it's weird how the dialogue comes from the refrigerator room. The man who gives an egg in chapter 1 goes to Asgore's fridge. These are a lot of very specific coincidences, which I don't know what to make of it. I don't think there's a very strong link overall, aside from, I think the real link, the reason people connect this to Gaster, is just the vibe of the two scenarios are both very kind of spooky and surreal. Because most of these actual points just sound like Illuminati confirmed kind of stuff. Someone's asking, has Gaster always been in Wingdings? Well, the only piece of dialogue we know that is almost definitely Gaster is in Wingdings, so in a way, yes. You were killed by Mina's projectile. Yeah, we got someone in chat giving Finnish pronunciation lessons. That's excellent. Here, I'm gonna try to pronounce the Finnish word for like sauna steam, and and you can rate my pronunciation, because that's like it looks almost impossible to pronounce. I'm gonna fuck this up. Okay, Löli. If anyone's Finnish, how is my pronunciation? Oh yeah, we're getting to the recommendations. That means we're near the top. Good job pointing that out. I don't know, I'm not Finnish. Excellent. Okay, more comment. Both narrators seem pretty unsure about what is there. Okay, I read that part. Also, completely separate point, crack shot theory, not mine, not clickbait, gone sexual. Asriel's soul is inside Chris. Asriel's soul is inside Chris's soul. Asriel died of ligma. Yeah, that was good. Kind of similar to the beginning in Undertale. I mean, that was basically Jaru's theory, aside from the ligma. I'm not sure if you are taking that from Jaru or if you just independently arrived at that. They probably would be able to read Chris's mind. I don't know if he would be able to read NPC's minds. If we're going through this as if Asriel was the soul, it would basically just be the same as Kara. It's essentially the same circumstance, aside from any particular knowledge that Kara would have, like from Undertale. The circumstance is similar enough that I assume the analysis would play out essentially the same as if we were looking at Kara being the narrator of Deltarune. What if Asriel died from buttercups while at college without anyone finding out for months? Yeah. Is it so much to ask that people just remember that Asriel is in college and probably would call his parents occasionally? You can avoid so much misery if you just keep that point in mind. I don't know why I'm saying college either. The game uses the word university. I'm saying it like the American way for no reason. Asriel died trying to get high off buttercups. Okay, that's a bit more in line with something that would happen at a university campus. I want to tell you that your choice in music is sublime. Thank you. Have you played Inscription? Asked this comment. Yes, I was playing it last night actually for the first time in a while. I'm a fan. I'm too close to my microphone. This is like one of the only pieces of like legitimate audio criticism, which may be valid. There are points in the video where you can hear sort of mouth noises, and I think different segments were a bit inconsistent with like the volume and the treble and bass ratio because I don't have a super consistent setup for how I record. It's sort of, I place the microphone on the desk and try to get close to it. So yeah, that could be a fair criticism. University does not equal college. It's not a dialect difference. I think in America, what people mean as college is what often people maybe in Canada or other countries use as university. Like in Canada, a college is specifically like a trade school, whereas I think colleges in America can be more general. Maybe that's not true. Maybe I made that up. Oh yeah, Chris searches summer vacation college, despite Toriel saying university for some reason, so who knows. Yeah, I think I was... Okay, we don't need to analyze the American dialect lore too carefully here. It's just... I think the reason I was calling it college is because of that line from Chris. It probably put it in my mind. My brain keeps picturing Asriel loudly going, "It's not him," and it's so distracting and intrusive. Excellent. That stolen joke is really putting in work. I'm happy I stole it. I respect the dedication, thank you. I know that when you said the narrator is Toby, you wrote it off as that meaning nothing important. However, it's actually been my belief for a while now that the annoying dog and or Temmie will become important characters later on. I mean, if Deltarune has elements of the creator side of the story with the Dark Fountains, why not have the creators? Temmie also very clearly seems to have something going on with the eggs, and actually can get dead serious when angered, like when refusing to sell an item in the shop that Temmie really wants. Or maybe I'm crazy. I think you may be crazy. That speculating about the annoying dog and Temmie being plot relevant is something that I am not willing to even entertain. I am afraid. That's we're back into Andrew Hussey just being Toby Fox, or you know, the other way around. I think Toby has gone out of his way to make Temmie and the annoying dog as irrelevant to the plot as possible at all times. But the aid connection is one legitimate point. You got me there. I don't know what that means either. Of course, the egg is just a callback to Undertale, but that's more of like the man behind the tree is making an Undertale reference at that point. Yes, Chad is mentioning the Japan-exclusive dancing Flowey plush, which is terrifying, and I love it. I hope it plays his theme song too. Undertale reference? Yep. It plays your best nightmare. Yeah. Right, now you guys can like just voyeuristically stare at my recommendations while I scroll upward here. Are any of these decent? Germa best one guy moments. I've been watching the Germa Dollhouse streams, so I'm getting Germa Rex. Is yes. Yeah, she's present. Where was I? Holy poop! That's music from Omori, and Toby wrote a song for that game. You should analyze it sometime. Yes, I am in fact aware of that. Holy poop! I don't know why, but holy poop suddenly just kicked me into, like, this is Sonic the Hedgehog speaking. It must be. Annoying dog. Excuse me. That was me coughing up my larynx. Annoying Dog and Timmy are joke characters. If they become plot relevant, I would scream and cry and piss. This guy gets me, actually. This guy gets me right on the money. Today I learned that parentheses is an American thing. I wondered why he was saying brackets. How many people know this is maybe this is more of a British thing. Like, I was aware that they're maybe more accurately called parentheses, but everyone also calls them brackets, so at least in Canada. I analyze things because Toby writes songs for them. That's actually very true. I have to go to Pokemon Next and Homestuck and Cucumber Quest, because I think Toby made a fucking fan song for that, which is also where the Nightmare Knight comes from and is the key to the plot of Deltarune. That's a deep hole to go down, I guess. So the brackets in Australia. We're gonna get like multilingual bracket lore. Sans is in Pokemon. Why is Sans in Pokemon? What does that mean? Baby is You lyrical analysis. That would be excellent, actually. Take like the approach of analyzing like a Wagnerian opera and apply that to The Baby Is You. I think I'd be almost qualified if I did like Schenkerian music analysis. We did a bit of Wagner. I know what a leitmotif is. I took half a music degree. That would go really well. Okay. Your videos are high quality. I hope you keep going. Thank you. Yes, hopefully I continue to expand exponentially. Constant growth is what you want. I am planning on keeping going. I'm trying. I don't know if we'll be able to keep talking about Deltarune forever unless we get new content, but I'm definitely going to keep making something. I don't think the narrator is exactly Toby, but any character who, one, has motivation to keep the story going, two, and also for us, the player, to enjoy it. Well, like, but what character is that? It'd have to be someone, though. P.S. Toby could be a good option because he's a canon character in both games, though. Yes. P.P.S. I'm sorry for any errors, both logical and grammatical. You don't have to apologize. This is YouTube comments. There's no accountability or standards here. Kind of like how I was talking about brackets. Yeah, distinguishing between brackets and parentheses is like distinguishing between metaphor and simile. I agree. It's in some cases the specificity between these different words only really matters when you're in a specific context of like people who really know or care. Sometimes it doesn't really matter. Oh, someone looked up how to say lol, and the way I said it actually sounded correct. I'm so happy. That's maybe the only harder word to pronounce is the last name of that Finnish sniper from no, not the World War, the Winter War. It was like Simo. It looks like Haya, but it's pronounced like Haiha or something like that. I just have this passive fascination with like not even learning languages, but like being able to pronounce them occasionally. I keep getting distracted by just Finnish words. Someone says their recommendations are the same as theirs. I don't know what to tell you. If anything horrible comes up that would make you want to cancel me, just assume that my dad watched it by accident while using my account. Just in case. I don't know what my dad watches in the spare time. I think when the narrator explicitly states Chris instead of you, it's specifically about party dynamics. You snapped wires because collectively you controlling the party snapped the wire. Chris spun around, but Susie and Ralsei did not. Yes, but what about every other instance where Chris does something by themselves, such as you talked about the steam coming off a hot cocoa, not Susie or Ralsei, but nevertheless it's you. So this works for one example out of like 200 probably. So it's not probably going to hold up. Much like bracketed text, there's a few stragglers who didn't get the memo. If by a few you mean like 100, but yeah. I have no idea how I'd have been here the entire time. That's kind of depressing. But not, yeah, I mean, I'm happy. Do get a drink if you want one. It's supposed to be inconsistent, like a bad AU. It's all part of the plan. Right. Toby's intentionally going to philanderize Sans so that it really sells the illusion that he's writing an Undertale AU. I watch Emp mean that you've seen that chicken, you've seen Cyberchell. Yes, I think it's likely that my demographic perhaps watches similar videos to me, because they define my entire sense of humor and personality because I grew up on the internet, tragically. That's how it's gonna go. Damn, it's almost like Toby wrote all that text. Yes. I'm caught between sounding like a crazy person for questioning why Toby wouldn't be the narrator and sounding like a crazy person for questioning why Kara wouldn't be the narrator. There's no way out. I have my own theory about Gaster, which I haven't seen too many people talk about. Here it is. Gaster and Ralsei connection theory. It's big. Alright. Is this relevant to the video? This is just someone's theory about Gaster. I kind of hate when this happens. I don't hate it that much, but... It always feels like a bit like I got scammed, even though there's really no reason not to read other theories on the video. As you know, at the start of Deltarune, we get to pick our name. In Castletown, that name is part of the town name, assuming that Ralsei named it, and that Gaster was the character talking to us while we created the vessel. And then that would make sense that Ralsei was told the info and went to name the town by Gaster. That is actually a legitimate point, I have to admit. That's a very strange little tidbit that the castle town is named after our name, not the name we entered for the vessel. It's when Gaster Man from the intro asks, "What is your name?" that becomes the name of Castletown, which only like one random NPC mentions, which is kind of strange. But so if we assume that Ralsei named the town, then that information either came from, well, safe to say it came from some funny avenue involving the Goner Maker sequence or Gaster or something. Okay, I can accept that. Another theory that sort of connects to this one is that Gaster created Ralsei so that Chris would be more likely to go on an adventure and fulfill the prophecy, since Ralsei highly resembles Asriel and Chris probably misses him quite a lot. Ralsei is an anagram of Asriel, if you forgot. Oh, I didn't. I never forget. Another theory that oh no, I read that. Talking about Gaster, it makes sense that he is the knight, since if he created the Dark Worlds, he would also create Ralsei. Yeah, this is going... It started off on like a decent point, but then it's sort of like immediately into speculation that just doesn't really need to be true to explain anything crucial. Like a Gaster could be the knight, so could someone else. we're assuming that if Gaster created Ralsei, then Gaster created the Dark World, which makes Gaster the Knight. But there's not really any particular evidence why Gaster created Ralsei, so that's not an assumption to base further speculation on. You're saying that Gaster would want Chris to fulfill the prophecy using Ralsei to do that. Why does Gaster care about the prophecy? I don't know. There's like one thing, like on the Deltarune website before it actually went live properly, all you got from going to that domain was like very low opacity wingdings that mentioned essentially the Deltarune prophecy about the three heroes. So there is that link between Gaster and the prophecy, but that is it. And that's not exactly a huge beacon of stability if you're going to found a theory on that. Talking about Gaster, it makes sense why he is the knight. That's the part I read. When you meet the mystery man, you get an egg. Egg and wingdings is left up, which is the movement of the knight and chess. That's hilarious. That's true. I don't know if that means anything though. But yeah, I've heard of that previously. Now moving on from Ralsei, Gaster has a 100% chance of being the one that talks to us while we create the vessel. Yes, I agree. It's like, I'm pretty sure it's just Gaster. If it's not, I'm willing to just bet that it is and then be wrong and not really feel too bad about it. And guess what? Gaster is still even more important. Gaster is the one that corrupted Javelin Spamton. Probably? Yep, probably. At least Spamton. I have doubt... Wait, no, and I doubt I have to go through that theory since it's already very popular. So if I'm correct, okay, Gaster is the knight, the Eggman, the one that did that, and the person speaking to us. I mean, these two, I'm with you. Eggman is extremely tenuous, and mostly I think it's just operating off of vibes. The knight is also extremely tenuous. I don't see any particular reason why it would be Gaster over anyone else. But, I mean, you would know that if you watched the previous video, I guess, but that's not a reasonable assumption. I did sort of do a very informal... Oh wait, no, that wasn't even about the knife. That was about who was inside Chris, which was related. It's easy to mix up all of these which character fits this role kind of tier list situations you end up with. All of that in one, I would be very shocked if Gaster isn't at least one of these. If all is true, Gaster is almost certainly the final boss. I'm not sure how that makes sense. I mean, like, there are points in here that are just true and have evidence, and there are points that are just seem like speculation for the sake of it. I'm not sure if I'd approve of mixing them. I want to end with even more proof that Gaster is the knight. He matches all descriptions of the knight. What, like, long arms? Or are we back to, like, the Jaru video with, like, the long arms and having a hand? We don't know what the knight looks like beyond that they have a hand. Outside the library, we see what everyone assumes is Gaster. Why do they assume that? This is like, I honestly don't understand this. What does the card say? It's like the same deal as the guy behind the tree, right? It's like there is a man, but then it doesn't elaborate. I don't think I've actually ever seen this personally. I've just sort of heard this referenced. But like everyone assumes is Gaster is not a good reason. I don't see why you would assume that's Gaster. And the Dark Fountain is created in the library. It's possible that Gaster went in. Yeah. So a lot of this is just very loose speculation. This is like a good point here, but like a lot of this is really speculative and doesn't have much supporting it. Everywhere from the OST. Yeah, well, another hymn is a pretty obvious reference to what was the deal with that? Because I'm thinking of like hymn. I thought hymn was a Gaster reference, but I've forgotten why. The file name muse_st_hymn comes to mind. Is that what Gaster's theme was called? Maybe. I've actually blanked on this. I'm going to assume that's true, because otherwise I wouldn't have that association. Gaster is called hymn.png. Maybe that was also part of it. Yes, okay, so I agree with everything that's saying like Gaster has a role, Gaster's being foreshadowed, but the specifics of Gaster has to be the knight, Gaster has to be the Eggman, don't really have anything supporting them specifically here, so that's about that. Him.png was apparently the file on the old Deltarune page, which is even more if you had doubts. If you shat your pants and were distracted by the fact that it's written in fucking Wingdings, you could still look at the file name and see, oh, it's Gaster. This is a Gaster reference. It would be weird, says chat, if Gaster ended up not mattering. I think it would be extremely weird. It would be so weird, in fact, that I can't picture it happening at all. I don't understand why there is sentiment for, like... I don't even know that there was this. I wouldn't know about this if it didn't have people in the Discord server, like, shoveling in, like, bad takes from the Deltarune subreddit in Twitter. Otherwise, I never would have heard this, but people just don't want Gaster to be in the game at all, or they think it's completely a hoax, or it's just wishful thinking. Like, Gaster is, like, being obviously foreshadowed. He's being beaten over our heads at this point. The next logical step is to analyze every Japanese wording. Again, I can't speak Japanese. I can't do that. Obviously, it's Neri the narrator. Fuck's sake. Don't take this the wrong way, but your editing style has the slightest influence of MatPat. That's one I haven't heard. I mean, I don't doubt it. I haven't watched a MatPat video literally since Sans' Ness. That is literally the last video I watched, and then decided to never touch the channel again. Such was my disgust and horror. But I think it's more likely that I just have taken influence from other people that maybe also happen to have editing styles similar to MatPat, because it wasn't like a recent influence in any case. How long did I spend on this? Apparently 3 months. That seems to be what happens. I mean, similar to MatPat in the way that, like, the UI elements move around a lot, I guess. There's lots of, like, text coming up and moving around. Maybe just because I like to keep the UI elements moving where possible. That's something I associate with MatPat, like things just constantly kind of hopping around to the screen to the voiceover. Rewatching this, I disagree with the you distinction not being important. I really believe that the constant use of you to refer to actions Chris takes is meant to retroactively make you question their agency after the Snowgrave, and so clearly distinguishes between the two. Every choice and action is one you made, not Chris, even the gross stuff. So then why, if that's supposed to be a pattern, is it so fucking inconsistent? Why is it only sometimes, like occasionally in some completely irrelevant circumstances, that we have Chris' name being used, except for the one time in Snowgrave when it actually makes sense? If this is supposed to be making you question something, then it should not be, like, indistinguishable from just randomly changing 1% of the text boxes to Chris's name. Like, you can say that you believe in it, but, like, that doesn't change the fact that there is no supporting evidence as far as I can tell, and I tried to find some too. That's what it's going to come down to every single time. In which Tesla teaches children about falsification. Maybe. I don't even know what that means specifically. I probably was something to do with me ranting about confirmation bias. So. Does Kara not break the fourth wall? Yes, we've seen this before. They definitely kind of do. That was mostly just my fault for not giving enough of a shit about that big chart. If this is the case, then Kira has the most evidence behind the being narrator. I mean, no, this is misrepresenting me still. Even if you disagree with that one point, and rightly so, there's still, like, that discounts 90% of the other points that also I was also talking about. You seem to have rather cherry-picked one thing I got wrong, and then decided that makes my argument invalid. All caps. Kara, okay, Narrator and Undertale is plot relevant because they remind Asriel of their childhood in the final battle. That's true. That's true. It doesn't have to be Narrator though. Again, there are levels to Narrator. Level 0 is like or I can't even say the name without saying Nara first. Level 0 is that Kara is just part of Frisk in some intangible way, and that's how the scene at the end plays out. That's like the level you need to be at to even have the plot make sense. But you don't need Kara to be narrating even then. You can just say that, oh, it's the red text boxes when Kara is taking over the narration and most of it isn't. So they're separate concepts. And unlike the very clear separation between you and Chris and Snowgrave, Narrator has relevance in both major runs of the game, not one that, for all intents and purposes, feels like an Easter egg. That's true. It's not really a criticism I was leveling at. I'm not sure what that's actually responding to is the thing. It's basically true, I think. Even if Narrator itself isn't false, it's very canon that they would follow the player. Yeah, that's what I meant. That's like the level 0 Narrator interpretation. It is actually just told to the player, clear as day. It's very canon they follow the player as a presence. I get, yeah, that is part of the genocide monologue. It is literally just stated as such. Oh, no. By extension, it makes sense that Kara would help you and give you advice, even if they aren't doing it all the time. I mean, basically, yes, but also this is sort of just like a freestanding rant here. That wasn't responding to anything that I was actually saying in the video, so I'm not sure why this is here. This is the same person, actually, from before, who is restarting the her immorality discourse. I've seen this person comment, like, on a lot of comments, actually. Like, they're everywhere in their replies. I'm not sure why. And I don't know what this means either. If Kara is there beyond the vaguest of presences, then Asriel's arc makes no sense. I don't see why that's relevant at all to Asriel's arc. I mean, the reason is you need Kara there to make Asriel break down at the end. That is what was being said here. Otherwise, Asriel's arc is sort of disconnected from Kara, at least after they both die. One of the directions I could see the narrator dilemma going is that Chris is capable of seeing or hearing it, depending on how meta the game gets, provided the narrator has a narrative stake in this plot. Wait, so they're saying that they could see that Chris, it turns out that Chris has been able to perceive the narration the whole time. Okay. Of course, I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm not really interested in analyzing data sets. Oh, that's your first mistake. You're not going to make it anywhere with that mindset. But it's not possible that brackets... Oh, but it's not impossible that brackets could distinguish what Chris can and can't recognize. I see what they're saying. So that bracketed text is like what Chris can see but not unbracketed, or vice versa. I mean, that I can't disprove that because we have no way of knowing. So that's one point in favor. At the very least, anything other than removing agency from the plot, like the third entity souls, please. You could just accept and walk into the loving embrace of the narrator not being diegetic and not have to worry about it ever again. And that would also work. Just saying. As for whether Chris can perceive the narration, I don't know. It could be cool if that was true, but there's nothing suggesting that currently, so I can't say anything else. Why are people talking about ice cream? You never know what you're gonna get. If Narrator is in Deltarune, I will shit and piss and cry and fart, alright? I mean, I would be surprised. I wouldn't be upset necessarily. Toby would have to do a pretty good job of explaining or justifying why Kara is now part of the game despite being dead and what Kara even was in the first place. Please, Toby, explain that. But yeah. This is the best video I have ever seen. I'll take it. And I use Homestuck music, yes. The universal reaction of all Homestuck fans to seeing Homestuck reference are these two emojis, apparently. Chat wonders to what extent Chris even understands the use of save points. That's a good question. I don't know. The way it's described in chapter 1 is like there's a light only you can see, which I would assume is referring to Chris, because it's like, why is it relevant if it's saying sometimes you see it, as if it's happened before and you weren't part of that world before, it's just Chris. So that text sort of implies that Chris has always been able to see the save points for some reason, which is interesting, but it's not clear if they've ever used the save points. And also, if Chris was seeing save points, then when do they... We don't have any save points known in the light world currently. That's kind of an interesting point that I just stumbled across there. Maybe warrants further thought. So, the two holders of the dark crystals can take over the narrator. Interesting. Kind of, yeah. You can also say the two super bosses. Whether the dark crystals are cause and effect is a very popular topic of discussion recently for external reasons, I'll just say. Entity Shadow Crystal. Classic. One piece of evidence I didn't account for is when we do a segment with Susie for chapter 1. When we go to Susie after escaping jail and fighting Lancer, there is notably no text box narration until Susie meets back up with Chris and Ralsei. Yeah, people keep mentioning this. I was considering we still get dialogue choices though. The text box comes up. It's just not descriptive narration. So I was sort of implicitly, like, I wasn't thinking about this in general, I should say, like, whether or not the narrator is present when we go with Susie, but also, if I did think about it, I think I would have just been like, oh no, yeah, it comes up, it asks you a question, that's probably the narrator. I'm not sure if that's valid, but like, it's debatable at least, whether the narrator is present. There are choices, but they're very simplistic and only come from the view of the fourth wall. Huh? Oh, they're saying like it's from the player's perspective that the choices are given. That's an interesting point, but we already have the narrator referencing like you're fucking press the Z button to attack, so I don't think that's anything groundbreaking that they also know what the camera angle is. Omori actually had a gag like this where they had characters mentioning to go left or right, but then also specifying, as in from where I'm facing, not from the perspective of a hypothetical observer watching from the other side of a wall, or something like that. It was quite funny. The song playing right now you keep thinking is Darkness Falls? It's Night in the Woods. That's interesting. OMG, Deltarune is Omori. Did you know? Strawberry Cat missed the stream. Well, accurately, you missed the first 7 hours of the stream, which does not equal missing the stream. This should be an Omori theory channel instead. The game is better. I don't know if Omori has like fan theories so much as people viciously arguing about the morality of the fictional characters, which frankly sounds like hell, and I don't really want to engage with that. So it's just like the Kara morality discourse, but every character. And there's nothing else to talk about because the plot is pretty straightforward. In chapter 2, the scene with Susie and Noelle, there is no text box narration either. The choices are less bare bones. I mean, I don't think you can really... The choices are always bare bones. They're usually the answers are like yes or no. I don't think there's any meaningful difference between the responses or the options we're given in these segments versus the other ones. If you want to say there's no descriptive narration, that's a valid point, but I don't know how much that matters. However, like before, no matter what we answer, Susie has the exact response, implying she can't hear us. Either way, there's no text box descriptions in the fight. The narrator is bound to Chris when we aren't. I mean, like, that's kind of a point. But I don't know what it means, though. If you consider the narrator bound to Chris. I mean, the most interesting point here is, honestly, that there's no flavor text when in battle with Lancer. That's the only thing that really jumps out to me as, like, this is a discrepancy. I can't even remember whether there was flavor text. I have to double check that quick, actually, because it's a fairly major point. Let me quickly find my Deltarune videos. Do I even have footage of that? Let's just mute that. Wait a minute. Still checking. Oh yeah, you got the spades coming down. Yeah, so yeah, there's no narration down here, which is a fair point. It's kind of irrelevant because, or not irrelevant, but it would be redundant to have narration because Susie is giving dialogue every turn anyway. But I guess in normal fights, it's usually the enemy gives dialogue and also there's flavor text, so that's a fair point. Again, I don't really know what that means though. What does that even imply if the narrator is bound to Chris? I'm not sure if that contradicts or supports any of the evidence or any of the candidates, I should say, in the video anyway. It's just, yeah, it's a weird one. And the music has stopped. I could theorize about Omori symbolism. Again, I think there's symbolism in Omori, but it all very, like, neatly explains itself by the end. It's not a big fucking flaming dumpster fire clusterfuck like Undertale is, basically, is what I'm saying. You don't need to listen to people explain the lore to you for hours at a time. Saw the lasagna cat reference on a video, aware of how over meticulous it is. Okay, I get it. Yes, lasagna cat. Shoutouts to lasagna cat. Slave to capital, yeah. Okay, stay with me here. It's a good start. But I think it's a mixture of all three, not defining one narrator as I'm not going to stay with you. I've addressed the same thing so many times. Everyone thinks more than one narrator would solve the problem and not create 400 times more problems. I do not follow that logic. No. I'm seeing like an alien's AI down here, alien isolation. One is normal alien. Maybe this is worth reading if they're getting into like specific points here. My main evidence is, of course, the character creator in Chapter 1. Most people know the narration switches from all cap to proper caps. These aren't necessarily narrators, though. Everyone just assumes that these have to be the same thing as narrators. Like, I never even had that assumption occur to me. It's like, they're just characters, right? They're just talking at you. They're not in the text box. They're not in the menu. Why wouldn't they just be characters? Right. This is weird. I like to compare it to alien isolation. In that game, the alien's AI is split in two. One is normal alien that tracks you, and the other is omnipotent, I'm assuming omniscient AI that always knows where the player is. Okay, that was an interesting comparison. I don't think it ultimately made anything clearer or helped, but yeah, this has all the same issues with multiple narrators, or just like a disaster waiting to happen. Not gonna lie, the theory is basically canon in my mind. The amount of proof you gave was great. I assume you're... I don't know if you're talking about something previously, but if that's referring to my video, then that's cool. Toby is not an AI. State of the fandom, arguing about whether Toby is an AI. I see. Good video. Showcases the depth of the game and how much more there is to find out. I'm glad that's a goal of mine, to showcase the depth of the game for the non-believers. Actually, we have Susie when Susie is fighting Lancer solo. Is this the narrator not
More concealed under those luscious bangs.
This is in reference to me saying, have you ever seen our protagonist and the narrator not in the same room? Which is hilarious, because I also... That shows you how, like, I wasn't taking that section seriously to the point where I just contradict myself with, like, I say that Chris is always in the same room as the narrator, but also when pressed on, like, there's no narrator when Susie goes off on her own, I disagree with that and say there was. That's a symptom of most of... Oh, no, it's gone. Most of that section of the video just being for the lulz, which maybe isn't a good idea when everyone's going to call you out on that. Someone's been staying up till 5:30 a.m. to watch the stream. What the fuck? Very cool. You made it to almost the end. I think we're, well, I don't know how close we are to the top even. It feels like it's tempting just to press onward because we're getting close to the top at this point. I've never actually gone through all the comments before on one of these streams. That would be highly novel. Okay.
Okay.
That actually was the next comment. I didn't even know that. Cool. Very cool. Oh, but cool is the next comment. Oh my god, I'm getting like fucking Joseph Joestar over here. This is nuts. So cool is the next comment. I burned down a house. Okay, this is good. We're getting into like a degen mode where like it's getting recommended to like toddlers on iPads, and we can just blast through these all. My god, those some ugly tables. Another person who gets the Gloomwood reference. I'm astonished. A surprisingly sane theory. Thank you. I've just beaten Spamton Neo Snowgrave. Just wanted to put that out there. Good for you, I guess. Yellow. Yes. What's the game at 7:59? Everhood. Hi, Mom. Oh, you're in chat. I'm on a second stream. Shoutouts to Yudi's mom. Plot twist. The narrator was Andrew all along. If that was true, I'd be under NDA, so... It's still not my fault. Too much lore, time to take a break. Hello, Andrew from the stream. Remember to take breaks so that you don't go even more insane. I've taken, I think 2 breaks so far. That's enough for 8 hours, right? That's fine. Worth pointing out, well, there is a man here. Why is it written in a way the narrator sounds uncomfortable? I don't know. That's a weird line in general. I don't know. It's just, yeah, it's written in a really weird, stilted way that is nowhere else. That's a good point. But again, I don't know what the fuck the narrator's doing in that room anyway. Oh yeah, these are all comments since the last stream. That's a good point, Mel. So if I'd streamed, then the last stream had been 15 hours long, we could have done the whole comment section. But since I delayed it, I'm now like paying interest. I wonder if the person stuck in the code could fit into this. I don't know. The person stuck in the code is very mysterious. Could be Des, could not be Des, could be the narrator, could not be the narrator. I don't know. Have you tried turning the narrator off and on again? Quite a few times. Actually, I tried to get. I resorted to editing my save file to get footage of one very specific thing in the card castle, because for some reason I didn't have footage for that, and I didn't want to replay the whole chapter. So I spent a while trying to figure out the save editor and kept fucking it up so that you'd have like several like idle posing Susies and Chris's just like floating around off screen. It took a while. The dog is working hard writing all that dialogue. He sure is. There's actually someone in the game's code, says chat. Yeah, there's I looked into this recently because someone was mentioning it on Discord. It's a section in the game's code which is it's unused text which is marked as unused text uniquely among all the other unused text. So it's a bit sus. And it's basically, I think there's some in chapter 1 and some in chapter 2. And it's sort of a continued sort of, it's someone talking about how it's dark and they can't see anything and asking for help, and it's spooky. And that's basically all I know about it currently. Oh yeah, and also it was translated into Japanese, whereas most of the unused text wasn't, so that tips the probability further in favor of it being an intentional inclusion, I think. The text is from someone named Unused. I haven't heard that, but yeah, okay, that's cool. It's something to do with that. Some like really conspicuous thing that would just like trigger data miners to look at it. And I think the second block of text says that it's dark, but they can hear something that sounds like scratching, which is fucked up. I don't know what any of that means. The totally not Gaster text, yeah. Is that part of your face? No, wait, no. How does it go? Is that a cut on your face or part of your eye? The gash weaves down as if you cry. The pain itself is a reason why. That's like a poem that's in the code somewhere for no reason, apparently. Unused backwards is desunu, and the first part is des, which is almost death. I thought you were going to argue for like a Japanese pronunciation angle where it's like desu or something like that, but it was just a joke. People are looking at my recommendeds and opening the videos to watch later. God damn it. The fucking NFT monkeys. Did I hear NFT monkeys and Megamind analysis? This is like the decadence of modern society in 2 YouTube thumbnails. Honestly, I think the reason many people cling to Kara and Gaster theories is because they have a hard time accepting that their cool headcanon doesn't fit the evidence. I enjoy how, unlike many others, you use facts to come up with the theories instead of having theories and then cherry-picking certain facts to suit it. Yeah, sure, thank you. I mean, to be fair, the reason I made this is because basically my cool headcanon wasn't fitting the evidence, and I wanted to make sure that I had everything in order, but I ultimately had to turn against it. The narrator is the guy from Undertale who lives in Snowdin, far away from civilization. Oh, the little house in the, if you go off the cliff to the left of the big cave that you can't access in Snowdin, there's a little tiny house in the background, and apparently like a guy comes out occasionally. That's cool. I don't know if it means literally anything, but it's cool. Oh my god, I love that guy, says chat. I love that guy. My favorite guy. Best character. Attention, epic Deltarune gamers. They're going to need your credit card number and the 3 numbers on the back to help guess out from the code. Yeah. Alright, boys.
Alright, boys, just watch the AC video.
The video AC had, and now am throwing out an idea. Who just starts a comment with, alright, boys? It's so quirky. Just sitting down. That's like Barry. Barry's sitting down to write his response. The reason is the narrator and Chris. The reason why Chris isn't recognized by the king is because the weird psychological effect the red eyes have on people. What are you talking about? Like how Asgore doesn't recognize you in the genocide run. I mean, if you want to talk about this, I don't know what the fuck that means either. But I don't think that you're going to get very far trying to argue that people didn't recognize Chris because of red eyes. I would be almost willing to make a similar argument, but with much more to it, where like it's hypothetically possible that King and Queen both saw the knight in the dark world and that the knight was Chris, but because their character gets a complete redesign when they go between the light world and the dark world. Or in that case, it would have to be that the knight doesn't actually enter the dark worlds when they're being created, and so that King and Queen would have seen Chris's light world attire and not associated it with like the redesign later. I think that's tenuous by itself, but it's better than like the red eyes having a hypnosis or something. It fits with blue scheming? What? It explains the familiarity of the monsters. I don't think this explains much of anything. I don't know what you're talking about. It would explain the familiarity with monsters around the dark world. What is this? What is this talking about? Limiting what you see can also be used toward that purpose. What purpose? It would explain the... I'm going in circles. The knight may be conspiring with Ralsei. Why is any of this relevant? Like, you've completely lost me. Sorry. I can't make any sense of this. I have to abandon it. Someone in chat says that the knight cannot have gone into the dark world as the only way to leave is to steal the fountain. That's not true, though, because Chris and Susie can just leave the Grand Fountain whenever they want to go back and forth between Castletown. It seems to be the case sometimes, but I don't know why. This comment is a period, thank you. The narrator is actually Onion-san, who is secretly omniscient. I know this because Toby beamed the lore into my brain while I sleep. You might want to get that checked on, actually. Here's Thif. Thinif, apparently it's pronounced. Andrew, you are awesome sauce. Excellent. I'm glad. The Linux Penguin is back. Get out of here, Linux Penguin. Get out of my house, ghosts. The narrator is also able to be interrupted by Spamton at the end of Snowgrave. Cool, but like, yeah. I think that's been brought up before. Here's Yuri. Oh my fucking god, this is the brick gag from the previous stream where Yuri had 2 previous comments, both of which were supposed to be the final boss of comments, but then we're like, oh ho ho, I'll get you next time. And this is it. Okay. Well, we know what we have to do. There we go. Mr. Cunningham, we meet again. It's been so long. Unfortunately, I was not able to come up with a sufficient theory for your pleasurement. Please never use that word again. Oh my god. I was only able to come up with one of my original comments ideas. Narrator theory addendum : possession theory trademark. I now believe that Undertale doesn't have an overtly diegetic narrator. It seems as though it just goes with whatever is going on at the moment, and can be intercepted by characters' personalities. The fact of it being intercepted by personalities isn't touched upon that much on the pacifist route, but in Undertale, except for when you have Kara flashbacks. What do you mean though? Whose personalities? This non-diegetic element of the game is then intercepted by Kara. Fairzan is not diegetic normally, but also Kara just uses it sometimes. He goes on to possess literally every facet of the game, beginning with narration, then player control, and then I don't think there's that much evidence that Kara usurps player control. Even in the Genocide route, it's like one little bit at the end, and it's not foreshadowed. Except for walking through the puzzle early, I guess. A little bit. Then initiating battles on their own, which is the very end with Asgore. I don't know what it means, though. I don't think fundamentally, like, Kara taking control from the player has any thematic relevance, is the problem with takes like that, where, like, you could say, you could maybe argue that that's the way it works, but then I don't know why. Like, that makes Kara even more confusing. What does this mean for Deltarune? Well, Kara isn't there to possess the game, and so the previously non-diegetic elements that became diegetic are now normal. Why do you need Kara for that, though? All you've done is like, because Kara is not here, it's the default. There is, like, you don't need an extensive theory of how Kara works in Undertale to make the point that there's not a diegetic narrator in Deltarune. It would have done that anyway by itself. Other characters like Spamton can influence the text in the same way Kara did, but not as potently. But why? Why these characters? Why not as potently? Why can they do that? Of course, this does not mean only Spamton can influence the text, but it is only Spamton. Why only Spamton? I believe Chris can also influence what the narrator says, like the options you choose, and at the end, it's just a fun addendum, not something that would be super important, as there is no Kara to possess normally non-diegetic elements of the game. I don't see why this is necessary at all. This is like a weird, very specific take on Kara that's like if we have a non-diegetic narrator that is then possessed by Kara immediately and functions as a diegetic narrator, then what's the point of even making that distinction? Just call it a diegetic narrator. Fucking Five Nights at Freddy meme, maybe? What you did in 1999 hurt me and my soul deeply. I was walking down the park. You pulled a gun on me. I was 1 year old, but maybe I did that. I don't remember. I tried to run away, but you shot me in the legs. But then I saw you on YouTube. You had made a Deltarune theory. I was appalled. I was horrified. The man who shot my legs. I have filed a lawsuit. I have talked to the authorities. Mr. Cunningham, even though you were the main character in a video game, the plot armor does work for finales, and so the final boss wins, not by the game, but by the narrative that I chose to spend. Yuri, what the fuck? I mean, the music timing worked out. This is a pretty good music, eh? Elden Ring soundtrack is pretty sick. Come on, resolve. Oh, there it is. Nice. Okay, I don't know what the fuck that was, but I read it to Elden Ring music, so I feel like my side of the bargain has been fulfilled. Try jumping. I see try jumping, I raise you, try finger butthole. Here's Outsin. Andrew, quick question. Will your game have narration? Referring to the one I plugged at the end, the one I'm working on. And if so, you should have it be diegetic and also multiple characters. And also one of them is from a different game. That would be a good bit. Okay, cool. Thank you. Will it have narration? I don't think it actually will necessarily have narration. It's not usually a big feature of roguelikes. I think we can probably get by just having NPC dialogue. Although, I don't know. I won't make any promises. You are not wrong. I agree with you. One point, though, is that Gaster could totally LARP a Spamton. That doesn't change anything. Gaster could. Would Gaster. Would. That's the key word. Would. It doesn't change anything, but I figured that's a wrong point. If it's still the wrong point. I also think to answer this question in any way than Toby, we need answers to some other questions. I mean, to answer it for the rest of the game, I think there honestly is enough evidence, or there is enough lack of evidence in the first 2 chapters that I am comfortable concluding now that there is not a diegetic narrator. I will stand by that, even though it's of course possible. Oh, I get to show off again. Wait, there's one more first. Nose Undertale should be maybe for Chris too. Why? Say why, please. You are the fuck, it's a yin yang. What is that? You are the biggest shot. Oh, I think there's punctuation in there. It's fucking me up. I only learned the uppercase alphabetical character set. Have mercy, please, please. Spamton G Spamton. Why is Spamton written in Wingdings? So, someone has to make the Wingdings comment in every new video so that I can show off my stupid talent. Shout out to Simple Flips. Chris will fight for control. Will be like the Joy-Con drift, but worse. Yeah, that's my case against that. Chris can just take control whenever they want, because otherwise it would be like playing using 2 different controllers to move the same. What am I thinking of? It's like the stage selection cursor on Smash Bros. When like all 4 players are trying to move the cursor at once. Can't even read Wingding's pronunciation. I can read any character that Gaster canonically used in entry 17. That's all I can promise. Not the ones that are on the fucking Homestuck Troll shirts. I can't read those. This is the Hog Rider copy pasta, which I didn't know existed until now, but what else could it be? So happy that someone is acknowledging Everhood. If you're reading this as a Deltarune Undertale fan, go play it. This person recommends Everhood. First of all, publishing a video on Homestuck Day isn't a coincidence, except it was. Except it was. Second, the narrator is obviously 3D Toriel. Hell yeah. Rules card is Roaring Knight. Amalgamates are the narrator. Holy shit, he plays one-shot music and then immediately Outer Wilds music. Yes, I play games that are good, fellow kids. Nico PFP, very nice. Kind of looks like the Lamplighter, but also Nico. That's Eldritch. Good video. Thank you for sharing. That sounds so patronizing somehow. It's funny. I am new but excited to see your future content, and we'll watch the back catalog. Nice, nice, nice. Bring them in. We want long-term viewership. We want brand loyalty. Occam's razor in video form. I don't know if I'd be too happy about bandying about the term Occam's razor, because I never know quite what it means, or I know what it means, but I'm not sure exactly how it's meant to be used or what context it applies in, because I feel like there are definitely contexts where Occam's razor just does not give you the right answer, and a lot of them are an Undertale. So I'm not sure about that, basically. What was that intro? Your guess is as good as mine. It's impressive. After 6 hours, you're still reading these. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Meta, I guess. I'm not sure how they did this, but cool. It's actually been almost 8 hours now. Yeah, Occam's razor is giving everyone flashbacks. I think Njaro references that at some point. My eyes are getting blurry staring at the screen. You're allowed to stop if you want. I joined the stream an hour ago knowing it was going to be, and I joined the stream an hour and a half ago knowing what it was going to be and expecting it to stop before I stopped watching. They go for a while. What can I say? The music stopped. Music stopped. Continue Outer Wilds. I prefer Newton's flaming laser sword. What cannot be settled by experiment is not worth debating. Rip string theory. And rip everything to do with Undertale or Deltarune, actually. And also rip all of literature critique. So... oh well, I guess Newton reserves the right not to be a fan of lit critique. I don't blame him. Do you plan to do streams like this for every video? I guess I do now, and I guess I'm also doing 2 for every video. Because people seem to like them. Hello stream, you're near the end, congrats. Have people been... no, this is still 6 days ago. I think maybe this was during the previous live stream. People were making these comments, assuming that I would somehow get to the top by the end. In reality, it's, you know, a week later. It's a theory! The narrator is Chris and you. This explains things like the narrator stopping you from washing your hands. It's actually Chris. It explains the knowledge gap. Some things Chris shares, others they do not. Chris is you and you are Chris. Wouldn't you just have both the knowledge then? But that is clearly not actually the case given Chris's confused responses. I suspect Chris is starting to get sick of having yous around. This addresses like maybe 2 pieces of the evidence, and I don't think it... I've already addressed all the reasons why Chris doesn't work. And adding you, that's just like the player's narrator theory, which I've already complained about ad nauseum, so let's just not go there. Please stop being a masochist and reading every single comment. Please take care of yourself, because your health and sanity is more important than YouTube. Speak for yourself, dude. I'd be working a fucking job otherwise. Deltarune seems to follow one pattern with its narration that Undertale has. Increasing or decreasing diegesis depending on current context. I don't think that's a pattern, that's just called being fucking inconsistent. Deltarune's odd narration cases like becoming Spamton or being disturbed or being disturbing or silent in Snowgrave are in line with how Undertale narration changes in the genocide route. That's true, it had serious mode. That's also part of sort of the Narrator thing. Oh, it's pretty big, wow. Toby was either inconsistent or deliberately blurry with narration in Undertale. I'm not sure why he would deliberately be blurry. I'm pretty sure it's just him fucking up somewhat. Narrator isn't necessarily fact, and no, and it may not even have been intended. But some statements of were clearly Kara's thoughts, yes, and it often, but not consistently, corresponds with read text. Well, there's also clearly narration that is clearly from Kara, which is not read, so that's not really a reliable pattern at all. The narration was generally more diegetic in the genocide route, Or it was more like Kira. What you mean is just we got more of like obviously Kira dialogue. It did this to fit the theme of the root, rejecting the player's attempts to treat the world like a game, guilt-tripping you, and creating an ominous tone. I guess you could read it like that. Deltarune has a generally non-diegetic narrator, but it wouldn't rule out a theory that the narrator switches from being Toby to being a character in different contexts. For example, maybe part of Chris's rebellion against the player includes messing with narration, getting you to wash your hands. Again, I just don't think that's a good way of doing it, because the more you fuck with the consistency of it, the more you have this quote-unquote pattern of fluctuating diegesis, the less possible it becomes to actually discern that. Like, that's the point I was trying to make, is I've looked at this text from all angles for a very long period of time. I'm well beyond what you can reasonably expect most people to, or the level of detail you can expect most people to look at the text with. And if not even that is enough to discern the pattern, then no one can discern the pattern, basically. And I don't think it's reasonable to expect anyone to be able to discern the pattern. If you as the writer are intending that pattern to be visible. So I don't think, like, unless this continues, you can say like, oh, there's 5 more chapters. Over the course of those 5 chapters, the inconsistency will itself become perfectly consistent and we'll be able to construct a theory around it. Maybe. But other than that, I don't really buy the argument of it's just changing based on context. And because it's like, how are we supposed to figure that out, Toby? How insane do you think we are, actually? A bit of a tangent for the determination video. Okay, let's see if I remember anything about that video. Considering Gaster speaks to the player in the character creator, until interrupted at the end by someone, exactly. I don't see why it would be Toby. The game itself is treated like another world with a meta layer, a connection between it and the player. It's like Deltarune as a whole is a dark world for players, a fiction created to bring ideas to life. That works on like sort of a metaphorical layer for sure. There's definitely some sorry, the voice it's struggling. There's definitely something going on with like layers of reality here, because we have the dark world, or like a lesser sort of fictional reality to the light world, and the light world of course is a lesser fictional reality to reality itself, the one that we inhabit. So there's room there to play with the boundaries between like fiction and greater reality. Toby narrating the game non-diegetically could be seen in the game as Ralsei giving non-diegetic tips about how to restore darkners outside the scope of the dark world, or what buttons to press. Both try to be bystanders and encourage the player to go out and do as you want. Ralsei is mostly a plot contrivance to save the day sometimes, and Toby likely contrived the plot. Well, it's a bit unfair to say Ralsei is a plot contrivance. Maybe so far he's played that role, but there's more to him than that, and there's going to be much more to him later, I'm pretty sure. I don't know exactly what this means. But there are moments when the narrator acts more like a character in the story, and there are moments when Ralsei wonders what being Ralsei-like means. This is sort of a weird parallel between Ralsei and the narration. I'm not sure if I see it. It seems pretty general and vague, and I don't know what benefit you'd get, what insight you'd gain into the narrator by looking at its parallels with Ralsei. I don't see how that would help, really. Yes. Also, I may be getting too tired to understand what these comments are saying anymore at this point, which tends to be a problem.
Nanny the fuck?
Says chat. Phil, someone in chat. Okay, this is similar to the novel/philosophy textbook Sophie's World. I don't know what that is, but it's very ominous. It has been 8 hours. Not quite yet. We're like maybe 10 minutes short. The last stream went almost to 9 hours, actually. I wonder if we can reach the top, though. It seems like we're close. But maybe we're close, but also still very far. I don't know. How many... Oh, yeah, that's a very dense scroll bar. We might not reach the top. That'll be sad. Why can't Gastor use Chris POV? Why can't Gastor be overwritten by Spamton? I mean, well, this I'm not sure. Like, fair point. I don't know. This one, why would Gastor be able to be overwritten by Spamton? Why does everyone seem to think this is a reasonable... Am I the crazy one here? Why does this keep getting brought up? You count these as counter evidence but don't explain why. You do this in favor of your admittedly reasonable theory. Yeah, this is again my fault for that. The big diagram wasn't actually given the same consideration and rigor as the rest of the video because it was already a foregone conclusion at that point, and it was just a joke to illustrate how inconsistent the evidence was. If you go through that diagram and look at each cell individually, you can pick apart certain points. That doesn't surprise me. I'm not really gonna try to defend those even, but yeah, the issue is that that chart wasn't meant to be taken as granularly as it presented itself when the point was just that. Why is there so much fucking bullshit that I have to wade through just to try to justify even one of these characters? The narrator is like Kara and Undertale. Gaster remains the best option. Gaster was never a good option for the narrator in Undertale. I don't know where that's coming from. I don't think Gaster's a good option for any narrator, honestly, because of a point that I didn't even mention in the video, which is why does Gaster's manner of speech not carry over to any of the narration? Gaster has a very stilted manner of speech, and he probably doesn't talk about fluffy boys. I didn't know either, Keaton, that people thought Gaster was the narrator in Undertale. That's the first I've heard of it too. By the way, narrator is a hard word to say quickly. It has two annoying, like, rhotic R's back to back. It's a pain in the ass. I think that's how you pronounce it. Rhotic? Rhotic? Yeah. Narrator. Sometimes I envy dialects that don't have the fucking R. It's not easy to pronounce. Narrator. I'm sure that was some variant of British English. I feel like the most likely explanation for the brackets is outside of narrative reasoning. Yes, thank God. Toby scripts the game. I remember correctly, he's working with a team on it and many other facets. To this point, I believe what's happening is the workflow set up so that one person begins writing at the start of a chapter, then performs another job. Okay, this specific point I don't think is true. I think it's been pretty indicated from everything we've seen from Toby, and like, or at least as far as he's communicated with the outside world, that he is the one writing the game. I don't see that as something that Toby would outsource, probably for any reason. Because like even if Toby needs help to be doing the program and other stuff, Toby's strength is primarily as a writer, I think, at this point, and so it wouldn't make sense to outsource that. So I think it's just Toby not being consistent even. I don't think you even need to blame it on a second person writing it. Someone in chat took speech therapy to pronounce R's. The same thing, me, yeah. In elementary school, I couldn't pronounce R's. Apparently everyone, when they were a child, had to be taught how to pronounce the R. What a great fucking phoneme. Thank you for inventing it. American English or something? Like, where did the phoneme even come from? Who else uses it? Okay, next comment. Would you make a compendium about Gaster? Bring all in-game material, unused content, and external information. I think other people have done this before is the thing. Like, I've linked big Gaster kind of summary videos, like Gaster digests. I think people have done pretty good jobs of that already, so I'm not going to bother making my own. Your English isn't that weird. When people specify this. It's like the greetings from Germany meme. Hornet is void. Lore in brackets means something particularly tied to activities or surroundings. Oh shit, here we go again. We get the bracket lore. I don't think we need to keep doing this. We've been over this so many times. Honestly, I think the narrator is supposed to be you. Wait, is someone saying Shay is in chat? Is Shay here? Shay Deltarune? Shay with 2 Y's and everything? Or is it a comment? Oh, you mean in the recommendeds? Okay, that's much less exciting. Is Shay here? Oh yeah, there he is. I don't actually watch Shay, so... I wonder how that got there. He did comment on a previous video I made where I used footage of his speedrun without asking, so... That's one way to get him to comment. Okay. The narrator is supposed to be you. Specifically, the soul taking over Chris is known to be the player. Therefore, you're controlling Chris. Wouldn't it make sense that you're the narrator? No, because I'm not narrating it. Why the fuck don't people understand this? The point is so funny to me. Like, it's the double think is so inground. It's like, well, it is like a that's not my wallet. It's like, you are controlling Chris. The thing controlling Chris is you. You are the player. The player is you. Therefore, you did the narration. It's like, no, why? When? I didn't do that. I'm sorry. Narrator is chat. Oh, hell yeah, it is. Outsin. Hey, Andrew. Oh, it's big, actually. As far as Deltarune theorists go, you are probably the most reasonable and grounded out of anyone. Hell yeah. And that's good. It makes for good content and enjoyable videos. Excellent. Well, thank you. It makes you a bit too conservative sometimes. You talked about debunking Narrator and cited various instances from the Undertale narrator reading other characters' thoughts as potential counter-evidence. A Narrator true believer could try and argue against that by speculating that maybe Kara can read minds while in ghost form or something. Yeah, okay. Or say, nothing says that they can't do that. To which I would expect you to respond with something like, well, there's no evidence for that. You're just making that up. I mean, largely the case. At this point, it's less of a theory, more of a headcanon. I wonder how... I mean, I've responded to that previously on stream. Narrator reading minds... Beyond there being no evidence, why would Kara be able to do that? I just don't see, like, why. But anyway, let's... Yeah, I see what you're saying. The problem with this, I would hope that you agree with me, is that in the case of Kara, there is not supposed to be a definitive answer. Undertale has been out for a long time now. The game has been dissected, analyzed, and data mined hundreds of times. If there was a right way to answer the Kara question, people would have found that by now. And unless future Deltarune chapters tie that game back into Undertale and provide additional insight, all of the relevant info is already known and accounted for and doesn't lead to a definitive solution. I agree with you there. So what good does it to be rigorous with stuff like this? What use does it serve? To be rigorous with... Are you talking more about, like, this specific example, I guess? Like, why Kara doesn't... It doesn't seem like Kara should be able to read minds. I wonder if this will... It'll click if I keep reading here. I understand being cautious with Deltarune. That game has a lot of mysteries, and because it's incomplete, it's reasonable that most of those will be elaborated on in future chapters. But the unsolved mysteries of Deltarune, in particular the ones not connected to Deltarune, are in theory limbo. Seeing as you think that Narrator is the best explanation out there for what Kira is about, plus it adds interesting new dimension to the whole game, why not just say, fuck it, embrace headcanons, and claim that Kira can read minds as a ghost, or whatever? Well, I think you're assuming maybe the wrong thing, that because I was offering evidence against Narrator, that was me sort of losing faith in it or something. I've never had like faith in Narrator per se. I've always known on like a deep level that like there are things wrong with it that I don't know how to answer, but also that it's also very good, and throwing it out is it does more harm than good. That's where I was at. It wasn't me saying that these, like Kara being able to read minds, it's inconsistent, so we have to throw the theory out. And it's not me either saying that we should just say that Kara can read minds then, because it justifies the theory. The actual answer I would give to that is that Kara cannot read minds, but also Narrator is the best answer, because this isn't necessarily what Toby even wanted. It's just the best we've been able to do with the pieces that he's dropped on the floor for us. Like at the end of the day, whatever Toby's intent was, I think a lot of time and effort has gone to showing that like Toby has not made Kira in a way that can be interpreted concretely and consistently with just one interpretation. But the best you can do is Narrator. And so I still do stand by Narrator, because like inconsistencies or not, it's anything else is worse. It's maybe hard to explain like this weird doublethink that sustains my relationship with Narrator, but I'd essentially rather put the inconsistencies on Toby fucking up at this point than to start retroactively ascribing random traits to Kira to make it fit. I don't care if it fits, it's just the best. And I'm willing to say that if it doesn't fit, then it's Toby's fault. and I don't really care. So maybe that's the best I can manage in terms of a response to that, despite however rambling and insane that sounded. You could still try to debunk Narrator, but following that, the best you could do is replace it with some other headcanon. Maybe all you care about is authorial intent, and lucky for you, Toby as an author is pretty secretive, and one that tries as hard as possible to remain dead, so it's unlikely we will see advancements in this area. Yes, I think I did end up addressing what you were getting at there. The trick is I don't ultimately care as much whether Toby wanted Narrator to be canon. I do care, of course, because I do care about Toby's authorial intent. But at the point where Toby's given us something that we just can't make sense of otherwise, it's like an unsolvable problem, I don't feel bad embracing the next best solution, even if it has obvious flaws. Because it is the best solution. And I think I've talked for long enough about that. But I tried my best. In the same breath, it still feels wrong using Narrator as like an axiom to justify other theories, because that's like the doublethink kicking in. It's like, well, we need this to make Undertale make as much sense as possible, but it still has a lot of evidence against it, and it doesn't make sense sometimes. So it's probably also wrong to extrapolate from it. It's very weird. It's a symptom of just having been ground down over years and driven insane by trying to figure out what Undertale means. My voice is getting a bit more fucked now. I wonder if I can keep going. No, I think at this point I'm going to freeze the screen, and I'm just going to read all the comments left on the screen. And everyone left, I'm afraid you are shit out of luck. You had more than 2 weeks to submit these, so I've got to cut it off. Okay, next one. Flowey labels you and Frisk as two different entities, also Des. We have yet to see them, so it could possibly be her. Okay, that's very disconnected, and I don't know what Flowey has to do with anything. Flywheel labels you and Frisk as different entities. Sure, that's Undertale. That's not actually relevant at all. And Des maybe could be the narrator because we haven't seen her yet. So the same reason as Gaster or Grandpa Semi. Yes. Bro, I was literally just thinking. It's probably the annoying dog law. And then zoom. Yep. It'll happen. I have a sneaking suspicion that this person went down the meme version of this where the annoying dog is like somehow the narrator, but whatever, I'll take it. I've never seen anyone bring up the fact that if Frisk was able to fall into the underground and save and reset, then what stopped Kara from doing the same thing? What stopped Kara from doing what Flowey did? This explains how they would be able to read people's minds? Okay, that's a bad turn. If Sans and Flowey found people so repetitive due to resets that they could understand what they were thinking, why couldn't Kara? Okay, this is there's a few points that are wrong with this. So we don't know whether Kara ever saved or loaded the game. We actually don't know that. It's possible that all the humans who fell into the underground had the ability to save and load, or it's possible that only Frisk did for some reason. That's not really something that Undertale ever touches upon at all. So it's really ambiguous and frustrating, as are many things with Undertale. But Kara being able to save and load doesn't let them read minds, because Papyrus, like, look at the examples, like a lot of them come from Papyrus. Papyrus was not alive when Kara was active in the underground. How does, even if you could rewind time a million times, that's not going to let you know what Papyrus is thinking. And they're using this other bit of like Sans. They're saying that Sans is able to read you super well in the fight, which is true. Sans has like this crazy uncanny intuition, but they're saying that arose via resets, but that's not, doesn't make sense either, I think. I'm pretty sure that Sans can't remember the resets, otherwise he wouldn't have become like a nihilist. Or maybe that's besides the point, but I don't think it's ever implied that Sans can remember the resets. He is just aware that they happen, and so he's stuck with this knowledge that time is constantly being reset, but he can't actually perceive that. I think that's the crux of Sans, and him being able to intuit you, or like intuit how many times you died based on your facial expression. That's just some other thing that Sans can do. I don't know why. Because if Sans was able to perceive the resets, then he would have this, he would be able to combat Flowey and like have this crazy plan, and probably wouldn't have just succumbed to hopelessness in any case. And Sans doesn't seem to know exactly who Flowey is in Undertale either, despite Flowey mentioning that Sans has killed him many times in the past. So I think that's probably enough evidence to bring up for that point. And Flowey said people got repetitive during the resets, that he could understand what they were thinking. No, he didn't say that. He said that they became boring. He saw they were essentially just like repeating their dialogue because it was the same thing over and over again. That doesn't mean that Flowey could necessarily extrapolate further into the future. It's just that he knew what would happen every time he reset, which is, you know, just logical. So I don't think this is not enough to justify a leap to being able to reset, period, lets you read minds. I don't see why that would make sense. I still don't think they're the narrator, but I've never seen anyone consider that. In general, you're fair to bring up the point that it's underexplored how the other humans interacted with saving and loading, because I don't know. I don't think anyone really knows. But I don't think that it justifies this conclusion in any case. Don't scroll up. Don't scroll up. At least it could be argued Gaster is relatively omnipresent and thus can understand quite a bit of that because circumstance. Well, I assumed that in the video. That's why like having weird Dark World knowledge is supports Gaster, because Gaster can just have arbitrary amounts of knowledge because no one knows what the fuck Gaster is. Maybe tailoring his wording is a bit too... Maybe tailoring his wording a bit to be inconspicuous. A bit, like a lot. Gaster is like LARPing as Toby Fox, if Gaster's the narrator. Or at least LARPing as Kara. Although I admit I am mainly saying this because of how we started Deltarune. Again, like Gaster's going to be big in Deltarune, don't get me wrong, but that doesn't mean that Gaster is the narrator. That's a different thing. I will never debunk Toby Fox narrator theory. It's too good. Cool. Someone in chat took a 30-minute nap and went to sleep and thought of all these fucked up theories. Yes, that'll happen. $2 from Remnant, thank you. They help during work apparently, these streams. I appreciate it. We're up to the last comment that I'm going to read, the official last comment. I hope it's good. Let's hope it's good. I thought it was common idea that mainly the narrator is your observations with Chris working against you. You as the player can hear others' thoughts, observe them independent of Chris, but cannot control them because they're not human or something. That's my theory. It wasn't that good. Oh well. Well, I don't see why you as the player would be able to read other characters' thoughts. That's not normally a thing in games. If we're like following the metaphor, you have a protagonist and you can see what they think, but not what other characters are thinking necessarily. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. I mean, the reason you can't control them, I think, is linked to the soul. I think that soul in Chris is a manifestation of your influence on the world. So we can only control Chris because we have the soul in Chris, but at the same time, I assume we can only see Chris's thoughts because we have the soul in Chris at the same time. So that doesn't really explain the other instances of mind reading. And also, the narrator being you, as I've mentioned 400,000 times by now, implies that you, the player, made the narration, in which, in this case, the player, at least if you're using the player to mean the same thing that I am, is literally you at your computer desk playing the game, and you didn't make the narration, so that's not going to work. Hi, okay. That is it. That was it. That was the last comment. Oh, boy. Yeah, my voice is pretty sore after that. So that was a good solid 8-hour stream. Pretty good, a bit over 8 hours. We can do the usual thing. I'll stay and just take chat questions for a few minutes and wind down. Tea with honey. The tea is actually absent of honey. It is ginger lemon tea, and it works pretty well. I wouldn't be able to stream for longer than 3 hours without the tea, honestly. Yes, it's hot. I have a thermal water. Thermal water bottle. You did get to the last stream. That's a ton of comments. Yeah, that's a lot of comments. I agree. It's probably about like 800 or so. Probably got through. Yeah, nice to end with his theme playing. Lo-fi his theme. Did you read my previous comment about Sophie's World? I mean, I did. I actually read that, but I don't know what Sophie's World is, so it's a bit of a dead end. Damn you, half-bred, you've stolen all the chat attention. Yo, $10 donation. Amazing from Slurp. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Every time half-bred comes in, I criticize them for being more popular than me in my own chat. We are down to... YouTube is not giving me a consistent readout for the viewers here. Like, what is that? It's 70? For the last, like, several hours, it's... The chart's been on, like, a permanent downtick in the last 5 minutes. But, okay, I think there's about 100 still. That's not bad. These streams have been doing pretty well, actually. I'm happy about that. One of the unread comments apparently thought that Hornet was Void was part of Deltarune lore. That's excellent. How dare you, half-bred. Did I know that the copyright holders for Undertale and Deltarune are Royal Sciences LLC? Yes. That's kind of fun. The last few months have been like a weird dream, apparently, to Half-Bred Chaos. Oh, Jaru's back. Hey, Jaru. Jaru finished his D&D session and came back. Cool. You can probably hear the difference in my voice then. A quote from the comments. Is this confirmation that Hollow Knight and Deltarune are in the same universe? I wish. $5 from user not found. I finished Omori today and the ending was very good. That is all. Nice, thank you. I think if you don't like the Omori, if you don't like the ending of Omori, you won't like any of Omori, but it's a good ending, so hopefully everyone likes it. Imagine your entire life no one is interested in anything you make, so you go into hard science. Is that what you do if no one's interested in your things? You become an academic and just abandon hope? It's kind of accurate based on when I briefly considered going into postgraduate stuff, but Jaru and Half-Bred are niche micro-celebrity. What else is there to this bitch of an earth and struggling day after day to become a niche micro-celebrity? Someone's wondering if there was supposed to be more Jarus in Jaru's name, but it got cut off. Streaming for 8 hours is both sexy and brave. Hell yeah. Fuck it, string theory. If you're bad at art stuff, then pick up something objective. That's a pretty common sentiment, I think. For not even just bad at art stuff, I think a lot of people just assume that it's not viable to get an art degree, and so they go into science or something. I mean, I did the same thing, basically. I went into comp sci. I'm not saying that's an incorrect assessment, but that is a pattern I noted in university. In one other universe, you read the other 72 comments. String theory is brought up. I'm assuming that's some implication of string theory is that you get a multiverse if you know enough about it. I mean, if it's enough for Chris Chan, then I think we can all pretty much just accept that the multiverse is canon. My parents said artists don't make money, be a scientist. Nowadays, everyone's getting a degree in STEM, so the market's oversaturated. That'll happen. Well, I did everything I could to become a computer scientist, and then ended up making fucking Deltarune videos for some reason. Not sure how that happened. $666 from Ryu. Thank you very much. Great Steam, Andrew. Blessings for the Gaster gift. Blessings indeed. I dropped game design to do a paramedic course. Weird shit. That is indeed weird. A lot of people were going for biomedical engineering. That was like the new fad field that everyone was trying to go into as a cash grab when I was in first year. Also, machines are making jobs irrelevant. Right. Well, I mean, machines will never replace weirdos streaming about video games, so hopefully we're safe for a few more generations. You picked your college courses by closing your eyes and stabbing the list. 7 years later, still suffering. I mean, I can't say I'm too surprised. Sometimes that happens anyway, but I think in this case it maybe is just your fault. Computer science is a pipeline to becoming a deranged Deltarune theorist. It's a pipeline to many things, including becoming Andrew Hussey. I thankfully avoided that branch. Someone's enrolled in game dev school next year. Nice. Honestly, I kind of wish I just said fuck it and went into like some specific game dev program, because that's always all I was really interested in computer science anyway. And I also took a half music program, and then realized that the only reason I was interested in music is because games had soundtracks, and I was like, okay, I think I should fucking bite the bullet here. I carried a string theory for dummies book all year in high school. Drove my physics teacher crazy because she hated the string theory. That's amazing. So you just knew enough to piss off your physics theory, who actually... That's beautiful. In the words of the great Papyrus, I have no idea what to do with my life. You gave me one without an R in it. That's like challenge mode Papyrus impression. We're in a good market until we get AI-generated Jaru-bred Mat-Pat hybrids. God damn it. Being a person with many passions kind of sucks. Hard to choose a path. True, better than having no passions though, so I temper my complaints. The downside of choosing a non-STEM degree is people constantly ask you why you did it, like it's worthless. I mean, the trick is to get a job in it, and then it's demonstrably not, so I'm assuming you can do that, maybe. Or just do what I did, get a I guess it's a STEM degree, computer science, and then go into something irrelevant. Halfbread wants to see bots theorize about art. I'm not sure what that would look like. I guess that's why you'd want to see it, though. You could definitely make a bot, like you just run machine learning on every Deltarune video script you can find on YouTube, and like put it to like GPT-3 or something. You would get like a very reliable like Undertale word salad generator. I'm not sure, it might perform above average, honestly. I'm not sure what the standard is. You'd have to just feed it like Reddit, like an open sewer pipe just into its mouth for months, and then it would learn. Thankfully, I get a good amount off my course because National Health Service. Shoutouts to subsidized education or something. I almost went into computer science. I think we went to the same uni? How do you know what university I went to? You stalking me? Stands. Abort, abort, abort. They're on to me, fuck. Cover's blown. Feeling extra unemployed right now. Well, I hope you can at least revert back to the default feeling of unemployment reasonably soon. The AI theory bot for ACDS. We don't need theory bots. We have members of the server. They keep the lore channel constantly filled. I've mentioned some local things. I think I've actually been pretty careful to not mention any like landmarks that could identify what city I'm in even. I'm not sure what you've managed to infer. Cookie lure. I didn't eat a cookie this stream. There's no cookie lure. Okay. Chat's moving pretty slow. Maybe we can call it soon. Hope the next video gets them talking about one-shot. I hope so too. I'm not sure what the next video will get people talking about, or even if it will come off as a one-shot video or something else completely different. I've written the first part of the script now, and I can give you a preview teaser that it opens with like a weird pseudo green text story about me walking to Tim Hortons 3 years ago and talking to a guy. It's one of those. It's like some super eye patch wolf shit. It's a bit experimental. Wild. Get an AI to write the comment for the next video. We have enough that don't pass the Turing test. We don't need an actual AI to write them, please. What stage of the stream are we on? We're at the stage where I'm almost going to stop. We've read the last comment. Chat is just trickling in some questions. We're probably going to end very soon. The music is nice, though. Okay, actually, let's end perhaps right now. As I said earlier, we can talk about maybe doing like an Earthbound stream sometime in the future, maybe next week. Or other games even, perhaps. I don't know. I don't want to stream very often, but I'm going to keep doing this because people seem to enjoy it. And yep, I'll talk to you all later. Praise the Gaster GIF.